Section 27 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Miller. Chapter 8, Religious War in Germany by A.F. Pollard, Part 1. Charles V achieved a masterpiece of unscrupulous statecraft when he extricated himself from his war with France and left his English ally entangled in its toils. Cogent military reasons for the peace concluded at Crépy could doubtless be alleged. The position of the imperial army in the heart of France was more imposing than secure, and the disasters of the retreat from Marseille in 1524 might have been repeated in Champagne or Picardy. But there were deeper motives at work. However promising the military situation might have been, no prosecution of the war could have been attended with greater advantages than was its conclusion at that juncture. Charles was left with a freer hand to deal with Germany than he had ever had before. He had been more brilliantly victorious in 1530, but England and France were then at peace and at liberty to harass him with underhand intrigues. Now they were anxious suitors for his favor, ready, instead of reluctant, to purchase his support against each other by furthering the emperor's efforts to cope with his remaining difficulties. These were now three: Turkish, Lutheran, and Papal. With the two latter, he must deal to some extent simultaneously. The Turkish problem he was enabled by the friendly offices of Francis I to postpone. Few historical points are so hard to determine as Charles's real intentions with respect to the religious situation in Germany in 1545. Was it to be peace or was it to be war? We have much of the emperor's correspondence to guide us, but its help is by no means decisive. Charles was constitutionally hesitating. It was his habit to dally with rival schemes until circumstances compelled a choice. On the eve of war, he was still weighing the merits of peace, and it was always possible that an unexpected development in any one of his heterogeneous realms might disturb all past calculations. Yet there can be little doubt as to Charles's ultimate aim in 1545 or at any other date. The original dynastic objects of his policy had been achieved with wonderful success, and the subordinate but still powerful motive of religion came more prominently into action. His religious ideas were comparatively simple. He adhered to medieval Catholicism because he could comprehend no other creed and conceive of no other form of ecclesiastical polity. As well let there be two emperors as two independent standards of faith. The Church, like the Empire, must be one and indivisible, and he must be the sovereign of the one and the protector of the other. With these ideas, it was impossible for Charles even to contemplate a permanent toleration of schism or heresy. His concessions to the Lutherans from 1526 to 1544 were not made with any such intention. They were simply payments extorted from Charles by necessity for indispensable services to be rendered against the Turks and the French. They were all provisional and were limited in time to the meeting of a general council. That they sprang from necessity and not from any reluctance of Charles to persecute is proved by his conduct in other lands than Germany. He did not attempt a policy of toleration or comprehension in Spain or in the Netherlands. There his methods were the Inquisition and the stake. Wherever he had the power to persecute, he persecuted. He abstained in Germany only because he had no other choice, and because he thought his abstention was not forever. And in the end, the most powerful motive for his abdication was his desire to escape the necessity of countenancing permanent schism. Throughout, Charles was steadfast to the idea of Catholic unity, but his determination to enforce it at the cost of war was the growth of time and the result of the gradual course of events. He is credited with a desire to effect his end by the method of comprehension, but room for the Lutherans in the Catholic Church was to be found not so much by widening the portals of the Church as by narrowing Lutheran doctrine, by the partial submission of the Lutherans and not by the surrender of current Catholicism. It soon became obvious that the Lutherans would never be brought to the point of voluntary submission. And so early as 1531, the emperor would have resorted to persecution if he had had the means. But from persecution to war was a long step, and he would have shrunk from war at that date even if it had been in his power to wage it. Before 1545, however, this reluctance had been removed. The logic of facts had proved that it was a death struggle in Germany between the medieval church and empire on the one hand and Protestant territorialism on the other. The fault was partly the emperor's. By making himself the champion of the old religion, he had forced an alliance between the anti-Catholic reformers and the anti-imperial princes. And from 1532 onwards, territorial and Protestant principles had made vast strides at the expense of Catholicism and the empire. It is not necessary, nor is it possible, to determine which advance alarmed Charles most. Both were equally fatal to the position which he had adopted. The threatened secularization of the ecclesiastical electorates would have converted Germany from a Catholic monarchy into a Protestant oligarchy. And such was the meaning of the proposal of the Lutheran princes in 1545 to revive the dignity of the electorate when, by the evangelization of Cologne and of the Palatinate, they had acquired a majority of votes in the Electoral College. Nor was that the only danger. A portion of the Netherlands would naturally follow the religious lead of its metropolitan city, Cologne. The accession of the Palatinate to the Lutheran cause threatened the Habsburg lands in Alsace, and a majority of Protestant electors might mean a Protestant emperor at the next vacancy. These perils and the persistency with which the Lutherans turned the empire's necessities to their own advantage convinced Charles that the issues at stake were worth the risks of war. He was sure that there was no remedy but force, without perhaps being certain that force was any remedy. At the same time, his experience in Germany from 1541 to 1544 had shown him how those risks might be minimized. The Landgrave's bigamy had driven a wedge into the Protestant ranks, and the success with which the emperor had widened the breach between electoral Saxony and Hesse had opened the prospect of further divisions among the Lutheran princes. Charles declares in his commentaries that his success in isolating Cleves proved to him the lack of coherence among his enemies, and made him hope for victory in case of war. And that he intended in 1544, if not earlier, to make war on the Lutherans is hardly a matter of doubt. He would not have made such great concessions at the Diet of Speyer in 1544 had he not foreseen that a final settlement of accounts with France would enable him to render those concessions nugatory. and the fact that the Lutherans fell so easily into the trap has been considered the most conclusive proof of their political incapacity. Within 3 months of the date of the truce with France, Charles was discussing with the Pope details of a war against the Lutherans. People would be glad, he wrote, if the Pope devoted to that object the vast sums he had amassed for war against the Turks, especially if the undertaking against the Turk had ceased to be a pressing necessity. He declared that one of his chief objects in concluding peace with France was to be able to conduct these 2 wars against Turks and Lutherans successfully, and there was a secret stipulation that Francis I should assist in his endeavors. The war against the Turks had been one of the pretexts for requiring Lutheran aid at the Diet of Speyer, but Charles was taking care that it should cease to be a pressing necessity, or to stand in the way of the other war he had in mind. Yet it would be a mistake to represent a religious war as the emperor's prime object. It would, in any case, be only the means to an end, and he was still seeking, if not hoping, to attain that end by other means. He had, moreover, greater schemes in view than a mere conquest of the Lutherans. He was, though to a less extent than his grandfather Maximilian, subject to dreams, and his dream from 1545 to the disasters of 1552 was to assemble a general council by means of which he would reduce the Lutherans to Catholicism and the Pope to reform. Then, having united and purified Western Christendom, he would march at its head against the infidel, regain the East for the Orthodox faith, and be crowned in Jerusalem. Maximilian had contemplated all these achievements, and had also hoped to encircle his brow with the tiara of a pope and the halo of a saint. But Charles would have been content to crown his life with monastic retirement. The object immediately under consideration in 1545 was the General Council for which he had labored so long in vain. By this means he hoped to work his will both with the Pope and with the Protestants. The Lutherans had for many years expressed a desire for a General Council. If it met and they accepted its decrees, unity would be achieved. If they refused to be bound by them, the refusal would be a justification for war and a good ground on which to appeal for help to the Catholic powers. Secondly, the mere fact of its meeting would annul the concessions which Charles had made. And thirdly, the demand of a free General Council from an obstructive Pope would enhance the illusion under which the Lutherans labored that Charles was their ally against the papacy. In August 1544, Paul III had denounced the emperor's compliance at Speyer, had reminded him of the fate of his predecessors from Nero to Frederick II, who had persecuted the Church, and had threatened him with an even more terrible doom. And Luther and Calvin had thereupon seized their pens in his defense. The Pope, in fact, was the chief obstacle to the council. But the peace between Charles and Francis destroyed all chance of successful resistance, and Paul III made a virtue of necessity by summoning a council to meet at Trent in December. As the Edict of Worms had been dated the same day as Charles's alliance with Leo X, so the summons to the Council of Trent was dated the same day as the Peace of Crépy, November 19, 1544. If Charles hoped for Protestant submission to the Council of Trent, he was speedily undeceived. The choice of Trent was a concession to German sentiment, but was nevertheless a Thoron Atharon. Trent was only nominally a German city. In feeling, it was almost purely Italian, and, on account of its proximity to Italy, Italian bishops would swamp the council almost as completely as if it had met within Italian borders. The practical exclusion of deputies made the adequate representation of non-Italian sees impossible, and the choice of monastic theologians ruined the prospect of an accommodation with Lutheran doctrine. The authority of the universal church was assumed by a gathering of Italian and Spanish bishops, who would unite to maintain the extreme Catholic theology and would only be divided by the political question of papal or imperial predominance. Even in the more favorable event of Charles prevailing, the Protestants had little to hope. A few practical abuses might be removed, but the medieval church would remain in essence the same, and an attempt would be made to force them within its pale. Hence they repudiated the council from the beginning. They denied that it was free, Christian, or general, the three conditions upon which alone they would recognize its authority. And at the Diet of Worms, which met in the spring of 1545, they demanded from Charles a permanent religious security quite independent of what the council might decree. Nothing would ever have induced the emperor to grant such terms. They would have involved him in the sin of schism and cut away the ground on which his whole position and policy were based. The one weapon with which he now hoped to effect his aims would have broken in his hands. So Ferdinand, who represented Charles, unhesitatingly rejected the petition. There was nothing, he truly said, in the decisions of Speyer in the previous year to justify it. War thus became inevitable, but Charles still sought to postpone it. He was not yet sure of peace with the Turks, of the Pope, or of the allies he hoped to win from the Lutheran side. Although the Spaniards at his court spoke openly of the approaching extirpation of Protestantism, and although his confessor, Domenico de Soto, reinforced by the influence of Peter Canisius and other early missionaries of the Company of Jesus in Germany, was constantly urging him to take the decisive step, Granvelle and even Alma were still for peace, and the emperor halted between the two opinions. To bring the Pope to terms, he again made show of listening to the Lutherans. He expressed his intention of carrying out the decisions of the Diet of Speyer and annoyed the Catholics by again holding out the prospect of a national council on religion, in case the General Council at Trent proved abortive. To this National Assembly was also postponed the consideration of the various projects of reform which had been drawn up as a result of the Diet of Speyer. The most notable of them was the Wittenberg Reformation, which was drawn up by the Elector John Frederick and signed by Luther, Bugenhagen, Cruciger, and Melanchthon. Although it contains few traces of Luther's spirit, it recommended the establishment of a Protestant episcopacy, on the ground that princes were too much immersed in secular affairs to exert a proper supervision over those of the Church. Possibly also it was intended to reconcile the great Catholic bishops to a change of faith. During 1545, however, the last reasons for hesitation vanished. The Turks, threatened with war in Persia and with a dynastic dispute between Roxolana and Mustafa, listened to the mediation of Francis I and concluded a truce with Charles and Ferdinand in October. The emperor had nothing to fear from the kings of France and England, who were then engaged in a bitter war. And Christian III of Denmark had been alienated by the Schmalkaldic League's refusal to assist him in 1544, and alarmed by the admission into it of the Elector Palatine, who had claims to the Danish throne through his wife Dorothea, Christian II's daughter. The Council of Trent actually met in December, and Paul III offered 12,000 foot, 500 horse, a loan of 200,000 crowns, and half a year's ecclesiastical revenues in Spain for the purposes of war. At the same time, the emperor's personal efforts to check the Reformation in Cologne had failed. Hermann von Wied defied both the imperial ban and the papal bull, and was taken under the wing of the Schmalkaldic League. The primate, Albrecht of Mainz, died in September. Charles's candidate for the vacant archbishopric received not a single vote, and Sebastian von Heusenstam was an Erasmian Catholic who owed his election to Philip of Hesse's aid, rendered in return for Heuselstam's promise to purify his seed. Duke Henry of Brunswick was defeated in an attempt in September to regain his duchy with the help of mercenaries under Christopher von Wisberg. The sequestration of his territories arranged at Speyer and Worms was set aside, and they were appropriated by the Schmalkaldic League, an act of violence which Charles expressed his intention of using as a pretext for a religious war. In these circumstances, the doctrinal discussions which the emperor renewed in the winter can be regarded as little more than a blind to delude the Protestants or a screen behind which he made his preparations for war. His representatives at the conference, Cochleus, Eberhard Billig, and Malvenda, all held extreme views, and their arguments were principally aimed against the Compromise of 1541. They revived the scholastic dogmas which had then been abandoned. And the interest of their discussions consists, for English readers at any rate, mainly in the fact that Malvenda based his defense on the teaching of a forgotten English Dominican, Robert Halcott, died 1349. Charles's real efforts were directed more towards the more useful work of consolidating the Catholic and disintegrating the Protestant party. The leading Catholic opponent of the Habsburgs, Duke William III of Bavaria, who ruled the whole duchy since the death of his younger brother Ludwig, was won over to something more than benevolent neutrality by the alliance between Pope and Emperor, by the marriage of his son with Ferdinand's eldest daughter, and the promise of the throne of Bohemia for their descendants if Ferdinand's male issue failed, and by the offer of the coveted hat of the Elector Palatine if the latter sided openly with Charles's enemies. Still more important were the divisions among the Protestants. The imprisonment of Duke Henry of Brunswick, Wolfenbüttel, and the seizure of his duchy had alienated his Protestant as well as his Catholic kinfolk, including the Duchess Elizabeth of Brunswick-Kallenberg, her son Duke Eric, and Duke Henry's son-in-law, Margrave Hans of Brandenburg-Köstrin, who were detached from the Schmalkaldic League by the promise of Henry's restoration. Margrave Hans's elder brother, the Elector Joachim of Brandenburg, was already pledged to neutrality, and his cousin, Margrave Albrecht Alcibiades of Brandenburg-Kulmbach, was also brought into the emperor's net. But these accessions of strength were trifling compared with the advantages secured by Charles through the reconciliation of Duke Maurice of Saxony. Maurice's uncle, Duke George, 1500 to 1539, the main representative of the Albertine branch of the House of Wettin, had been the staunchest Catholic in the north of Germany, but his father, Duke Henry, 1539 to 1541, had been no less a zealous Protestant. Maurice, who succeeded to the duchy in 1541, when 21 years of age, was neither. The hereditary jealousy between the Albertine and the Ernestine houses of Saxony was neutralized by some extent by Duke Henry's adoption of the Protestant cause and by Maurice's marriage with Agnes, the daughter of Philip of Hesse. But Maurice was less influenced perhaps by religious motives than any other prince of his age, and he poured scorn on those who thought that the interests of the state should be subordinate to theological dogma. His Protestant education at the Elector John Frederick's court did not prevent his recalling the Catholic counselors of his uncle Duke George. He readily followed his father-in-law, Philip of Hesse, in making a compact with Charles in 1541, though he had not Philip's personal motive of fear, and he assisted the emperor to reduce John Frederick's brother-in-law, Duke William of Cleves. This first aroused enmity between him and the elector. The dispute concerning the bishoprics of Meissen and Merseburg increased it, and a fresh source of discord arose in the question of the protectorate of the sees of Magdeburg and Halberstadt, which Maurice wanted for himself and declared that John Frederick coveted. Karlowitz, an old adviser of Duke George and a member of one of the noble families of Meissen, which had sided against John Frederick as to the question of the bishopric, was untiring in his efforts to win over Maurice from the elector's side to that of the emperor. And the attempts of the Archbishopric of Cologne to reconcile the cousins in the summer of 1546 proved futile. Luther had succeeded in allaying their quarrels about Meissen, but Luther was now no more. He passed away on February 18th, 1546, full of forebodings of evil to come, and more dominated than ever by wrath against sacramentaries on the one hand and the Pope on the other. And revenge was taken for his diatribes against Rome by the invention of a legend that the great reformer died by his own hand. Luther had ample justification for gloomy vaticinations, and the internal weakness of the Schmalkaldic League was doubtless one of Maurice's most powerful motives for refusing to trust his fortunes in so ill-found a vessel. Bucer proposed a dictatorship as the only cure, and Philip of Hesse would naturally be his choice for the office. Maurice, on the other hand, who could not expect to rank above Philip or John Frederick, suggested a triumvirate and refused Philip's invitation to enter the League as it was then constituted. A prolonged Diet of the League was held at Frankfurt from December 1545 to February 1546, without resulting in harmony between Philip and John Frederick or in the adoption of satisfactory financial or military preparations for war. Philip had been alarmed early in 1545 by rumors of the approaching peace with the Turks, and wished to send the embassies to England, France, and Denmark to form an alliance with the Swiss and with Holland, and to take the offensive before Charles's measures were complete. But John Frederick believed in peace to the last. He was deluded by Charles's assurances that he meant no war on the Lutherans, but rather another expedition against Algiers, and by the emperor's apparent confidence in peace, evinced by his crossing Germany almost unattended from the Netherlands to Ratisbon, which base it was in fact essential for Charles to reach. So the time passed until the opening of the Diet at Ratisbon in June 1546. Eric of Brunswick, Margrave Hans of Kustrin, and some other Protestants whom Charles had won over were present. But Philip and John Frederick were absent. Maurice, who was still ostensibly on the best of terms with his cousin and his father-in-law, was told by Granvelle that he must come to Ratisbon to conclude his agreement with the emperor. Maurice came, but he was determined not to sell himself too cheaply. Besides the grant of the practical administration of Magdeburg and Halberstadt, a demand which ran counter to all the principles Charles was bent on enforcing, he required the transference to himself of his cousin's electoral dignity and, what cost Charles a greater effort to concede, immunity from the decrees of the Council of Trent, so far as they might touch the doctrine of justification by faith, clerical marriages, and communion in both elements. Without these concessions, Maurice despaired of maintaining his position in Protestant Saxony, and with some other modifications, they were all granted by Charles. The emperor's confessor had advised him to tempt some of the Protestant princes with the bait of their neighbors' vineyards. But it was a sore test for Charles when, in order to attain his purpose, he had to grant in private to particular princes terms which he refused to them all in public, and to surrender that principle of submission to the Church on which the whole war was based. Somewhat similar verbal assurances were made to Hans of Kustrin, Albrecht of Kulmbach, and Eric of Brunswick. On June 7th, the treaty with Bavaria was formally signed, and 2 days later, that with the Pope. But the Diet still continued, and on the 13th, the Protestants repudiated the Council of Trent and demanded instead a national council. Pending its decisions, the Compromise of Speyer should remain in force. Charles laughed. He had already given orders for mobilization. Encouraged by the success of his diplomacy in dividing the Protestants and by the singularly favorable aspect of foreign affairs, urged on by the exhortation of his Spanish subjects, possibly carried away to some extent by the rising theological temper, of which the murder of an unfortunate Protestant, Juan Diaz, and its official approval were signs. Charles had taken the plunge, and on May 24th he had announced to his sister Marya his resolve to begin the war of religion. The Elector of Saxony must have been the only leading Protestant who was surprised by the decision. Philip of Hesse had long been seeking in vain to awake the Schmalkaldic League from its lethargy. But, expected or not, the war certainly found the Protestants unfitted, if not unprepared, to cope with the crisis. Long immunity had created a false sense of security, and the League, whose military strength appeared imposing, was honeycombed with disaffection. It had not escaped the workings of that particularism which had proved fatal to the Swabian League and to the Reichsregiment, and its members were discontented because it could not grind all their private axes. The cities, and still more the knights, were hostile as ever to the encroaching territorial power of the princes, among whom Philip of Hesse was considered the protagonist. At his door was laid the ruin of Sickingen, and Sickingen's son mustered many a knight to Charles's standard. Charles, moreover, could appeal to public opinion as the champion of the imperial constitution, which the Lutheran princes attacked without suggesting a substitute. They had repudiated the Kammergericht, protested against the Diet's recesses whenever they pleased, and denied the authority of general councils and of the emperor himself. He was no longer emperor, they said, but a bailiff of the Pope. But if authority were denied to all these institutions, where was the bulwark against anarchy? They might seem to have resolved that the empire should not exist at all, unless it served their particular purpose. It was this aspect of lawlessness which enabled Charles to pretend that the war was waged not against any form of religion, but against rebellion. When Hans of Kustrin's chaplains were preaching the purest word of Lutheranism within the lines of the emperor's camp, who could say that Charles was warring on Lutheran doctrine? Henry VIII told the Schmalkaldic envoys that if they were threatened on account of religion, he would come to their aid. But he could not see that such was the case when so many Protestant princes were fighting on Charles's side. The emperor spared no pains to foster this public impression. On this ground, he persuaded the Swiss to remain neutral and endeavored to detach the South German towns from the cause of the princes. He sought, in fact, to isolate Philip and John Frederick as he had isolated William of Cleves in 1543, and to represent his offense and theirs as the same. In the ban which was proclaimed against them on July 20th, he recalled the Pack conspiracy of 1528, the invasion of Württemberg in 1534, and the 2 wars in Brunswick, and held up the princes to reprobation as contemners of public authority and disturbers of the peace of the empire. And yet Paul III was declaring at the same moment that the war was due to injuries done to the Church and to the princes' refusal to acknowledge the Council of Trent. He sent the cross to his legate Alessandro Farnese and offered indulgences to all who assisted in the extirpation of heresy. In his eyes, at least, the war was a crusade, and as such he commended it to the Catholic Swiss. The emperor himself, in his private utterances, confirmed this view. To his sister he admitted that the charges against Philip and John Frederick were a pretext, intended to disguise the real issue of the war. To his son he wrote that his intention had been and was to wage war in defense of religion, and that the public declarations about punishing disobedience were only made for the sake of expediency. And when war was over, he told the Diet of Augsburg that the disturbance had originated in religious schism. There was no irreconcilable contradiction between the 2 contentions. To repudiate Charles's religion was a civil as well as an ecclesiastical offense, because it was impossible to distinguish in Charles the person of the emperor from the person of the protector of the Church, just as Henry VIII made it impossible for men to distinguish in him the supreme head from the sovereign. Henry utilized the divinity which hedged a king to combat the divinity of Rome. Charles employed the remnants of respect for the imperial authority to extinguish Lutheran doctrine. It was always possible to represent heresy as treason, so long as church and state were but 2 aspects of one body politic. It was always expedient to do so, because the state in the 16th century was more a popular institution than the church. Numbers confessed to heresy, but few would confess to treason. To all these advantages, the Schmalkaldic League could oppose in July 1546 an undoubted superiority of military force. Charles would depend mainly upon troops from the Netherlands and his own and the papal levies from Spain and Italy. But the whole breadth of Germany separated him from the one and the Alps from the other. and prompt offensive action on the part of the League would have ended the war in a month. Promptness and boldness were, however, the last qualities to be expected from the League. Every question had to be referred by the commanders in the field to the League's Council of War, where it was generally made the subject of acrimonious discussion between representatives of the South German cities and the princes, or between the adherents of the adventurous Philip of Hesse and the sluggish Elector of Saxony. They were afraid to take the offensive lest it should damage their cause in public opinion. In particular, they would not violate Bavarian territory, wherein Charles was established at Ratisbon, lest Bavaria should be driven into the emperor's arms, where, as a matter of fact, it was already reposing. This timidity ruined their best chance of success. Schertlin, the ablest of the League's commanders, who led the forces of Ulm and Augsburg, had conceived the bold plan of marching southwest and closing the Tyrolese passes against Charles's Spanish and Italian levies. This could probably have been effected without much difficulty, and the emperor would thus have been rendered powerless in Germany. For the Tyrolese peasantry had sympathies with the Protestant cause, and their experience of Spanish and Italian mercenaries in 1532 made them anxious to keep them at a distance. Schertlin actually crossed the Danube, seized Füssen and the Ehrenberg Pass, but the League based fond hopes upon Ferdinand's conciliatory attitude, and its reluctance to offend him spoilt Schertlin's plan, as its fear of Bavaria had prevented the proposed seizure of Ingolstadt and march on Ratisbon. Recalled from the south, Schertlin occupied Donauwörth, a city where the Catholic Fugers were strong, and here he was joined by the Elector and the Landgrave. The total force now amounted to 50,000 foot and 7,000 horse, but this formidable army wasted the whole month of August, while Charles advanced to Landshut with little more than 6,000 men, and effected a junction with his Italian and Spanish troops. He then moved on to Ingolstadt and threatened to cut the Protestant communications with Upper Swabia, whence they drew their supplies. On the last day of August, the two armies were only separated by a few miles of swamp. Philip of Hesse succeeded in planting 110 guns within range of the imperial camp, but the bombardment failed to compel Charles either to attack or to evacuate, while the Protestants, for reasons which were afterward disputed between Philip and Schertlin, declined to risk an assault on Charles's entrenchments. The only result was a series of indecisive skirmishes between the light horse of either party. But the emperor gradually extended his control up the banks of the Danube in the direction of the forces from the Netherlands under von Buren, who crowned a brilliant march across Germany by eluding the main Protestant army and uniting with Charles at Ingolstadt on September 17th. The emperor could now assume the offensive. The Neumark territories of the Count Palatine Otto Henry, a zealous Protestant, were overrun, and the imperial army made for Nördlingen. The Protestants, however, keeping to the high ground and resisting all Alva's temptations to come down and fight, headed Charles off, and he thereupon turned southwest towards Ulm. Again he was anticipated. Ulm was too strong to be taken by the camisado, which Charles proposed, and the climate and the lack of money began to tell heavily upon his southern troops. 3,000 Italians deserted in one day, and death thinned the emperor's ranks as fast as desertion. The term during which the papal auxiliaries were bound to serve would expire in the winter, and the Protestants thought the imperial cause would collapse without a battle. but their own difficulties were hardly less than those of Charles. Their German troops were more inured to the climate, but money and food were equally scarce. And it has been contended that the League's abandonment of southern Germany was due to financial straits and not to Maurice's attack on John Frederick. The cities were frightened by the loss of their trade. The Protestant lands of the Baltic, the French and the Swiss showed no disposition to intervene. The Leaguers, therefore, made proposals of peace. But Charles rejected their terms, refusing to regard them as aught but rebellious vassals. He had reasons for confidence unknown to the enemy. His diplomacy had in fact made victory certain almost before the war began. On October 27th, in his camp at Sontheim, he signed the formal transference of the Saxon electorate from John Frederick to Maurice, and a few days later Maurice and Ferdinand entered upon the conquest of Ernestine Saxony. The partnership was the result of mutual distrust. Maurice would have held aloof, could he have obtained his ends by peaceful means. But he could not hope for the electorate unless he won it by arms. Ferdinand was preparing for war in Saxony, and if Maurice remained inactive, he might find himself in as evil a plight as John Frederick, and at the mercy of a victorious Habsburg army. His desire to remain neutral was overcome by force of circumstances, and the most favorable view of his conduct is that in self-defense he was driven to attack his still more defenseless cousin. However this may be, Maurice had experienced great difficulty in inducing his Lutheran estates to concur in an attack on his cousin's lands. His preachers had declared that Charles was warring on the gospel, and that whoever abetted him would incur everlasting damnation. To discount these denunciations, Maurice produced a declaration from the emperor that religion should remain untouched where it was established. He represented to his estates that if he did not execute the ban against John Frederick, Ferdinand would, and that it would be much safer for them politically and theologically that electoral Saxony should fall into his Protestant hands than into the Catholic hands of Ferdinand. The counterpart of the argument was employed by Ferdinand to secure the cooperation of his Bohemian nobles. It would, he said, be fatal to Bohemia's claims on Saxon lands if Maurice were to execute the ban alone. So each prince joined to execute the ban ostensibly as a check upon the other, and they agreed on a partition of the spoils. On October 30th, Bohemian troops crossed the Saxon frontier and terrified the neighboring towns. Maurice undertook to defend them on condition that they did him homage, while he promised to protect their religion and to treat the elector with every respect consistent with his own obligations to the emperor. Zwickau, Borna, Altenburg, and Torgau all accepted these terms, and the greater part of the electorate passed into Maurice's possession. The news of these events reached the armies of the Danube early in November and exercised a decisive influence over the campaign in southern Germany. On the 23rd, the Protestant army broke up, and John Frederick hastened to the defense of his electorate. The League's plan was to leave an army of observation in the south to protect the Protestant cities if attacked, and to occupy the Franconian bishoprics while the elector reconquered Saxony. Only the last part of the program was carried out. The departure northwards of the main army was followed by a stampede among the South German cities. The Protestant light horse went home for want of pay, and the army of observation came to nothing. Philip of Hesse failed to raise the peasants and artisans in Franconia, and practically retired from the contest, while Gingen, Nürnberg, and Rothenburg rapidly fell into the emperor's power. The moment had come for breaking up the disjointed league. The southern cities had never forgotten their Zwinglian leanings, or been happy in their political and religious relations with the North German princes. They, at least, had no territorial ambitions to gratify, and if Charles could give them security for their religion, there was no reason for them to continue the struggle. Nuremberg, in spite of its strong Lutheranism, had from the first refused to fight. Granvelle, always peaceably inclined, pressed on Charles the dangers of war, and the emperor himself had not the personal feeling against the cities which he exhibited toward the Landgrave and the Elector. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. Chapter 8, Religious War in Germany by A.F. Pollard. Part 2. Negotiations were first opened with Ulm, which stood out strongly for a religious guarantee, but was ultimately satisfied with a verbal promise that it should enjoy the same advantages in that respect as Maurice of Saxony and the Hohenzollerns. The agreement was concluded on December the 23rd, and similar terms were soon arranged with Memmingen, Biberach, Heilbronn, Esslingen, and Reutlingen, all of them among the original 14 Protestant cities of 1529. Frankfurt submitted 2 days before the end of the year, and Augsburg and Strasbourg in January 1547. Augsburg was moved by the influence of the big trading families. Anton Fuchsia conducted the negotiations, and the city contented itself with Granville's oral promise of religious toleration. Next came Strasbourg, the surrender of which caused Bucer and Jacob Sturm some bitter pangs. But the dangerous proximity of the city to France and Switzerland induced Charles to offer exceptionally liberal terms. The others were all compelled to contribute as much to the emperor's war expenses as they had to his opponents. By February, all the South German cities had yielded, with the exception of Constance, and the Protestant princes of the South could no longer hold out. Charles's old friend, the Elector Palatine, Frederick II, the lover of his sister and the husband of his niece, and his old enemy, Ulrich of Württemberg, both came to crave his forgiveness. The Elector suffered nothing beyond reproaches, but Ulrich was forced to pay an indemnity of 300,000 crowns to surrender some of his strongest fortresses to permanent imperial garrisons, and to engage in service against his former allies. He was fortunate to escape so lightly. He had not learnt wisdom with years, and his people detested his rule. Ferdinand pressed for the abrogation of the Treaty of Caden and the restitution of the duchy, but Charles was afraid that such a step would revive Bavarian and other jealousies of the Habsburg power. In the northwest, too, the imperial cause made strides. At the end of January, imperial commissioners were sent to enforce the long-threatened Catholic restoration in Cologne. The Protestant Archbishop, Hermann von Wied, had been suspended by the Pope, and his offer to abdicate in return for a guarantee for the maintenance of Protestantism was rejected. Count Adolf of Schaumburg was elected coadjutor on February the 25th. Hermann resigned, and Catholicism was forcibly re-established. In the same month, Duke Henry of Brunswick captured Minden and regained his duchy. For these successes, the inactivity of Landgrave Philip was largely responsible. At the critical moment, his former vigour was lost in vacillation. His son-in-law, Maurice, was seeking to separate him from the Elector, and Philip gave Maurice warning when John Frederick marched against him. But he could not make up his mind to accept the terms that were offered, and the final catastrophe, which he did nothing to avert, left him at Charles's uncovenanted mercy. The Landgrave and the Elector seem to have exchanged their accustomed parts. For while Philip was wasting the precious moments, John Frederick was exerting himself with unwonted resolution and success. Maurice's treachery had alienated the whole of Saxony, and John Frederick's appearance at the beginning of December 1546 was the signal for a great outburst of enthusiasm for his cause. He rapidly recovered the whole of his own territories, extended his influence over the sees of Mersburg, Halberstadt, and Magdeburg, and invaded Albertine Saxony. He defeated and captured Margrave Albrecht of Kulmbach at Rochlitz, and overran all Maurice's lands, with the exception of Leipzig. His cousin complained that most of his subjects favoured John Frederick, and thought of fleeing to Königsberg. The Lutherans of Lusatia and Silesia, and the Utraquists of Bohemia, refused to follow Ferdinand in support of Maurice. They were much more anxious to preserve their own lands from Spanish troops. They entered into negotiations with John Frederick, threatened to withdraw their allegiance from Ferdinand, whose hold on the Bohemian throne was at that moment weakened by the death of his wife, the daughter of Vladislav II, and received John Frederick with open arms when he crossed the frontier. North Germany seemed at last to be roused to a sense of danger. A league was in course of formation, including Magdeburg, Bremen, Brunswick, and Hamburg, and Christopher of Oldenburg and Albrecht of Mansfield were prepared to support it. At this moment, when the fortune of war seemed to be turning, the tide began to set against Charles in other quarters. The spiritual and the temporal head of Christendom could never agree long together, even when fighting a common foe, and Charles V and Paul III were now at enmity. The Emperor had demanded the Council of Trent because a council was essential to his policy. The Pope had summoned the council because he could not help it. Charles wanted to reform the papacy. Paul did not. Paul desired an emphatic restatement of dogma. Charles, with his eye on wavering Lutherans, required a discreet silence, and this fundamental difference between the imperial and papal parties soon provoked a breach. So early as July 1546, there were rumours that the Pope would remove the council to an Italian city where it would be under his exclusive control, and against this proposal Charles protested in October. His concessions to his Lutheran allies and to the southwestern cities offended papal orthodoxy, while his success in the field alarmed a pope who dreaded nothing so much as a drastic reform of the Church at the hands of a militant emperor. In January 1547, the publication of the decrees of the council on the question of justification by faith extinguished Charles's chances of conciliating the Lutherans, and at the same moment Paul did what he could to prevent their subjection by recalling the papal contingent. To such a pass had things come that the Pope was rejoicing at the Elector's successes, and in March the Council of Trent, on the pretext of the plague, removed to Bologna. The Emperor now joined the Lutherans in refusing to recognise the Council's authority, while papal agents stirred up plots against the Imperialists in Siena and Venice, Genoa and Naples. Charles overwhelmed the Pope and his legate with abuse, and his threats to find a remedy for this evil again turned men's thoughts back to 1527. But first he must deal with the successful rebel in northern Germany. John Frederick, however, was not really dangerous, and the successive deaths of Henry VIII, January 28th, and Francis I, March 31st, guaranteed Charles immunity from external complications. Charles rose to the crisis and wisely determined, in spite of Granville's protests, to march north himself. He spent Easter at Eger, and on April 13th crossed the Saxon frontier. The Elector had formed a prudent plan of avoiding pitched battles, retiring to Magdeburg, and leaving Charles to fritter away his strength in sieges. But unfortunately for himself, John Frederick could not resist the temptation to keep in touch with Bohemia, whence he expected material help. So he stationed part of his forces on the Bohemian frontier, and with the rest occupied Meissen on the right bank of the Elbe. Charles advanced by rapid marches through Plauen, Altenburg, and Colditz, cut off the Elector from Thuringia, and threatened his communications with the north, where he trusted, in case of defeat, to find refuge. Alarmed by this movement, John Frederick broke up his camp at Meissen and made his way down the Elbe towards Wittenberg. He hoped that Charles would march on Meissen and thus give him time to escape. But the Emperor went straight for Mühlberg, where he found the Elector at 9 a.m. on April 24th. A bridge of boats was moored to the right bank of the Elbe, but some Spaniards swam the river with swords in their mouths, cut down the guards, and secured the bridge. By it the bulk of the infantry crossed, while the cavalry found a ford higher up. Without attempting to defend his position, the Elector commenced a retreat to the north. About sunset the Imperialists overtook him and routed his slender forces with great slaughter. John Frederick fought with conspicuous courage, and was brought into the Emperor's presence with blood streaming from a wound in his cheek. Charles was not generous in the hour of victory. He taunted the Elector with his previous disobedience, while Ferdinand demanded his execution. A sentence of death was actually passed, but it was only used to extort the surrender of Wittenberg, which the Spanish troops were afraid to storm. By the capitulation of Wittenberg, Maurice received his cousin's electoral dignity, and a considerable slice of his territories, while Sagan and the Voigtland fell to the share of Ferdinand. John Frederick was carried about a prisoner in the Emperor's suite, but no threats could shake his steadfast adherence to the Lutheran faith, and 3 years later Charles secretly decreed that his detention should last as long as his life. From the Elector he turned to the Landgrave, whose submission was delayed by the successful resistance of Bremen, to Eric of Brunswick and Christopher von Rysburg, and by the defeat, much more sanguinary than the Battle of Mühlberg, which Christopher of Oldenburg and Albrecht of Mansfield inflicted upon the Imperialists near the Drakensberg. But these victories only saved the Baltic lands. In the west, Philip could find no support, and after much hesitation he was induced to surrender by Maurice and Joachim of Brandenburg. The two princes pledged their word to Philip that he should not be imprisoned, but for this they apparently had no warrant. The popular legend that the term ohne einigen Gefängnis, without any imprisonment, was altered by a secretary to ohne ewigen Gefängnis, without perpetual imprisonment, has no satisfactory basis, but it is clear that both Philip and the two princes understood that the Landgrave should go free, and there were high words between them and Alva, when, after Philip had made his submission, June the 20th, the Duke placed him under arrest. Such had been Charles's intention throughout. He does not appear to have encouraged any deception, and subsequently the two princes admitted that the mistake had been theirs. It was an unfortunate mistake for Charles's reputation, but for the rest Philip escaped more lightly than John Frederick, a circumstance which he owed to Maurice and not to his deserts. In 1550 his term of detention was fixed at 15 years. He was to dismantle all his fortresses save one, and to give up his artillery. His territories were to remain intact, and his people unmolested on account of their religion, though subsequently half of the Darmstadt was transferred from Hesse to the House of Nassau. In the northeast of Germany, the Dukes of Pomerania made peace with Charles through their agent Bartholomew Sastro, whose memoirs present a gloomy picture of the condition of Germany during the war. Bremen held out, but more important was the resistance of Magdeburg, which ultimately defied all the force which Maurice was able or willing to bring against it. A proposal to bring Albrecht of Prussia to terms was rejected lest warlike measures should precipitate a conflict with his suzerain Sigismund of Poland. But in Bohemia, Ferdinand used his opportunity to crush its remaining constitutional liberties and to reduce it to a footing more nearly resembling that of his own hereditary lands. Except for Constance and these outlying regions on the Baltic, Charles was now dictator in Germany. No emperor since Frederick II had wielded such power, and at the Diet of Augsburg, which was opened on September 1st, 1547, he endeavoured to reap the fruits of his victory. He never had a greater opportunity, but the inherent antagonism between the aims of the Habsburg dynasty and those of the German nation was too fundamental to be eradicated by the defeat of a section of Lutheran princes. The constitutional reforms which he laid before the Diet were inspired by the same family motives which actuated Charles in 1521, and they provoked the same kind of national and territorial opposition. Bavaria reverted to its natural attitude, partly because Charles had quarrelled with the Pope, but more because he had not repaid Bavaria for her exertions in the war by an increase of territory, nor shown any inclination to transfer the electoral dignity of the Palatinate from his old friend the Elector Frederick II to Duke William. Maurice was not satisfied with the partial ruin of his cousin, and felt that Charles had purposely left his position insecure. The Emperor's first object was to strengthen the executive with a view to preventing such outbreaks as the Peasants' War, the Anabaptist Revolt, the lawless enterprises of Lubeck, and Philip of Hesse's conquests of Württemberg and Brunswick. A proposal for the preservation of peace would naturally meet with much support, but that support was neutralised by the conviction that the League, which Charles proposed to establish on the model of the old Swabian League, was really designed to strengthen the Habsburgs against other princes and against the nation itself. The League was to embrace the whole of Germany, to be directed by a number of permanent officials, who, although representative of the various orders, would tend to fall under government influence, and to have at its disposal an efficient military force. This League and its organisation was to lie entirely outside the ordinary constitution of the Empire, and the electors discovered the chief motive for it in the fact that the Habsburgs would command a far greater share of influence in it than they did in the three councils which constituted the Diet. However, the real flaw in the Emperor's plan was that he did not seek to reform the Diet, but left it standing while a new organisation was introduced, which was bound to come into conflict with existing institutions, and could only supersede them after a long and wearisome constitutional struggle. Both its good points and its defects excited discontent. The territorial princes feared to lose their hold over mediate lords, when the latter would look not to them but to the League for protection. The cities dreaded the expense of having to keep internal and external peace in outlying lands like Burgundy and the Austrian duchies. Bavaria had resolved to refuse, even if all the other estates agreed. The College of Electors was unanimously hostile. The Diet, as a whole, disliked a measure which would bring its own authority into dispute, and Charles dropped the proposal without a struggle. He was more fortunate in his reconstitution of the Reichskammergericht. He arrogated to himself the immediate nomination of its judges, reserved to his own Hofgericht questions of church property and episcopal jurisdiction, and persuaded the Diet to adopt a codification of the principles by which the action of the court should be governed, and to promise contributions for the court's support. He was able to defy the remonstrances addressed to him on account of the Spanish troops, which, contrary to his election pledges, he had quartered in the Empire. He secured the establishment of a fund for the maintenance of internal and external peace, which was not, however, to be used without the Diet's consent, and obtained preferential treatment for the Netherlands by means of a perpetual treaty between them and the Empire. They were to contribute to national taxation, but to be exempt from the national jurisdiction. They were thus partly removed from imperial control, though Germany was perpetually bound to the arduous task of their defence. The transfer of Utrecht and Gelders to the Burgundian circle was a mark of their incorporation in the Habsburg inheritance. Meanwhile, religion naturally occupied much of the attention of Charles and the Diet. The Emperor vowed that even when in the field against his enemies, he had thought more about the Church than the war, and it was incumbent upon him to attempt some sort of solution at the Diet of Augsburg. The problem, difficult in any case, was rendered infinitely more so by his strained relations with the Pope, which the murder of Paul's son, Père Luigi Farnese, on September 10, 1547, with the suspected connivance of Ferrante di Gonzaga, the governor of Milan, of Granvelle, and even of Charles himself, did nothing to improve. The Pope was hardened in his determination not to let the council leave Bologna. The Emperor obtained a unanimous recognition from the estates to the effect that the prelates remaining at Trent constituted the only true council. They also approved of Charles's refusal to publish the Tridentine decrees, and going further than he desired, they demanded that Scripture should be the test applied to all doctrines, and that the members of the council should be released from their oaths to the Pope, in order that they might more effectually reform the papacy. In the name of the German nation, Charles formally required the return of the council to Trent, and when this was refused, his two representatives, Vargas and Velasco, solemnly protested on January 18, 1548, against all future acts of the council at Bologna, declaring them null and void. Was Charles also among the prophets? He, even as Philip of Hesse and John Frederick of Saxony, had protested against a general council and refused to be bound by its decrees. Had he been as devoid of religious scruples as Maurice of Saxony or Henry of Navarre, and had he had only German feelings to consult, he would in 1548 have become an ostensible Protestant. But Charles would never have bought a kingdom with a mass. He preferred to lose a kingdom for a mass, and in spite of his enmity with the papacy, he was bent on making Germany Catholic, and on using his victory to decide questions upon which he had declared the struggle would not be fought. At the same time, his refusal to accept the Tridentine decrees as the standard of faith made it necessary for him to evolve some criterion of his own, which should serve its purpose during the interval until a general council should formulate conclusions acceptable both to him and the Pope. With this object in view, after a fruitless discussion by a committee consisting of representative laymen as well as ecclesiastics, he took into consultation Michael Helding, the suffragan Bishop of Mainz, who represented the High Catholic point of view, the Erasmian Julius von Plug, whom the result of the Schmalkaldic War had at last established as Bishop of Naumburg, and John Agricola, whose views were Lutheran of a moderate type. The compromise known as the Interim, which this commission drew up, conceded clerical marriages, the use of the cup by the laity, and accepted a modification of the doctrine of justification by faith. Flug also explained away enough of the sacrificial character of the Mass to satisfy some of the Lutherans, and denied some of the prerogatives claimed by the Pope. On the other hand, the Interim retained all the 7 sacraments, the worship of the Virgin and the saints, fasts, processions, and other Catholic ceremonies, and reaffirmed the dogma of transubstantiation. The reception of the Interim by the College of Electors was on the whole favourable. Joachim of Brandenburg rejoiced to see included in it the 3 concessions which formed the basis of his compact with Charles in 1541. The Elector Palatine concurred. Maurice wanted to consult his estates, but Charles represented to him that no provincial assembly could override the decisions of a Diet. The Emperor had more to fear from the College of Princes, where the bishops and Bavaria were preponderant on the Catholic side. The Count Palatine Wolfgang of Neumark and Margrave Hans of Quistrin, as zealous Lutherans, offered a strenuous opposition. Duke William of Bavaria had Catholic and other scruples, and referred them to the Pope. Paul III had also conscientious scruples, and remembered Pierre Luigi. He replied that the Emperor had nothing to do with the matters of doctrine, which must be reserved for the Council at Bologna. Points on which the Council had already decided should be adopted without alteration by the Diet, and on questions which the Council had not yet settled, the Interim contained several assertions repugnant to the Catholic faith. Armed with this opinion, the College of Princes resolved that all church property must be restored, that the concession of the cup to the laity and of clerical marriages could only be made effective by papal dispensation, and above all, that the Interim must not apply to Catholic territories. In other words, the compromise was to bind one party but not the other, and Lutherans were to accept such concessions as they had obtained, subject to the Pope's grace and favour. Charles was incensed at this attempt to spoil the Concordat, and told the princes that they must accept the articles as they stood. This they refused to do. The Emperor was compelled to give an assurance that the Interim had no other object than the conversion of backsliders from the faith, and several alterations were made in its wording without the knowledge of the Protestants. In this form the Interim was proclaimed as an edict on May 15, 1548, but the vague terms in which the Elector of Mainz expressed the Diet's concurrence did not imply that unanimous concurrence which Charles read into its declaration. It needed more than sleight of hand to compel the edict's observance, but Charles was resolved to stick at no measures, however violent. He disregarded the oral assurances given to the cities before their surrender, and his counsellor Hayes averred that Spanish troops should teach him the Catholic truth. At Augsburg and Ulm the city franchises were violated, the democratic councils purged of refractory members, and their places supplied by rich Catholic merchants like the Fuggers and the Welsers. Constance yielded after a brilliant defence of its bridge, which recalled the exploit of Horatius Cocles, and surrendered its privileges as an imperial city to be merged in the Habsburg domains. Divines who refused to submit became exiles. Osiander left Nurnberg, Brenz left Swabian Hall and Blair Constance. Schneff was driven from Tübingen, and Bucer and Fagius from Strasbourg. The last two found a home in Cambridge, and many others came to spread the doctrines of reform in England. Over 400 divines are said to have left southern Germany. In northern Germany, the rulers who had submitted to Charles generally accepted the interim, but Maurice was compelled to pay tribute to Lutheran sentiment, and employed for this purpose Bishop Flug of Naumburg, the most conciliatory of Catholic divines. He was met in the same spirit by Melanchthon, who, much to the emperor's annoyance, still enjoyed safety and power in Wittenberg. Melanchthon's attitude was similar to that of 1530, and aroused much discontent among the bolder Lutherans. His criticisms of Luther and John Frederick seemed oblivious of his former relations with them, and of the fact that one was dead and the other in prison. At a conference with the Catholics at Pagau, he gave away much of the Lutheran case, but the interim met with greater resistance at a second debate at Torgau in October 1548, and was likened to the forbidden fruit with which Eve tempted Adam. At Celle, however, in the following month, its advocates once more prevailed, and the formulary which they drew up was adopted at a Saxon diet at Leipzig. Thence it took the name of the Leipzig Interim, and became the rule for Saxon lands. Over almost the whole of Germany the interim was now enforced, and Charles was so elated by his success that he thought of pressing its acceptance upon the Scandinavian kingdoms, upon England, and even upon Russia. Yet his triumph was illusory and short-lived. Even Melanchthon, who conformed, secretly counselled resistance, and people followed his private precept rather than his public example. 3 years later, 2 English ambassadors at Charles's court gave a description of the situation in Augsburg. An imperial commission had charged the ministers of that city with preaching against the interim and refusing to say mass in their churches. The divines replied that they durst say none, being more loath to offend God than willing to please man. The apostles had neither said nor heard mass, and for themselves, if they were in fault, the fault was no new one, for they had said no masses for 14 years. They were then compelled to leave the city, which remained disconsolate. There were few shops in which people might not be seen in tears. 100 women besieged the emperor's gates, howling and asking in their outcries where they should christen their children, and where they should marry. For all this, the papist churches have no more customers than they had, not 10 of the townsmen in some of their greatest synagogues. The churches where the Protestants did by thousands at once communicate are locked up, and the people, being robbed of all their godly exercises, sit weeping and wailing at home. Strasbourg and Nurnberg were in no better mood when Charles required the young Duke Christopher of Württemberg to expel John Brenz. He replied that he was as willing as the emperor to do so, but it was not in his power unless he could expel all his subjects with him. Against a spirit like this the emperor laboured in vain. It availed him little that Paul III, in his dying days, recognised the interim and dissolved the council at Bologna; that Julius III repaired his predecessor's error and sent his prelates to Trent, where Charles's bishops still kept up the continuity of the council; or that in January 1552 some Protestant delegates appeared there and reinforced the opposition to the Pope. The reunion did not assuage the struggle between papal and imperial influence. In the demand that the points already decided must be reconsidered, Vargas, Charles V's representative, concurred with the Protestants and wrote to the Emperor a series of letters exposing the papal intrigues at the previous sessions of the Council, which had been used with effect by Protestant historians. He even welcomed the proposal of Maurice's commissioners that doctrines should be tested by the Scriptures, and pressed hotly for a practical reformation of the papacy. It was Charles's view that if the Lutherans would come within the pale of the Church as he defined it, they would be useful allies against the Pope. But his definition was the interim, and the effort to force that definition on his subjects electrified the atmosphere and prepared it for the storm which Charles's dynastic and absolutist projects brought down upon his head. Nothing illustrates more vividly Charles's incurable want of sympathy with his German subjects, or the incompatibility of his family ambitions with the national tendencies of the age, than his attempt to force his son Philip into the seat of the German emperors. National antipathy to France had contributed more than anything else to his own election, yet he thought he could defy a far deeper hostility to the Spaniards. The foreign character of his own aims had been responsible for much of the opposition he experienced in Germany, though he had at least been brought up in nominally imperial territory. Yet he imagined that Philip could succeed, who had lived all his life in Spain and was purely Spanish in feeling. No Spaniard had hitherto ruled in Germany, for Alfonso of Castile can scarcely be cited as an exception, and the Reformation, added to other causes, made it impossible that a Spaniard should ever rule there in the future. Spain and Germany represented opposite poles of religious and political ideals, and the attempt to unite them under one rule would inevitably have proved as disastrous in Germany as a similar attempt did in the Netherlands. Charles, in fact, was a hybrid physically, politically, and to some extent ecclesiastically, and the parts of his cosmopolitan empire necessarily reverted to their original national types. In his endeavour to perform the impossible, Charles nearly produced a rupture in the Habsburg family, and alienated all the German princes. His plan was that Philip should be elected King of the Romans when Ferdinand became Emperor, and that thus after Ferdinand's death the empire should remain with the elder line of the family. Ferdinand was led to believe, however, that the design extended to Philip's immediate succession, and his own exclusion from the throne, and this was the current suspicion in Germany. He long and strenuously opposed his brother's plan, and the quarrel between them was only patched up by the intervention of their sister Marya from the Netherlands. Eventually it was agreed, 1551, that Philip should succeed Ferdinand, but that Ferdinand's son, Maximilian, should succeed Philip. This healed the family breach, but had no effect on the other German princes, and the electors, with wise regard for their own interests and national liberties, unanimously refused even to consider the scheme. The whole nation, in fact, was growing day by day more hostile to Charles and his Spanish troops. The garrisons, scattered throughout the empire, few though they were in numbers, created the impression that Germany was a conquered country, and Spanish arrogance lost no opportunity of bringing this sense home to the German mind. Granvelle was suspected of harbouring a design for the partition of Germany. Hatred, which was at first limited to the Spaniards themselves, began to embrace the Emperor as he repeatedly refused to listen to the Diet's complaints of their conduct and of his infraction of his engagements. He also wounded military feelings by forbidding the service of German mercenaries in foreign armies, a practice which he had often licensed himself, and by summarily hanging Sebastian Vogelsberger for defying his commands. Discontent was expressed with Charles's proposal to invest his son with the Netherlands on terms which rendered those provinces an hereditary appanage of the Habsburg family, independent of the empire and transmissible to female heirs, and even Catholics were offended at the persecution to which Philip of Hesse and John Frederick were subjected. The former believed that the emperor intended to carry him off to Spain, and when he attempted to escape, his German guards were exchanged for Spaniards. The three lay electors, most of the princes, and even Ferdinand, petitioned for Philip's release, but Charles turned a deaf ear and decided that his detention should last for 15 years, though he was afraid to publish the sentence. While Charles's popularity in Germany was being thus undermined, his prestige abroad was rapidly waning. His power in Germany from 1547 to 1550 had really rested upon a fortunate coincidence of external circumstances. The absorption of England and France in their mutual struggles, and the diversion of the Turks to the east. But such a combination of propitious conditions could not last. By 1550 France had recovered Boulogne, established her influence in Scotland, and compelled England to make peace. And it was generally anticipated that this peace would be followed by war with the Emperor. The naval warfare in the Mediterranean between Dragut and Charles's admirals began to go against the imperialists, and the loss of Tripoli, August 1551, more than counterbalanced the previous gain of Mahdia. The Turk again turned his attention towards Hungary, where the remnants of Zapolya's kingdom acknowledged the nominal sway of his son, but the real rule of George Martinuzzi. His domination proving intolerable to Zapolya's widow, she appealed to the Sultan, while Martinuzzi sought to make terms with Ferdinand. Ferdinand's request for assistance from the Diet was coldly received by Charles, and his envoy in Transylvania, Castaldo, suspecting that Martinuzzi intended treachery, had him murdered with Ferdinand's connivance, December 1551. The Turks thereupon began to advance, while the disputes of the Farnese in Italy, where France supported Orazio and the Emperor Ottavio, brought Henry II and Charles to the verge of war. Under these circumstances, men began to desert the Emperor's failing cause. Maurice, who had betrayed his cousin, would not adhere too scrupulously to Charles. He was highly unpopular in Saxony on account of his religious backsliding and his political treachery, and unless he found independent means of support, he would go down with the Emperor's ruin. His own subjects were already thinking of placing his brother Augustus in his place, and his nobles declined to assist him in the siege of Magdeburg. So gradually he began to dissociate himself from the Emperor's fortunes. He supported Maximilian in his opposition to Philip's succession, and the Landgrave's sons in their attempt to secure some mitigation of their father's lot. He obtained in the autumn of 1550 a useful basis of operations, being entrusted by the Diet in spite of the reluctance of Charles, who already suspected his intentions with the conduct of the siege of Magdeburg. That city had been placed under the ban of the Empire for its continued resistance to Charles and his religious measures. On September the 22nd, 1550, its troops had been defeated by Duke George of Mecklenburg, but the citizens spurned all proposals for submission. Their indomitable resistance had stirred a fever of enthusiasm in Lutheran Germany, and the acceptance of the task of subduing them evoked renewed taunts of Judas against the Saxon usurper. But it was not Protestantism which Maurice intended to betray this time. His character remains to this day an enigma. Elaborate attempts have been made to represent him not merely as the ablest statesman of his age, but as the champion of German Protestantism, consistently working in its interest. According to this theory, his original desertion of the Schmalkaldic League was only a necessary step towards his ultimate victory over Charles and the forces of reaction. To others his career appears to be a masterpiece of treachery, and Maurice himself a subtle intriguer, comparable only with his contemporary, the Duke of Northumberland, who like him played an unscrupulous and selfish part under the mask of religion. In Maurice the territorial ambition of German princes found its most skilful exponent. His religious creed was but an accident of circumstances. No pronounced Catholic could have maintained himself in ducal Saxony or held the Ernestine electorate, but Charles's help was indispensable for the overthrow of John Frederick, and Charles's help could not be purchased without some concessions to orthodoxy. This object having been achieved, Maurice proceeded to rid himself of a dangerously unpopular ally, and he was as successful in choosing the right moment for leaving Charles as he had been when he deserted the Schmalkaldic League. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. Chapter 8. Religious War in Germany by A.F. Pollard. Part 3. The popular antipathy to Charles and his Spaniards, the genuine devotion of the middle classes to Lutheranism, were the levers which Maurice and his fellow princes used for their own ends. They rebelled neither to free the German nation nor to redeem the true religion. Their real motive was fear, lest Charles should establish a strong monarchy, and reduce their oligarchy to the impotence to which they had endeavoured to reduce his sovereignty. This apprehension had begun to work soon after the Battle of Mulberg. As early as 1548, Otto of Brunswick-Harburg was intriguing in France with Henry II, who suggested a North German-Polish league, the germ of the later alliance between France and Poland against the House of Habsburg. Negotiations were soon in train between the young Landgrave William of Hesse, Margrave Hans of Custrin, Duke Albrecht of Prussia, and his suzerain Sigismund Augustus, the King of Poland. The soul of the movement was Hans of Custrin, whose refusal to acknowledge the interim had provoked the wrath of Charles V, and whose dominions in Cottbus and Crossen, the one surrounded and the other bounded by Ferdinand's lands, excited that king's desires. In February 1550, a defensive league was formed between Hans of Custrin, Johann Albrecht of Mecklenburg, and Duke Albrecht of Prussia at Königsberg, and secret agents were busy in foreign lands. Schartling in Switzerland, and George von Heideck, a cadet of the House of Württemberg, in England and the Hanse towns. Maurice had early information of these movements, but his advances were viewed with suspicion. Hans of Custrin wished to exclude him and the young Margrave Albrecht, Alcibiades of Brandenburg, Kulmbach, from the league on account of their religious indifference. But the threats of the Emperor against Hans and Johann Albrecht of Mecklenburg, and Maurice's success in enticing to his banners the military forces of northern Germany, induced them to listen to his overtures. For this purpose his command gave Maurice every opportunity. In September 1550 he won over the troops of Duke George of Mecklenburg. In January 1551, he secured the Protestant levies of George von Heideck, and in the following month Hans came to terms at Dresden. The deposed and imprisoned Elector was the chief difficulty in Maurice's path. John Frederick vowed he would rather end his days in captivity than owe freedom to his godless and traitorous cousin. But Maurice carried his point with his allies, and in May Hans of Custrin, Johann Albrecht of Mecklenburg, and Landgrave William of Hesse consented to threaten the young Ernestines with open hostility unless they would join the League, or at least undertake to remain neutral. Maurice also secured Duke Albrecht of Prussia, and an envoy was sent to France to request a monthly contribution of 100,000 crowns. In August 1551, the Bishop of Bayonne came to Hesse, and in the autumn the terms of an alliance between Henry II and the German princes were outlined. On November the 3rd, Magdeburg capitulated. To Charles, Maurice represented the surrender as a complete imperial victory, but in reality the terms of the capitulation guaranteed to the townsfolk the religion they desired, and secured to Maurice control of the city and a basis of operations. The appeal to France involved a radical alteration of Hans of Custrin's original plan. His object had been merely defence against the threatening aspect assumed by Charles V, but mere defence was of no use to Henry II. French support could only be bought by making the League offensive, and offence was also Maurice's plan. Chagrined at having to yield the first place in the League to Maurice, and alarmed perhaps by the terms which Henry II demanded, Hans broke away from the League. A German who was both a patriot and a Protestant could indeed have been offered no more painful choice. The French stipulations were that the princes should undertake to vote as Henry wished at the next imperial election, and connive at his conquest and administration as imperial vicar of the bishoprics of Metz, Toul, Verdun, and Cambrai. The imperial lands were to be sacrificed as the price of religious security, or rather of princely privilege. Particularism was at least as strong a motive with the princes as Protestant or patriotic feeling. They had not crushed the knight, the peasant, and the Anabaptist in order to smooth Charles's path to absolutism, but their own. The emperor was the last obstacle to the full development of territorial despotism, and the real inwardness of the struggle is illustrated by the fact that the cities, Protestant though they were, for the most part stood aloof or sided with the emperor. The Lutheran North remained passive, and the so-called War of Liberation presents many of the features of an oligarchic plot. The treaty between the German princes and the King of France was signed at Chambord and at Friedwald in January 1552. Henry intervened in Germany, as he did in Italy, as the champion of national liberties against the emperor. And while in March he threw 35,000 men into Lorraine, he hardened his heart against the heretics in France. In fact, his devotion to German freedom, although more specious, was no more real than his love of toleration. And the German lands which fell into his power fared at least as ill as ever they would have done under Charles V. The double face which France showed from 1532 to 1648, Catholic at home and Protestant abroad, was a religious guise adopted to help her in her secular rivalry with the House of Austria, and never did it stand her in better stead than in 1552. In that year Henry II avenged the defeats and imprisonment inflicted on his father by Charles V, and thus embittered the close of the emperor's life with failure and humiliation. As the French troops crossed the frontier, Maurice, William of Hesse, and Margrave Albrecht Alcibiades concentrated 30,000 men in Franconia. The Emperor was not so ignorant of Maurice's designs as has often been supposed. His commissioner, Lazarus Schwendi, had sound warning notes from the camp at Magdeburg, but success had made Charles confident and careless, and he failed to realise the danger until it was too late to organise resistance. On April the 6th he was thinking of flight to the Netherlands, but the way was blocked already. He suspected Ferdinand's loyalty, and others have believed that the King of the Romans had a secret understanding with Maurice. Ferdinand had ample grounds for discontent, but there seems to be no proof of treason on his part. Maurice, who had outwitted the keenest diplomats at Charles's court, may well have duped his brother. He had promised to meet the king at Linz on April the 4th, but Ferdinand was not prepared for the guise in which he came. On that day, Augsburg fell before the princes. The resistance of Nuremberg, Ulm, and Strasbourg alone marred the completeness of their victory, for Bavaria and Württemberg were their secret allies. On the 18th, Maurice was at Linz. Ferdinand sought to negotiate an armistice, but Maurice refused to date it earlier than May 26th, and used the interval to draw his net round Charles. In spite of the words attributed to him that he had no cage big enough for such a bird, Maurice did not shrink from pressing his illustrious fugitive, and hoped, as he said, to run the fox to earth. On the nights of May the 18th to the 19th, he seized the pass of Ehrenberg. 12 days earlier, Charles had been foiled in an attempt to escape to Constance and to pass on thence to the Netherlands. He had no troops to withstand Maurice, but a mutiny in the Elector's forces gave him a few hours' respite, and towards evening, with a few attendants, he fled amid rain and snow across the Brenner. The victor of Mulberg was an almost solitary fugitive in his empire. The assembled fathers at Trent broke up in dismay, having, it was said, no mind to argue points of doctrine with soldiers in arms, and the Emperor's soaring plans dissolved like castles in Spain. It was the darkest hour in Charles's career, but soon the twilight began to glimmer. The Emperor found a refuge at Villach in Carinthia, while Maurice went to the conference at Passau, where his own troubles began to gather. He demanded as the price of peace security against Habsburg aggression in Germany, restoration of princely privilege, and a guarantee of the Lutheran religion irrespective of the decrees of the Council of Trent. The Catholic princes assembled at Passau were disposed to concede these terms, but to connive at permanent acheism was incompatible with Charles's rigid Catholic conscience. Nothing could bend his iron will, not the advance of the Turk, nor the success of the French in Italy, nor his own personal peril. He insisted that the question of religious peace must be referred to a Diet. On that point he refused to yield an inch, and among the circumstances which preserved so large a portion of Germany to the Roman Catholic faith, not the least is the unshaken constancy which Charles V evinced at the sorest crisis of the Catholic cause in Germany. His courage had its reward. Margrave Albrecht had separated from his allies and was pursuing a wild career of murder and sacrilege in Franconia, where he dreamt of carving a secular duchy out of the bishop's spiritualities. In 6 weeks he extorted nearly 1,000,000 crowns by way of ransom. Maurice failed in his attack on Frankfort when he lost one of his ablest lieutenants by the death of George of Mecklenburg. The advance of Henry II had been checked by the valour of Strasbourg. Charles had released John Frederick, and with a little help, the Ernestine Wettin could raise a storm which would drive his cousin from Saxony, while Hans of Custrin would willingly join in the fray in return for a share of the Albertine lands. Conscious that the nation was not really behind him, and that he would lose his all by defeat, Maurice reluctantly yielded to Charles's demand that the religious question should be left to a diet. Margrave Albrecht roughly refused to accept the peace, and when Maurice marched to help Ferdinand against the Turks, many of his troops mutinied and took service with Albrecht. The Margrave's disgust was not due to zeal for the Protestant faith, but to the fact that Maurice had played both hands in the game and reduced his partner to a dummy. Fortune seemed to be turning, and Charles thought of refusing to ratify the treaty, delayed the liberation of Philip of Hesse, and returned to his schemes for creating a friendly league and securing the empire for his son. He appeared to have learnt and forgotten nothing, but his advisers were more amenable. Queen Marya opposed these plans, Ferdinand denounced them, and the fear lest his obstinacy should drive his brother into Maurice's arms induced Charles to submit and sign the Treaty of Passau. Reluctantly the Emperor surrendered for the moment his dynastic projects, and assumed the part of the champion of Germany against the French invader. Emerging from Villach and journeying by way of Augsburg, where he could not refrain from once more overthrowing the democratic government and expelling some of the more obnoxious preachers who had returned in Maurice's train, Charles appeared on the Rhine, determined to wrest Metz, Toul, and Verdun from the French. Metz was the key of the situation, and it had been amply provisioned and skilfully fortified by the Duke of Guise. On the last day of October 1552, the siege was formally opened, and Charles strengthened his forces by an unscrupulous alliance with Albrecht Alcibiades. The Margrave's brutalities had roused all Franconia against him, and he had been forced to flee to the court of Henry II. But court life had no attractions for him, and the French king hesitated to entrust so doubtful an ally with important commands. So Albrecht escaped, captured the Duke of Aumale, and with this peace offering came into Charles's camp. His terms were the imperial sanction of his spoliation of the bishops of Wurzburg and Bamberg. "Necessity knows no law," wrote Charles to his sister, as he struck his bargain with the worst lawbreaker in Germany and sanctioned his sacrilegious plunder of Bamberg and Wurzburg. But Albrecht could not remedy the defects of Alva's generalship, produce harmony between Germans and Spaniards in the Emperor's army, or make any impression on Metz. For a month after his generals had recognised that success was impossible, Charles refused to admit his defeat. But at length the havoc wrought among his Italian and Spanish troops by a midwinter siege conquered even his obstinacy. With a grumble at the fickleness of fortune, who preferred a young king to an old emperor, he raised the siege on January 1st, 1558, and turned his back on his German dominions forever. Success in the war with France would have meant a renewed effort to divide and crush the Lutheran princes, to rivet the Spanish succession on Germany, and to restore the Catholic faith. Charles's failure left Germany free to settle these questions herself. Already meditating abdication and retirement from the world, the Emperor journeyed to Brussels. He was cheered by the capture of Terouanne from the French and the triumph of Mary in England, but German affairs were resigned into the hands of the King of the Romans. The evil which Charles had done by his bargain with Albrecht survived his departure, and it is a lurid comment upon the Emperor's reign that its last days were characterised by as wild an anarchy as Germany had known in all her turbulent history. The Margrave, having performed a last service to Charles by saving his guns during the retreat from Metz, proceeded once more to trouble his foes in Germany, and as nearly all Germany hated the Emperor, Albrecht was free to turn his arms in whatever direction he chose. The League of Heidelberg, formed in March 1558 for the preservation of the peace and prevention of Philip's election, consisted of Catholics and Protestants, and was too general to be very effective. Moreover, Albrecht's onslaughts on bishops and priests won him a good deal of secret sympathy. The situation was full of confusion. The Emperor, the extreme Protestants, and the Ernestine Wettins and Margrave Albrecht were all in more or less open opposition to the Albertine Maurice, King Ferdinand, and the Heidelberg League. Charles had more than once divided the Lutherans. He had now divided the House of Habsburg. Maurice alone could restore peace to the empire. His campaign in Hungary had not been successful, and Zapolya's widow, with Soliman's help, retained control of Transylvania. But Persia once more diverted the Turks' attention from west to east, and gave Maurice and Ferdinand respite to deal with Albrecht and his notorious lieutenant, Wilhelm von Grumbach. Maurice, who had posed as the liberator of Germany from Spanish tyranny, was now to play the part of saviour of society from princely anarchy. Charles had left the empire to its fate. The Heidelberg League was powerless, and a decree of the Reichskammergericht against Albrecht would be a mere form of words. Could Maurice succeed amid this maze of impotence? No prize might be beyond his reach. At Eger he concerted measures with Ferdinand and dispatched his brother for Danish aid. Albrecht, after winning another victory at Pommersfelden on April the 11th, renewed his ravages in Franconia, and his excesses were worse than those of the Peasants' War. He then turned against the Catholic Duke Hendrie of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, and thought of utilising John Frederick's hatred of Maurice and Elector Joachim's friendship with Charles to draw them both to his side. Even Landgrave Philip of Hesse was loath to assist his son-in-law against so good an enemy of the priests. On July the 9th, 1558, at Sieverhausen, the forces of Albrecht and Maurice met. It was the fiercest battle fought in German lands for many a day. Beside it, Mulberg was the merest skirmish. Maurice won the day but lost his life. A wound from a musket ball proved fatal on the 11th, and one of the most extraordinary careers in history was cut short at the age of 32 years. The death of Maurice brought no redress to his injured and aged cousin. The Saxon electorate continued in the Albertine branch of the family, passing to Maurice's brother Augustus, a man of conciliatory temper, who had incurred none of the odium attaching to Maurice, and could look for support to his Danish father-in-law, Christian III. Charles V had no longer a private grudge to revenge by restoring his former captive. John Frederick did not survive the disappointment by many months. He died on March the 8th, 1554, a classic instance of fortune's perversity. He suffered more severely than any prince of his age, and his coveted electoral dignity passed into a rival house, never to be restored. And the only solace vouchsafed to the Ernestine branch was the restitution of Altenburg, Neustadt, and some other districts ceded to Maurice in 1547. Yet John Frederick was the most blameless of men, the example of constancy and very mirror of true magnanimity in these our days to all princes. Such is the verdict of one contemporary, better known as the glowing description by Roger Ascham. One in all fortunes desired of his friends, reverenced of his foes, favoured of the emperor, loved of all. With the disappearance of Maurice, the emperor's interest in Albrecht Alcibiades waned. It was in vain that the Margrave beat the anti-ecclesiastical drum more furiously than ever. or that many a North German prince and city came to secret terms. Duke Henry of Brunswick displayed unwonted vigour and defeated Albrecht at Stetterberg on September 12, 1553. On December 1st, the long-delayed ban was proclaimed, and a second victory won by Duke Henry at Schwarzach on June 13, 1554. Drove Albrecht again as a fugitive to the French court. Peace was at length restored, and Germany prepared for that Diet which was to settle its religious affairs for 2 generations. Permanent toleration of heresy was inevitable in the existing condition of German politics, and the prospect of such unwelcome violence to his conscience determined the Emperor definitely to withdraw from his imperial responsibilities. His formal abdication of the empire was not made until 3 years later. His relinquishment of the Netherlands only took place in 1555, and that of his Spanish kingdoms in 1556. But the end of his reign in Germany may be dated from the summer of 1554, when he empowered Ferdinand to settle the question of religion with the Diet, but not in his name. The city which had witnessed the birth of the Lutheran faith was also to see its legitimation, and on February the 5th, 1555, Ferdinand opened another great Diet at Augsburg. No elector was present in person. Of the ecclesiastical princes, only 2. The bishops of Augsburg and Eichstätt attended, and of temporal princes only 4. The young Archduke Charles, the Dukes of Bavaria and Württemberg, and the Margrave of Baden. The Catholics still had a majority in the Diet, and it cost them a severe mental struggle to relinquish the fundamental position of Catholicism, the seamless unity of the Christian Church. But common action with Protestants in opposition to the Spanish succession, in defence of princely privilege against Charles, and of public peace against Albrecht, had paved the way, not to an agreement in religious matters, but to an agreement to differ about them. Yet even this compromise was not reached till Ferdinand had made one more effort to save ecclesiastical unity. He proposed that the Diet should first deal with the question of public peace and refer religion to a council or to a conference. Duke Christopher of Württemberg and the Elector of Brandenburg were not averse to the idea, and the latter even suggested the interim as the basis of an agreement. But the hand of the Diet was forced by the Lutheran Convention at Naumburg, which was attended by more German princes than the Diet itself. Here it was determined to abide by the Confession of Augsburg, and this decision was upheld by the Elector Augustus, the sons of John Frederick, and the Landgraves of Hesse, while the Elector Joachim hastily withdrew his ill-advised suggestion with regard to the interim. Thereupon, the Electoral College at Augsburg decided to deal with the religious question at once, and demanded religious peace at any price. The Catholic princes, led by the Cardinal Archbishop of Augsburg, protested, but Christopher of Württemberg came over to the Protestant side, and presently the Bishop of Augsburg was summoned to conclaves at Rome, necessitated by the successive deaths of Julius III and Marcellus II. The Protestants now put forward their full demands. They required security, not merely for all present, but all future subscribers to the Confession of Augsburg, and liberty to enjoy not only such ecclesiastical property as had already been secularised, but all that might be confiscated hereafter. Lutherans in Catholic states were to have complete toleration, while no such privilege was to be accorded to Catholics in Lutheran territories. They sought in fact to reduce the Catholics to the position to which they had themselves been reduced by the recess of Speyer in 1529. Every legal obstacle to the Lutheran development was to be removed. while Catholics were deprived of their means of defence. The Catholics were not yet brought so low as to submit to such terms. For months the struggle of parties went on, and it seemed possible that another religious war might ensue. Eventually a compromise was arranged, mainly by Ferdinand and Augustus of Saxony. Security was granted to all Lutheran princes, episcopal jurisdiction in their lands was to cease, and they might retain all ecclesiastical property secularised before the Treaty of Passau, 1552, provided it was not immediately subject to the Empire. For the future, each territorial secular prince might choose between the Catholic and Lutheran faith, and his decision was to bind all of his subjects. If a subject rejected his sovereign's religion, the only privilege he could claim was liberty to migrate into other lands. There remained two all-important points in dispute. The Lutherans still required toleration for the adherents of their confession in Catholic states, and the Catholics demanded that any ecclesiastical prince who abjured Catholicism should forfeit his lands and dignities. The Catholic objections to the first demand were insuperable, and the Lutherans were compelled to content themselves with an assurance by Ferdinand, which was not incorporated in the recess, did not become law of the Empire, and of which the Reichskammergericht could therefore take no cognizance. The Catholic requirement about spiritual princes was met by the famous ecclesiastical reservation, which imposed forfeiture of lands and dignities on bishops who forsook the Catholic faith. This was incorporated in the recess, but the Lutherans made their own reservation and declared that they did not consider themselves bound by the proviso. The so-called Peace of Augsburg, embodied in the recess which was published on September the 25th, 1555, thus rested upon a double equivocation, and contained in itself the seeds of the 30 Years' War. It was in fact no more than a truce concluded, not because the two parties had decided the issues upon which they fought, but because they were for the moment tired of fighting, and no half measure was ever pursued by a more relentless nemesis. The ecclesiastical reservation has been condemned as the worst sin of omission of which Protestant Germany was guilty, as a criminal and cowardly evasion of a vital decision, which delay could only make more difficult. The artificial perpetuation of spiritual principalities only served to buttress the Habsburg power and postpone the achievement of national unity. In the other scale, a Catholic would place the fact that to the rescue of the ecclesiastical electorates from the rising tide of Protestantism must be attributed in no small measure the hold which Catholicism still retains on Western Germany. This lame and halting conclusion of nearly 40 years' strife has been hailed as the birth of religious liberty, but it is mockery to describe the principle which underlay the Peace of Augsburg as one of toleration. Cuius regio, ejus religio is a maxim as fatal to true religion as it is to freedom of conscience. It is the creed of Erastian despotism, the formula in which the German territorial princes expressed the fact that they had mastered the church as well as the state. Even for princes, religious liberty was limited to the choice of one out of two alternatives, the dogmas of Rome or those of Wittenberg. The door of Germany was barred against Zwingli, Calvin and Socinus, and in neither the Lutheran nor the Roman Church was there the same latitude that there was in the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages. The onslaughts of her enemies compelled Rome to define her doctrines and to narrow her communion. If the Catholic Church was purified in the process, it was also rendered more Puritan. It became exclusive, rather than comprehensive, Roman rather than Catholic. To define the faith is to limit the faithful. The age was one of definitions, and it destroyed forever the hope of a real Catholicism. But even this meagre liberty of choice between two exclusive communions was denied to the mass of the German people. For them the change consisted in this, that instead of having their faith determined for them by the Church, it was settled by their territorial princes. Instead of a clerical, there was a lay persecution. Instead of a remote prospect of being burnt, the German dissenter after 1555 enjoyed a much more imminent prospect of being banished, for the tyranny of Wittenberg, if it was less than that of Rome after the Council of Trent, was certainly greater than that of the Catholic Church before the appearance of Luther. Luther enunciated the principle of religious liberty, of individual priesthood, but he and his followers imposed another bondage, which went far to render this declaration ineffectual. The chief actual contribution of the Lutheran Reformation to religious liberty was thus indirect, almost undesigned. It produced the first church independent of Rome, and prepared the way for countless other religious communities, which, however narrowly they may define their individual formularies, tend by their number to enforce mutual toleration. Private morality has been evolved out of the conflicting interests of an infinite mass of individuals. International law depends upon the multiplicity of independent states, and the best guarantee for the freedom of conscience consists in the multitude and relative impotence of the churches. There is no more disappointing epoch in German history than the reign of Charles V. If in its course it shattered some idols, it also shattered ideals. It began full of hope, and the nation seemed young. There were plans for reforming the church and renewing the empire. No one dreamt of dividing the one and destroying the other, yet such was the result. The Reformation began with ideas and ended in force. In the Germany of the 16th, as in that of the 19th century, an era of liberal thought closed in a fever of war. The persuasions of sweetness and light were drowned by the beat of the drum and the blare of the trumpet, and methods of blood and iron supplanted the forces of reason. No ideas, it was found, in religion or politics could survive unless they were cast in the hard material mould of German territorialism. The triumph of this principle is really the dominant note of the period. Territorialism ruined the empire, captured the Reformation, crushed the municipal independence of the cities, and lowered the status of the peasant. The fall of the imperial power was perhaps inevitable, but it was hastened by Charles V. In the first place, his dynastic and Spanish policy weakened his authority as a national monarch. In the second, his adoption of the cause of the Church threw the reformers into the arms of the territorial princes. The success of the Reformation thus meant that of the oligarchic principle and the ruin of German monarchy. The Reformation of the Empire became incompatible with the Reformation of the Church, and the seal on Charles's failure was set by the Diet of Augsburg, which, besides concluding a truce of religion, removed the Reichskammergericht, the organisation of the circles, and the preservation of the peace from the sphere of imperial influence. Henceforward Germany was not a kingdom, but a collection of petty states, whose rulers were dominated by mutual jealousies. From the time of Charles V to that of Frederick the Great, Germany ceased to be an international force. It was rather the arena in which the other nations of Europe, the Spaniard, the Frenchman, the Swede, the Pole, and the Turk, fought out their diplomatic and military struggles. The Kaisertum was but one of the prince's victims. The Bürgertum also fell before them. The vigorous city life of the Middle Ages was a thing of the past. In many a German town the representative of the territorial sovereign domineered over the elect of the burghers, interfered in their administration, and even controlled their finances. On the shores of the Baltic, the destruction of town independence involved the loss of Germany's maritime power, and not till our own day has this eclipse begun to pass. With the decay of civic life went also the ruin of municipal arts and civilization, and in its stead there was only the mainly formal culture of the petty German court. No age in Germany was more barren of intellectual inspiration than that which succeeded the peace of Augsburg. The internecine struggles of the reign of Charles V had exhausted all classes in the nation, and an era of universal lassitude followed. Intellectually, morally, and politically, Germany was a desert, and it was called religious peace. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Denham. Chapter 9, The Reformation in France, by A. Tilley, Part 1. The Reformation in France never developed into a national movement. Though the Protestants, under the stress of persecution, consolidated themselves into a powerful and well-organized party, they never formed more than a minority of the nation. The majority, whose attachment to the Catholic Church was stronger than their desire for her reformation, detested the reformers as schismatics and separatists, even more than as heretics. When the Protestant ranks were recruited by the accession of numerous political malcontents, a more worldly leaven pervaded the whole cause. The principle of passive resistance was abandoned, and an appeal to armed force became inevitable. The result was a succession of religious wars which lasted, though not continuously, for more than 30 years. It was not till the beginning of the 17th century that France, once more at peace with itself, was able to work out on her own lines a counter-reformation. Yet, at the beginning of the 16th century, nearly all enlightened men were agreed as to the necessity for reform. The evils under which the Church in France laboured were those which prevailed elsewhere: rapacity and worldliness among the bishops and abbots, ignorance in the inferior clergy, great relaxation of discipline, and in some cases positive immorality in the monasteries and nunneries, and as the result an ever-widening separation between religion and morality. The first of these evils was a favourite topic with the popular preachers of Paris, the Franciscans Michele and Olivier Maillard, and the Dominican Guillaume Pepin. On the other hand, the everyday story of the period has more to say about the ignorance of the parish priests and the immorality of the friars. The Franciscans seem to have been especially unpopular. All ranks of the Church alike fell under the lash of Sebastian Brandt's Ship of Fools and Erasmus' Praise of Folly, both of which were translated into French and widely read. But Frenchmen can relish satire even of what they love, and the people were none the less sincere in their attachment to the Church because they applauded the sallies of the jester. This attachment was all the stronger because it sprang as much from a national as from a religious feeling. Ever since the days of Philip the Fair, France had maintained an independent attitude towards the papacy. During the Avignon captivity, the popes had been her obedient servants. At the Council of Constance, it was two Frenchmen, Jean Gerson and Pierre d'Ailly, who were chiefly instrumental in bringing about the declaration that councils are superior to popes. The Pragmatic Sanction, 1438, as has been related in the first volume, gave definite shape to the liberties of the Gallican Church, and, though during the reigns of Louis XI and Charles VIII it was more or less in abeyance, the position of the French Church towards the papacy remained practically unaltered. Louis XII formally restored the Pragmatic, and in his contest with Pope Julius II skilfully made use of the popular poet Pierre Gringoire to influence public opinion. In his famous tetralogy of Le Jeu du Prince des Sots et Mère Sotte, played at Paris on Shrove Tuesday 1511, the Pope was held up to open ridicule. Thus in France there were no motives of personal interest at work to make a revolt from Rome desirable. The effect of the Concordat, the substitution of which for the Pragmatic 1516 was the only reform that the Fifth Lateran Council gave to France, was to put the French Church under the authority not of the Pope but of the King. But the change in the method of appointing bishops and abbots from canonical election to nomination by the Crown, which was the chief feature of the Concordat, while it put an end to the noisier forms of scandal in the elections, greatly increased what many regarded as the root of the whole evil, the non-residence and worldly character of the superior clergy. For Francis I found that the patronage of some 600 bishoprics and abbeys furnished him with a convenient and inexpensive method of providing for his diplomatic service and of rewarding literary merit. A large number of abbeys were held by laymen, and even bishops were not always in orders. Pluralism in an aggravated form was common. The case of Cardinal Jean of Lorraine has been noticed in an earlier chapter. His brother cardinal, Jean du Bellay, at one time enjoyed the revenues of 5 sees and 14 abbeys. Italians shared largely in the royal patronage, and in 1560 it was estimated that they held 1/3 of all the benefices in the kingdom. It was this new attempt of patronage which more than anything paralysed all attempts at reform. It was idle to talk of reform at the bottom, when at the top every personal interest was bound up with the existing corruption. An impulse to reform was clearly needed from without. This was furnished by the Renaissance, for it was inevitable that the spirit of free enquiry, which was the main characteristic of that movement, should also invade the domain of religious dogma and church institutions, and that, penetrating here as elsewhere to the sources, it should apply itself to the first-hand study of the book upon which dogma and institutions were ultimately based. It was inevitable also that the spirit of individualism, which was another marked characteristic of the Renaissance, should end in questioning the right of the Church to be the sole interpreter of that book, and in asserting boldly that the final test of all religion is its power to satisfy the needs of the individual soul. The connection between the two movements, the Renaissance and the Reformation, was especially close in France. In both alike, the same man occupied an almost identical position, standing on a threshold which he never actually crossed. This was Jacques Lefebvre, a native of Étaples in Picardy, Faber Stapulensis. After taking his degree in arts in the University of Paris, he studied for some time in Italy, and then devoted himself to the teaching of Aristotle and mathematics. He was also a busy writer, and edited various works, including Latin translations of most of Aristotle's works. Though his Latin was somewhat barbarous, and his knowledge of Greek imperfect, his services were warmly recognized by younger scholars, many of whom were his pupils. In the year 1507, when he was about 50, he abandoned secular learning entirely for theology, and in 1512 published a Latin translation of St. Paul's epistles with a commentary. The book was remarkable in two ways. First, because a revised version of the Vulgate was printed by the side of the traditional text, and secondly, because it anticipated two of the cardinal doctrines of the Lutheran theology. Thus, in the commentary on the first epistle to the Corinthians, Lefebvre asserts that there is no merit in human works without the grace of God. In that on the epistle to the Hebrews, he denies, though in somewhat less precise language, the doctrine of transubstantiation, while admitting the real presence. Lefebvre remained for some years after the publication of his book in the seclusion of the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés at Paris, where his former pupil Guillaume Briçonnet was abbot. His book, though it attracted the attention of the learned, passed otherwise unnoticed. It was not until 1519 that the spark which he had kindled was fanned into a flame by the dissemination of Luther's Latin writings, which were read eagerly at Paris. But it was Briçonnet who first put his hand to the practical work of reforming the Church in France. Appointed to the see of Meaux in 1516, he had, after an absence of 2 years at Rome on a special mission, returned full of zeal for the reformation of his diocese. It was in the prosecution of this design that towards the close of the year 1520 he summoned to Meaux his old tutor Lefebvre, and certain of his friends and pupils, all noted for their learning and piety, and all sharing more or less in his theological views. Among them were François Vatable, eminent as an Hebrew scholar, Guillaume Farel, and Gérard Roussel. Another member of the group, Michele d'Arande, was already at Meaux. They met with great favour from the bishop, and throughout his diocese carried on the work of preaching Christ from the sources with vigour and success. The movement was watched with eager sympathy by the king's sister Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, who had chosen the bishop for her spiritual director, and was at this time carrying on with him a voluminous correspondence. In June 1523, Lefebvre published a revised French translation of the Four Gospels, the first instalment of a new translation of the whole Bible, which he had been urged to undertake by Margaret and her mother. The rest of the New Testament followed before the end of the year. Except in a few passages, it was nothing more than a revision of Jean de Rély's Bible, itself almost an exact reproduction of the old 13th century translation, but its publication did much to spread the knowledge of the New Testament. Though the effect of Luther's writings in France was considerable, the French reformers showed almost from the first a tendency to base their theology rather on the literary interpretation of the Scriptures than on the specially Lutheran doctrine of justification by faith. Moreover, the geographical position of France brought them naturally into closer relations with Bucer and Capito at Strasbourg and with Œcolampadius at Basel than with Luther at Wittenberg. For 2.5 years the preaching at Meaux went on without molestation, and then the storm clouds began to gather. Already on April 15, 1521, the Faculty of Theology of the Paris University, commonly called the Sorbonne, had formally condemned Luther's writings, and on August 3 of the same year, the Parliament of Paris had issued a proclamation that all those who had any of these writings in their possession should deliver them up under penalty of a fine or imprisonment. It was by virtue of this order that on June 16, 1523, the books of Louis de Berquin, a gentleman of Picardy, noted for his learning, were seized, examined, and censured as heretical. On October 15, the Bishop of Meaux, whose sole desire was to reform the Church from within, and who consequently had no sympathy with Luther's attitude of open revolt, issued 2 synodal decrees. One against the doctrines and books of Luther, and the other against certain heretical opinions which had been preached in his diocese touching prayers for the dead and the invocation of the saints. The latter decree was probably aimed at Farel, whose fiery and logical mind had carried him further than his companions, and who had left Meaux after only a short sojourn to become the leader of an advanced section of the movement which denied the real presence and showed generally an iconoclastic and uncompromising spirit. The other preachers were still protected by the bishop in spite of the Paris Parliament. However, in March 1525, an example was made in the person of a wool carder named Jean Leclerc, who, having committed a fanatical outrage, was whipped and branded, first at Paris and then at Meaux. A few months later he was burnt at Metz for a similar offence. While Francis was a prisoner at Madrid, the Queen Mother, urged by her First Minister, Cardinal Antoine Duprat, and by her own anxiety to gain the support of the Pope, induced the Parliament to appoint a commission for the trial of Lutherans. Many persons were imprisoned. Lefebvre's translation of the New Testament was condemned to be burnt, and proceedings were instituted against the Meaux preachers. They saved themselves by flight, finding a refuge at Strasbourg in the house of Capito. October 1525. In January 1526, Berquin was imprisoned, and on February 17, a young bachelor of arts named Joubert was burnt at Paris for holding Lutheran doctrines. On March 17, Francis returned from captivity, and on the very day of his arrival in France, he sent an order for the Parliament to suspend all action against Berquin, who, after considerable delay, was set at liberty. Lefebvre, Roussel, and Arande, who still called themselves members of the Catholic Church, were recalled from exile, and Lefebvre was appointed tutor to the king's third son. In spite of the execution of Jacques Pauvin, one of the Meaux preachers against whom proceedings had been taken with the full approval of the king, August 28, 1526, the hopes of the reformers began to rise, and on the whole, up to the end of 1527, things seemed to be taking a turn in their favour. But on December 16 of that year, the king, being in straits for money for the ransom of his sons, summoned an assembly of notables, and when the representatives of the clergy accompanied their vote of 1,300,000 livres with a request that he would take measures for the repression of Lutheranism, he gave a ready assent. An outrage on a statue of the Virgin at Paris, May 31, 1528, furnished him with an opportunity of proving his sincerity, and he took part in a magnificent expiatory procession. Not long afterwards, Berquin was again brought to trial and found guilty of heresy. Francis left him to his fate, and he was burnt on April 17, 1529. He might have been the Luther of France, says Theodore Beza, had Francis been a Frederick of Saxony. Meanwhile, an important provincial synod, that of Sens, had been sitting at Paris from February to October of 1528, under the presidency of Cardinal Duprat, the Archbishop of Sens, for the purpose of devising measures for the repression of heresy. Similar synods were held for the provinces of Bourges and Lyon. For 2.5 years after Berquin's death, the king showed no favour to the reformers. But in the autumn of 1532, another change in his religious policy began to make itself felt. The ever-shifting course of his diplomacy had now brought him into a close alliance with Henry VIII and into relations with the Protestant princes of Germany. It was perhaps significant of this change that Jean du Bellay, who, like his brother Guillaume, was in favour of a moderate reform of the Church, was at this time appointed Bishop of Paris. During the whole of Lent 1533, Gérard Roussel, at the instigation of Margaret, now Queen of Navarre, and of her husband, preached daily in the Louvre to large congregations. And when Noël Beda and some other doctors of the Sorbonne ventured to accuse the king and queen of heresy, and to stir up the people to sedition, Francis, on the matter being reported to him, issued from Melun an edict banishing the doctors from the city. The Queen of Navarre became, in consequence, highly unpopular with the Orthodox, and in a comedy played by the students of the College of Navarre on October 1, 1533, was with Roussel held up to ridicule under a thin disguise. The desire of the king for the Pope's friendship led, however, to a fresh change of religious policy, and as a result of the conference with Clement at Marseille, October 1 to November 12, 1533, Francis, while declining to join in a general crusade against the followers of Luther and Zwingli, agreed to take steps for the suppression of heresy in his own kingdom, and received from the Pope a bull for that purpose. An opportunity at once occurred for putting it into force. On November 1, the new rector of the University of Paris, Nicolas Cop, in his customary Latin oration, enveloped in unmistakable terms the doctrine of justification by faith. It soon became known that this discourse had been written for him by a young scholar of Picardy named Jean Cauvin, or, as he called himself, Calvin. The scandal was great, and the king, on hearing of it, immediately wrote to the Parliament enjoining it to proceed diligently against the accursed heretic Lutheran sect. Within a week, 50 Lutherans were in prison, and an edict was issued that anyone convicted by 2 witnesses of being a Lutheran should be burnt forthwith. "It will be like the Spanish Inquisition," wrote Martin Bousset. But the king's Catholic fever quickly cooled down. On January 24, 1534, he entered into a secret treaty with the German Protestant princes, and when he returned to Paris in the first week of February, the prosecutions ceased. Evangelical doctrines were again preached in the Louvre. "I see no one round me but old women," was the complaint of a Sorbonne doctor from his pulpit. "All the men go to the Louvre." In the spring, Guillaume du Bellay was sent for the second time on a mission to Germany, with the object of concerting with the German theologians some via media which should effect a reconciliation between the 2 religious parties. Accordingly, he sent a request to Melanchthon to draw up a paper embodying suggestions which might serve as the basis for an oral conference. Melanchthon complied, and du Bellay returned to France with a paper dated August 1, 1534, in which the various points in dispute were separately discussed, and means of arranging them were suggested. But these hopes of reconciliation were suddenly scattered to the winds by the rash act of some of the more fanatical reformers. On the morning of October 18, 1534, the inhabitants of Paris awoke to find the walls of all the principal thoroughfares placarded with a broadside in which the Mass and its celebrants were attacked in the coarsest and most offensive terms. Copies were also pasted up in Orléans and other towns, and one was even affixed to the door of the royal bedchamber at Amboise, where Francis was at the time residing. The people of Paris were thoroughly roused and frightened by what seemed to them a blasphemous outrage. The king was furious. A persecution began in Paris, which far exceeded all its predecessors in rigour. By the middle of November, 200 heretics were said to be in prison. Before the end of the year, this number was nearly doubled. By Christmas, 8 persons had been burned. Early in the following year, 1535, the king returned to Paris, and on January 21 took part in a grand expiatory procession. This was followed by a public banquet at which he made a long speech announcing once more his intention of exterminating heresy from his kingdom. The day of expiation closed with the burning of 6 more heretics. On January 25, 73 Lutherans who had fled from Paris were summoned by the town crier to appear before the courts, or, in default, to suffer attainder and confiscation of their goods. Among these was the educational reformer Mathurin Cordier and the poet Clément Marot. By May 5, there were 9 more executions, making in all 23. But the king was beginning to relent. On the death of the Chancellor, Cardinal Duprat, July 9, Francis appointed in his place Antoine Dubourg, who was favourable to the reformers. On July 16, he issued an edict from Coucy, announcing that there were to be no further prosecutions except in the case of sacramentarians and relapsed persons, and that all fugitives who returned and abjured their errors within 6 months should receive pardon. The reason for this milder attitude was that Francis was still angling for an alliance with the German Protestant princes, and had renewed the negotiations with Melanchthon. By the direction of Guillaume du Bellay, John Sturm, who held at this time a professorship at Paris, wrote to both Melanchthon and Bossuet, urging them to come to France for the purpose of a conference with the Paris theologians. Melanchthon consented, but the Elector John Frederick of Saxony refused to let him go, and the proposed conference had to be abandoned. August 1535. At the same time, the Sorbonne, to whom Melanchthon's paper of the preceding year had been submitted, expressed its entire disapproval of the project. Bossuet, however, still worked indefatigably on behalf of a reconciliation, and at the close of the year du Bellay was again in Germany, first assuring the Diet of Protestant princes assembled at Schmalkalden that his royal master had not burned his Lutheran subjects from any dislike of their religious opinions, and then holding interviews with Melanchthon, Sturm, and others, in which he represented his master's theological views as differing not greatly from their own. It was all to no purpose. Princes and theologians alike had ceased to believe in the French king's sincerity. Neither the Edict of Coucy nor a similar edict, somewhat more liberal, which was issued in May 1536, had much effect in bringing back the exiles to France. The great majority preferred exile to abjuration. Thus, while the cause of Protestantism in France lost in this way many of its most ardent supporters, on the other hand, there fell away from it the timid and the interested, those who had no wish to be burned like red herrings, and those who basked in the sunshine of the royal favour. Moreover, the sympathies of moderate men, of men like Guillaume and Jean du Bellay, of Guillaume Boudet and François Rabelais, were alienated by the iconoclastic outbursts of the reformers. They were favourable to a reform of the Church by moderate means, but they were statesmen or humanists, and not theologians. Rabelais' Gargantua, which he must have finished just before the affair of the placards, contains several passages of a distinctly evangelical character. But in his later books we find him throwing stones into the Protestant garden. Lastly, there was a small group who followed the example of the Queen of Navarre and her ally Gérard Roussel, now Bishop of Oloron, and, while still holding the chief evangelical doctrines, continued members of the Catholic Church and conformed to most of its ceremonial. Though this seemed to Calvin an unworthy compromise, it fairly represented the half-practical, half-mystical character of Margaret's religion and her adherence to a certain phase of the Renaissance. Thus, the affair of the placards and the resulting persecution had made too wide a breach between the two religious parties to admit of its being healed. Partly from the timidity of the leaders and partly from the rashness of the rank and file, the first or evangelical phase of Protestantism in France had failed to bring about a reform of the Church. In the early part of the year 1536, the man who had initiated the movement, the aged Lefebvre d'Etaples, died at Nérac. Almost simultaneously, there appeared a work which was to inaugurate the second or Calvinistic phase of French Protestantism, Calvin's Christianae Religionis Institutio, March 1536. Though little more than a sketch as compared with the form which it finally took, it was in essential points complete. It gave the French reformers what they so greatly needed, a definite theological system in place of the undogmatic and mainly practical teaching of Lefebvre and Roussel. It gave them a profession of faith which might serve at once to unite their own forces and to prove to their persecutors the righteousness of their cause. It is true that French Protestantism, in thus becoming Calvinistic, in a large measure abandoned the two leading principles of the movement out of which it had sprung, the spirit of free enquiry and the spirit of individualism. But without this surrender, it must in the long run have yielded to persecution. It was only by cohesion that it could build up the necessary strength for resistance. Thus, the French Protestants hailed the author of the Institutio as their natural leader, as the organizer of their scattered forces. Little wonder if, during the next 25 years of their direst need, they looked for consolation and support to the free city among the Alps, and to the strong man who ruled it. End of section 30. Recording by Tom Denham.
Section 31 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Miller. Chapter 9, The Reformation in France, by A. Tilley, Part 2. The new war with Charles V, which broke out in April 1536, left the French king no leisure for the suppression of heresy. But after the truce at Nice and the interview with the emperor at Aigues-Mortes, 1538, Francis began to address himself in earnest to his task. After two partial edicts, the first addressed to the Parliament of Toulouse, December 16, 1538, and the second to the Parliaments of Toulouse, Bordeaux, and Rouen, June 24, 1539, he issued from the Fontainebleau, on June 1, 1540, a general edict of great severity. It introduced a more efficient and rapid procedure for the trial of heretics, which, with a slight modification made by the Edict of Paris, July 23, 1543, enlarging the powers of the ecclesiastical courts, remained in force for the next 9 years. On August 29, 1542, another edict was addressed to the Parliament of Toulouse, followed on the next day by a mandamus to those of Paris, Bordeaux, Dijon, Grenoble, and Rouen. The Parliament of Aix required no such stimulus. Meanwhile, the Sorbonne had been engaged in drawing up 26 articles in which the true Catholic faith on all the disputed points was set forth. It was their answer to the French translation of the Institutio, which Calvin had completed in 1541 from the second and greatly enlarged Latin edition. The articles were ratified by a royal ordinance of July 23, 1543. The answer of the Parliament of Paris had been of a more material character. On July 1, 1542, it issued a long edict concerning the supervision of the press, of which the first clause ordered all copies of the Institutio to be given up within 24 hours. On February 14, 1544, these were solemnly burnt, with other books, including several printed by Etienne Dolet. This was shortly followed by the publication of the first Index Expurgatorius, issued by the Sorbonne, which was registered by the Parliament 10 months later. In this policy of repression, the king had the active support of 4 men: the Inquisitor General Mathieu Horry, the first president of the Parliament of Paris, Pierre Lizet, soon to become even more notorious as the president of the Chambre Ardente, The Chancellor, Guillaume Poyet, who had succeeded the moderate Antoine de Bol on November 12, 1538, and the foremost among them, the Cardinal de Tournon, now all-powerful with the king, and practically his first minister. Though the cardinal was a liberal patron of learning and letters, he was a relentless and untiring foe to the new religious doctrines. "He is worth to France an inquisition in himself," said a contemporary. It is significant also that just at this time Francis lost one of his ablest and most enlightened ministers, and the French reformers one of their best friends in Guillaume de Bellay, who died in January 1543. With such a man in power as the Cardinal de Tournon, there was not likely to be any slackness in the execution of the edicts. The earlier half of the year 1541 was a period of special distress for the French reformers, and throughout the years 1540 to 1544, constant additions were made to the roll of their martyrs. It is chiefly of isolated cases that we hear, at most of 3 or 4 at a time. There were no autos da fe. The stress of persecution had compelled the reformers to practice prudence and secrecy, but each fresh execution added strength to the cause. One martyr made many converts. The Peace of Crépy, September 18, 1544, with its vague provisions for the reunion of religion and for the prevention of the extreme danger which threatened it, boded evil to the reformers. The next year, 1545, memorable as the year in which the Council of Trent held its first sitting, is also memorable for an act which has left a dark stain on the history of France and the Church: the massacres of the Waldenses of Provence. In 1530, these peaceful followers of Peter Waldo, who dwelt in about 30 villages along the Durance, having heard of the religious doctrines that were being preached in Germany and Switzerland, sent 2 envoys to some of the leading reformers to lay before them their own tenets, and to submit to them 47 questions on which they were desirous of instruction. They received long answers from Ecolampadius and Bousset, and in consequence held in September 1532 a conference of their ministers at Angrogne in Piedmont, at which they drew up a confession of faith chiefly based on the replies of the 2 reformers. They also agreed to contribute 500 gold crowns to the printing of the new French translation of the Scriptures, which was in contemplation. This affiliation of their sect to the Lutheran heresy naturally attracted the attention of the ecclesiastical authorities. Accordingly, Jean de Rome, the Inquisitor of the Faith for Provence, who had already begun to exhort the Waldenses to abjure their heresy, set on foot a cruel persecution. The unfortunate Waldenses appealed to the king, who sent commissioners to investigate the matter. Rome was condemned, but escaped punishment by flight to Avignon, and the Waldenses, profiting by the comparative favor that was shown to the reformers at this time, considerably increased in number. But in 1535, the Archbishop and Parliament of Aix renewed the persecution, and on November 18, 1540, the Parliament issued an order, afterwards known as the Arrêt de Merindol, by which 17 inhabitants of Merindol and the neighborhood, who had been summoned before the bar of Parliament and had failed to appear, were sentenced to be burned. Owing, however, to the action of the first president, the order was not put into immediate execution, and the matter having come to the king's ears, he ordered Guillaume de Bellay, his lieutenant general in Piedmont, to make an inquiry into the character and religious opinions of the Waldenses. As a result of this inquiry, the king granted a pardon to the condemned, provided that they abjured their errors within 3 months, February 8, 1541. The order was still suspended over their heads when, at the close of 1543, Jean Menier, Seigneur de Opede, a man of brutal ferocity, succeeded to the office of first president of the Parliament of Aix. The Waldenses again appealed to the king and were again protected, 1544. Accordingly, the Parliament dispatched a messenger to the king with the false statement that the people of Merindol were in open rebellion and were even threatening Marseille. With the help of the Cardinal de Tournon, they obtained upon this statement new letters patent from the king, revoking his former letters and ordering that all who were found guilty of the Waldensian heresy should be exterminated, January 1st, 1545. The decree was kept secret until an army had been collected, and then, on April 12th, Opede, who, in the absence of the governor of Provence, was acting as his deputy, called together the Parliament, read the decree, and appointed 4 commissioners to carry it into execution. Within a week, Merindol, Cabrieres, and other villages were in ashes, and at Cabrieres alone 800 persons, including women and children, are said to have been put to death. The work of destruction continued for nearly 2 months, and in the end it was computed that 3,000 men, women, and children had been killed, and 22 villages burned, while the flower of the men were sent to galleys. Many of the survivors fled to the country to find a refuge in Switzerland. If the execution of the 14 of Mauls falls far short of the massacre of the Vaudois as regards the number of its victims, its strictly judicial character makes it more instructive as an example of the treatment of heretics. In the year 1546, the reformers of Mauls organized themselves into a church after the pattern of that set up by the French refugees at Strasbourg 8 years before. They chose as their first pastor a wool carder named Pierre Leclerc, a brother of the man who was burnt at Metz. Their number increased under his ministry, and the matter soon came to the ears of the authorities. On September 8th, a sudden descent was made on the congregation, and 60 persons were arrested and sent to Paris to be tried by the Parliament. Their greatest crime was that they had celebrated the Holy Communion. On October 4th, sentence was pronounced. 14 were sentenced to be tortured and burned, 5 to be flogged and banished, 10, all women, were set free, while the remainder were to undergo graduated forms of penance. The sentences were carried out at Mauls on October 7th. Etienne Mangin, in whose house the services had always been held, and Leclerc were carried to the stake on hurdles, the rest on tumbrils. They had all previously undergone what was known as extraordinary torture, and all had refused to reveal the names of other reformers at Mauls. At the stake, 6 yielded so far as to confess to a priest, thereby escaping the penalty of having their tongues cut out. The others, who remained firm, suffered this additional barbarity, which it was the custom to inflict on those who died impenitent. The congregation at Mauls was thus broken up, but the survivors carried the evangelical seeds to other towns in France. The 14 of Mauls were not the only victims of the year 1546. 5 others had already been burned at Paris, including the scholar and printer Etienne Dolet. Others were burned in the provinces. The next year, 1547, opened with fresh executions, and on January 14th, the mutilation of a statue of the Virgin was expiated by a solemn procession at Paris. Such was the policy which Francis I began definitely to adopt towards Protestantism after the affair of the Placards, and which he put into active execution during the last 7 years of his life. How far was it successful? As we have seen, it drove a large number of persons into exile, and these consisted chiefly of the better born and better educated among the reformers. It intimidated many into outward conformity with the Church. It prevented all public exercise of the Reformed religion and all open propaganda. Religious meetings were held by night or in cellars. Doctrines were spread by secret house-to-house teaching or by treatises concealed amongst the wares of pretended peddlers. On the other hand, the frequent executions helped to spread the evil they were meant to repress. The firm courage with which the victims faced death did as much as the purity of their lives to convert others to their faith. Moreover, the influence of the exiles reacted on their old homes. From Geneva and the other Swiss centers of Protestantism, missionaries came to evangelize France. The result was that there was no longer a province in France except Brittany in which Protestantism had not acquired a foothold. In all the large towns, it had been established at an early date. In Lyon, the most enlightened town of France, the Lutherans were already described in 1524 as swarming. At Bordeaux, where the first seed had been sown by Farel, the preaching of a Franciscan, Thomas Eurylochus, in 1526, had produced a rich harvest, and the revival in 1532 of the old College of Arts under the name of the College of Gillian had done much to foster the movement. Rouen was deeply infected in 1531, and hence the contagion spread to other parts of Normandy and to Amiens in Picardy. Orleans became an important center, partly through the influence of Melchior Volmar, who lived there from 1528 to the end of 1530. Even in Toulouse, where the university had been founded as a bulwark of orthodoxy, and on the whole had fully maintained its reputation, the new doctrines could not be kept out, and in 1532 Jean de Catos, a young licentiate of laws, was burned at the stake. Other universities contributed to the spread of evangelical teaching. Poitiers, Angers, Bourg, and especially Nîmes. The new foundation of Margaret of Navarre, the rector of which was the well-known humanist Claude Baduel, an avowed Protestant. At Poitiers, one of the professors of theology, Charles de Sainte-Marthe, openly taught the new doctrines till, a persecution breaking out in 1537, he had to fly for his life. Protestantism was also rife at Loudun and Fontenay, and before long spread to Niort and La Rochelle. Poitou became the stronghold of French Protestantism. Other provinces to which it gained admission at an early date were Dauphine, where Farel had preached in 1522, and the Vivarais, in which Annonay, near the Rhone, had become an important center. As was natural, the waterways of the great rivers helped to spread the movement. On the Loire, there was hardly a town from Le Puy to Angers which it did not reach, while between Orléans and Tours it took a firm hold. It worked up the Sarthe to Le Mans and Alençon, and up the Allier to Moulins and Issoire. It penetrated the Limousin by the Vienne and La Marche by the Creuse. It made its way along the Seine from Rouen to Troyes, and along the Yonne to Sens and Auxerre. From Lyon it traveled down the Rhone to Tournon and up the Saône to Mâcon and Châlons. At Dijon, the old capital of the Duchy of Burgundy, a Lutheran was executed in 1530, and soon afterwards a pastor was sent there from Geneva. Argens, on the Garonne, formed a connecting link between Bordeaux and Toulouse. Sainte-Foy and Bergerac were reached by the Dordogne, and Villeneuve by the Lot. The preaching of Philibert Hamelin at Saintes has been described in a well-known passage by his fellow Protestant Bernard Palissy. Thence it spread up the Charente to Cognac and Angoulême. This, then, was the result of the repressive policy which Francis I had carried out with more or less consistency for 10 years. The outward manifestation of Protestantism was indeed kept under, though not without difficulty. But the work of propagandism went on in secret until nearly the whole of France was covered with a network of posts which, insignificant enough at present, were ready at a favorable opportunity, and with proper organization, to become active centers of militant Protestantism. But a change was now impending in the government of France. At the end of January 1547, Francis I was seized with a serious illness, which terminated fatally on the 31st of March. He was succeeded by his only surviving son, under the title of Henry II. Henry's policy toward the Protestants from the first was far more uniformly rigorous than his father's. It was not biased either by sympathy with humanism or by the necessity of conciliating his Protestant allies. Moreover, it was the one point of policy upon which all his advisers were agreed. Here the opposing influences of Montmorency and Guise united in a common aim. In the very first year of his reign, a second criminal court of the Parliament of Paris was created for the trial of heretics, October 8, 1547. It became known as La Chambre Ardente, and fully deserved its name. From the beginning of December 1547 to January 10, 1550, it must have condemned to death at least 100 persons, belonging for the most part to the class of smaller shopkeepers and artisans, and that although its jurisdiction was confined to a quarter of France. The provincial parliaments, especially those of Rouen, Toulouse, and Aix, were no less active. Owing to the jealousy of the ecclesiastical courts, the sole right of trying cases of heresy was restored to them by an edict of November 19, 1549, and the Chambre Ardente was temporarily suppressed. But the ecclesiastical courts continued to show remissness, and a new edict was issued from Chateaubriand on June 27, 1551. It transferred to the civil courts the cognizance of heretical acts which involved a public scandal or disturbance, and encouraged informers by the promise of a third of the accused property. Fresh executions in various parts of France showed that the judges were more to be relied on than the bishops. In March 1553, the Chambre Ardente was revived, and soon afterwards an execution took place at Lyons, which made a deep impression on the public mind. It was that of the 5 scholars of Lausanne. Natives of different places in the southwest of France, they had gone to Lausanne to prepare themselves by study for the work of evangelization. One had lodged with Brize, another with VIII. On their return home, they were arrested at Lyons, May 1st, 1552, and condemned to death for heresy by the ecclesiastical judge. Having appealed to the Parliament of Paris, they were kept for a whole year in prison awaiting its decision. Brize, Pierre VIII, the cantons of Zurich and Bern interceded in vain with the king and with the Cardinal of Touraine. The scholars were burnt on May 16, 1553. They had been guilty of no crime except that of heretical opinions. They had committed no act which could possibly be construed as dangerous to the public peace or to the Orthodox religion. Their execution made a deep impression, and the account of it fills a large space in Crespin's Martyrology, which appeared in the following year, 1554, and immediately took rank with the Protestant Bible and the Protestant Psalter as a cherished source of inspiration and support in persecution. In the year 1555, French Protestantism took a definite step forwards. It began to organize its churches. It is true that before this date, churches had been established at Mauls, 1546, and Nîmes, 1547. But they had both been broken up by persecution. Now Paris set the example. The church was organized, as that of Mauls had been, on the model of that of Strasbourg, founded by Calvin in 1538. Jean le Maçon, surnamed La Rivière, was chosen as pastor, and he was assisted in the work of government by a consistory of elders and deacons. In the same year, churches were organized after the same pattern at Angers, Poitiers, and Lardon, and in the little peninsula of Arvers, between the Gironde and the Sûretre. In the following year, 1556, were added Blois and Montoire in the Orléanais, Bourges, Issoudun, and Aubigny in Berry, and Tours, while the Church of Mons was refounded in the same year. The churches of Orléans and Rouen date from 1557, and as many as 20 were established in 1558, including Dieppe, Troyes, Bordeaux, La Rochelle, Toulouse, and Rennes. This important work was due largely to the instigation of Calvin, and was carried out under his supervision. During the 11 years from 1555 to 1566, no less than 120 pastors were sent from Geneva to France. Geneva was in fact now regarded as the capital of French Protestantism. French refugees had gone there in increasing numbers, and had contributed to Calvin's definite triumph over his opponents in the very year 1555, in which the French churches began to be organized. Meanwhile, the French government was devising a more powerful engine for the suppression of Protestantism. At the instance of the Cardinal of Lorraine, edicts were drawn up establishing an inquisition after the Spanish pattern. They were submitted to the Parliament of Paris early in the year 1555, but the Parliament refused to register them, and when Pierre Séguier, one of the presidents à Mortier, appeared before the king to justify its action, October 22, 1555, he spoke with such convincing eloquence that the matter was dropped for a time. But in 1557, Hendrie, finding the existing machinery for the suppression of heresy still insufficient, obtained a papal brief authorizing the proposed step. To this was joined a diploma appointing the cardinals of Lorraine, Bourbon, and Châtillon as inquisitors general, April 25, 1557. As, however, the Parliament refused to recognize it, the brief remained inoperative, and the king had to content himself with a new edict against heresy, which was issued from Compiègne on July 24th. Before it was registered, January 15, 1558, a fresh persecution broke out. The defeat of Saint-Quentin, August 10th, had thrown Paris into a paroxysm of unreasoning terror, which was repeated on the news of the surrender of the town, August 27th. On the evening of September 4th, a congregation of 300 or 400 Protestants, which had assembled for worship in a large house in the Rue Saint-Jacques, was attacked by a furious mob. The majority of the men, many of whom were armed, forced their way out, but the rest remained in the building till the arrival of a magistrate and an armed force, when they were carried off to prison. As a result of the investigations which followed, 7 persons, including a young married lady of rank, were burned. There were also some high-born ladies among those prisoners who were eventually released. The fact is significant. During the last few years, Protestantism, which at first affected mainly the artisan class, had begun to spread among the higher ranks of society, and it now received some notable accessions. François Denholm, the youngest of the Chatillon brothers, became a Protestant during his imprisonment at Melun, and the imprisonment of Gaspard de Coligny after the fall of Saint-Quentin had the same result. About the same time, Antoine de Bourbon, the titular king of Navarre, who was the next in succession to King Henry II and his sons, joined the ranks of the reformers. He was followed by his brother Louis, Prince of Condé. The most active of these converts was Denholm. In April 1558, he visited his wife's large estate in Brittany, together with one of the Paris pastors, Gaspard Carmel, and thus helped to spread Protestantism in that remote and conservative province. But soon after his return to Paris, he was arrested by the king's order and confined at Melun for 2 months. The immediate cause of his arrest was his alleged presence in the Pré aux Clercs, where for 5 successive evenings, May 13th through 17th, a large concourse of persons of all ranks had assembled to take part in the singing of Marot's psalms. The psalm singing was stopped, but it made a considerable stir, for as many as 5,000 or 6,000 were said to have taken part in it. The Protestants, it was evident, were increasing rapidly in numbers as well as in importance. Calvin, writing on February 24th in this year, says that he had been told by a good authority that there were 300,000 Protestants in France. In the following year, 1559, another important step was taken. On May 26th, the first synod of the French Protestant Church was opened at Paris. We do not know how many deputies were present, but apparently there were representatives of a considerable portion of the 40 to 50 churches then constituted, though doubtless, in some cases, the same deputy represented several churches. There was also a lay element consisting of elders. The pastor of the parish church, François Morel, was chosen as president. The outcome of the synod, which transacted its business in haste and secrecy, was a scheme of church government or discipline, and a confession of faith. The discipline, which was based on the principle of equality of the individual churches, recognized the already prevailing organization in each church, namely the pastor and the consistory of elders and deacons. The election to the consistory being by co-optation, the government was practically an oligarchy. It remained to weld together the various churches into a united whole. This was done by instituting first an assembly called a colloquy, which bound together a group of neighboring churches, then above this a provincial synod, and finally, to crown the edifice, a national synod. The confession of faith was based on one drawn up by Calvin and sent to the King of France towards the close of 1557. Though Calvin was opposed to any confession being issued by the synod, in case they should persist in their intention, he sent to them an enlarged form of his former confession, and this, with a few alterations and some additions, was adopted. The language of it is singularly clear and noble, and is doubtless Calvin's own. A few days after the close of the synod, the king attended a meeting of the whole Parliament of Paris. It was an unusual proceeding on his part, but the occasion was a special one, namely the adjourned consideration of the whole religious question, which had been recently discussed in a mercurial, or Wednesday sitting, held at the end of April. Many speakers opposed the repressive policy of the government, the boldest being Anne du Bourg, nephew of the former chancellor, Antoine du Bourg, who advocated the suspension of all persecution of those who were called heretics. Hendrie was highly incensed at the plain speaking of the councillors, and had Du Bourg and 3 others arrested. He vowed that he would see Dubourg burned with his own eyes. But on the last day of June, at the jousts in the Tonnelle, held in honor of the approaching marriage between Philip of Spain and Elizabeth of France, Henry was mortally wounded above the right eye by the broken lance of his antagonist Gabriel de Montgomery, the captain of his Scottish Guard. He died on July 10th, 1559.
Section 32 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 9. The Reformation in France by A. Tilley. Part 3. The accession to the throne of a sickly boy, Francis II, threw all the power into the hands of his wife's uncles, the Guises. The Queen Mother made common cause with them, and the Constable and Diane de Poitiers were driven from the court. "The Cardinal," wrote the Florentine ambassador, "is Pope and King." There was a widespread feeling of discontent. Though the king, being 15, had attained his legal majority, it was urged that his weak understanding made a council of government necessary, and that this council ought to consist, according to custom, of the princes of the blood. The Guises were unpopular as foreigners, and the Cardinal of Lorraine was hated on his own account. Even the measures which he took for the much-needed improvement of the finances, the public debt amounted to over 40 million livres, and there was an annual deficit, added to his unpopularity. An active element of discontent was furnished by the younger sons of the nobility, whose only trade was war, and who were pressing in vain for their arrears of pay. To the Protestants, the Cardinal's rule was a natural source of apprehension. He was known to be a thoroughgoing opponent of heresy and an advocate of the severest measures of repression. At first, the reformers had hopes in Catherine, but these were soon disappointed. She had no power apart from the Cardinal. Severe persecutions were set on foot, and Paris began to have the air of a captured city. In September, Calvin was consulted as to whether persecution might be resisted by force. His answer was unfavourable. But whatever effect it may have had on his co-religionists as a body, the political agitation continued. The execution of Anne de Bourg, December 23, 1559, his speech on the scaffold, his resolute bearing, made a profound impression not only on Protestants but on Catholics. "His one speech," wrote Florimond de Ramont, who was an eyewitness of his execution, "did more harm to the Catholic Church than 100 ministers could have done." The malcontents increased in number, but they lacked a leader. Their natural leader, the King of Navarre, was too unstable and irresolute. His brother Condé promised them his secret support, provided their enterprise was limited to the capture of the Guises. When that was effected, he could come forward. Meanwhile, an acting leader was found in a Protestant gentleman of Périgord, Godefroy de Barry, Seigneur de la Renaudie, whose brother-in-law, Gaspard de Eu, a patriotic citizen of Metz, had recently been strangled, by order of the Guises, without form of trial, in the castle of Vincennes. A large meeting of noblemen and others was held secretly at Nantes on February 1st, 1560, and it was agreed that the arrest of the Guises should take place at Blois on March 6th. Finding, however, before this date that the court had already left Blois for Amboise, the conspirators altered it to the 16th. Already on February 12th, the Cardinal had been informed, in somewhat vague terms, of the existence of the plot. On his arrival at Amboise 10 days later, he received more precise information. The Duke of Guise took measures accordingly. Several small bands of conspirators were captured. Jacques de la Motte, Baron de Castelnau, a Gascon nobleman who had seized the castle of Noisy, near Amboise, capitulated on a promise of pardon. And finally, La Renaudie himself was killed in a skirmish, March 19th. Summary vengeance was taken on the prisoners. Some were hanged, some beheaded, some flung into the Loire in sacks. Castelnau, who was honoured with a form of trial, was executed on March 29th. The Chancellor, François Olivier, who had presided at his trial, died on the following day. The tumult of Amboise, as it was contemptuously called, had been rashly designed and feebly executed, but its barbarous suppression increased the unpopularity of the government and the disorder in the state of the kingdom. In April and May there were frequent disturbances in Dauphiné and Provence. In Dauphiné, where the Bishop of Valence, Jean de Montluc, and the Archbishop of Vienne, Charles de Marillac, were in favour of toleration, the Protestants had an able leader in Montbrun. In Provence, Protestantism was spreading rapidly, and at a conference held at Mérindol on February 15, 1560, 60 churches were represented. Here also there was an active and resolute leader in the person of Antoine de Mauvant. Meanwhile, the hatred of the Guises found vent in numerous pamphlets, one of which has become almost a classic. It was entitled A Letter Sent to the Tiger of France, and was written by the distinguished jurist François Hautman. It was evident that some change must be made in the policy of the government. Catherine saw her opportunity of checking the power of the Guises. By her influence, Michele de l'Hôpital was made Chancellor, and though the formal decree of his appointment was not drawn up till June 30th, he assumed the duties of his office on his arrival at Paris early in May. His first step was to secure the passing of the Edict of Romorantin, May 18th, 1560, which restored to the bishops the sole cognizance of cases of simple heresy and imposed penalties on false accusers. In spite of its apparent severity, it was in reality milder than that of Compiègne, for it allowed several stages of appeal. Moreover, it obviated the introduction of the Inquisition. It was also by the advice of the Chancellor, supported by that of Coligny, that Catherine called together an assembly of notables, which met at Fontainebleau on August 21st. Among the speakers were the two prelates, Montluc and Marillac. They both deprecated extreme measures of repression and warmly advocated two remedies: the reformation of the morals and discipline of the clergy, and either a general or a national council. Still more important was the attitude of Coligny. At the very opening of the second session, he presented a petition from the Protestants, in which, after protesting their loyalty to the king, they begged that the prosecutions might cease, and that temples might be assigned to them for worship. There were no signatures, but Coligny, when it came to his turn to speak, declared that he could have obtained 50,000 names in Normandy alone. He went on to advocate warmly the proposals of Montluc and Marillac. Thus the wisest statesman in France stood boldly forward as the champion of the Protestants. The assembly broke up on August 25th, and on the following day the estates were summoned for December 10th, and an assembly of the clergy for January 20th. Meanwhile, all prosecutions for simple heresy, apart from sedition, were to cease. Hardly had this decision been announced when information was received of a fresh plot in which not only Navarre and Condé, but the Constable and other Catholic nobles were implicated. Its exact nature remains a mystery, but it seems clear that a general rising in the south of France under the leadership of the Bourbon princes was contemplated. Calvin knew of it, but apparently hoped that, if a sufficiently imposing demonstration were made, bloodshed would be averted. With this object, Beza had gone to Nérac to urge the King of Navarre to put himself at the head of the movement. A relative of Condé's, Jean de Maligny, did actually seize part of Lyon, but from want of proper support had to retire, September 5th. Throughout the months of September and October, the court was agitated with news of disturbances in the provinces, especially in Languedoc. As the result of Catherine's fears, the Guises regained their ascendancy and made it their first object to get possession of the persons of Navarre and Condé, both of whom had declined an invitation to the assembly of Fontainebleau. They were peremptorily summoned to court, and towards the end of September set out to obey the summons. Rejecting the urgent invitations which they received on the way to put themselves at the head of an armed force, they arrived at Orléans, where the court now was, on October 30th. Condé was immediately arrested, and Navarre, though left at liberty, was closely watched. On November 26th, Condé was condemned to death, and his execution was fixed for December 10th. More than one attempt was made to assassinate the King of Navarre, and there were vague rumours that the Cardinal intended to remove by death or imprisonment all the leaders of the opposition. But his scheme, whatever it was frustrated by the young King's death, after a brief illness, on December 5th. During the short reign of Francis II, a great change had been wrought in the character of French Protestantism. Though still purely religious in its aims, it had become imbued with a political element. The fact that the natural leaders of the opposition to the Guises were Protestants made this inevitable. It was both an evil and a gain. An evil because it brought into the Protestant ranks men whose only Protestantism consisted in offering the grossest insults to forms of religion consecrated by long usage and deep-rooted in the affections of the people. Again, because henceforth Protestantism, powerful in the numbers, quality and organisation of its adherents, and led by men of the highest rank in the kingdom, became a force in the state. To this new condition of things corresponded a new name, that of Huguenot. Its precise origin is uncertain, but recent research has shown that it is at any rate purely French. The death of Francis II brought the Guise domination to an end. His successor, Charles IX, was only 10 years old and therefore unquestionably a minor. There was no longer the influence of a wife to overshadow that of the mother, and the right to the regency belonged by custom to the King of Navarre. But just before the late king's death, Navarre had renounced, so far as he legally could, this right in favour of Catherine, on condition that his position in the kingdom should be inferior only to hers. It was to Navarre, therefore, and the constable, who was at once recalled to court, that Catherine gave the chief place in her councils, and it was upon Navarre that the hopes of the Huguenots were now centred. The first event of the new reign was the meeting of the Estates at Orléans on December 13th. The Chancellor, in his opening speech, deprecated persecution for religious opinions and urged mutual toleration and the abandonment of offensive nicknames such as Papist and Huguenot. On January 1st, 1561, the representatives of the three estates made their speeches, and in the course of the next 10 days, the various cahiers, or written statements of grievances, were presented. Both the nobles and the Third Estate insisted strongly on the need for a reformation of the Church. As regards Protestantism, the Third Estate pressed for complete toleration, while the clergy demanded vigorous measures of repression. The nobles, being divided in their opinions, presented 3 cahiers, representing 3 groups of provinces. One group, consisting of the central provinces, were in favour of rigid repression. another formed by the western provinces and the towns of Rouen and Toulouse, demanded toleration, while the third group, composed of the eastern provinces with Normandy and Languedoc, urged that both parties should be ordered to keep the peace, and that only preachers and pastors should be punished. All three estates alike demanded the abolition of the Concordat. On January 28th, a royal edict was issued ordering Parliament to stop all prosecutions for religion and to release all prisoners. On the 31st, the estates were prorogued till May the 1st for the purpose of considering the financial question. The meeting of the clergy fixed for January 20th was dropped in view of the General Council which the Pope had ordered to reassemble at Trent on Easter Day. Meanwhile, the answer of the government to the demands of the estates was being embodied in a statute known as the Ordonnance of Orléans, which, though dated January 31st, 1561, was not completed till the following August. The Concordat was abolished, and the election of the bishops was transferred to a mixed body of laymen and ecclesiastics who were to submit 3 names to the king. Residence was imposed on all holders of benefices. The edict of January 28th and the general attitude of the government gave a considerable impulse to the Protestant movement. On March the 2nd, their second national synod was held at Poitiers. At Fontainebleau, during Lent, Protestant ministers preached openly in the apartments of Coligny and of Condé. Fasting was ostentatiously neglected, and the Queen Mother and the King listened to sermons from Bishop Montluc in one of the staterooms of the palace. The mere fact of a bishop preaching marked him as a Lutheran in the eyes of old-fashioned Catholics. The constable, who went to hear Montluc once, came away in high dudgeon. His orthodoxy took alarm at this general encouragement of heretical doctrine and practice, and at the supper party at his house on Easter Day, April 6th, he formed with the Duc de Guise and Saint-André a union which was afterwards known as the Triumvirate. As the result of success, the Protestants became insolent and defiant. At Agen and Montauban, they seized unused Catholic places of worship. In many towns the mob rose against them, and the disturbances ended in bloodshed. At Beauvais, where the Cardinal de Châtillon was bishop, there was a dangerous riot on Easter Monday, in consequence of which an edict was issued on April 19th, forbidding all provocation to disturbance. It remained a dead letter. At the end of the month, a Paris mob having attacked the house of a Protestant nobleman was fired on by the defenders. The assailants fled, leaving several dead and more wounded. On May 2nd, there were fresh disturbances. It was not till the middle of the month that the condition of the capital began to grow quieter. On May 28th, the clergy of Paris presented a remonstrance on the conduct of the Protestants, and on June 11th, the Protestants presented a petition asking for churches to be assigned to them or for permission to build them. In their perplexity, the government determined on a conference between the Council and the Parliament of Paris to consider the means of putting an end to these disturbances. On June 18th, the Chancellor opened the proceedings in a clear and impartial speech. The deliberations dragged on from June 23rd to July 11th. As the result, a new edict, known as the Edict of July, was issued, registered July 31st. All acts and words tending to faction or disturbance were forbidden. Attendance at any assembly at which worship was celebrated otherwise than according to the forms of the Catholic Church was to be punished by imprisonment and confiscation of property. The cognizance of cases of simple heresy was left to the ecclesiastical courts. If the accused was handed over to the secular arm, no penalty higher than banishment could be imposed. Finally, it was stated that the edict was only provisional, pending the decision of either a general or a national council. In spite of this provisional character, The edict found no favour with either party. Both alike abused and ignored it. On August 1st, the prorogued meeting of the Estates, fixed originally for May, was opened at Pontoise. Only 26 deputies were present, 13 for each of the 2 lay estates. The deputies of the clergy were already in session at Poissy, where the ecclesiastical synod had begun to sit on July 28th. It was not till August 27th that the cahiers were presented at a session held at Saint-Germain, at which the clerical deputies were also present. Both cahiers were remarkable for the boldness of their proposals. They included a total reform of the judicial system and a transference of a share in the sovereignty to the estates by making their consent requisite for war or for any new taxation. To meet the financial difficulties, 3 proposals were made. The most thoroughgoing was one made by the Third Estate that the whole ecclesiastical property of the kingdom should be nationalised, that the clergy should be paid by the state, and that out of the surplus of 72 million livres thus obtained, 42 million should be devoted to the liquidation of the public debt. However enlightened this proposal may have been, it was neither practical nor opportune. It completed the alienation of the Paris Parliament from civil and religious reform, and it led to an arrangement between the clergy and the Crown. Alarmed by the proposals for their spoliation, the clergy offered the Crown a sum of 16,600,000 livres, to be paid in instalments spread over 10 years. The offer was accepted. With regard to the religious question, the nobles and the Third Estate alike advocated complete toleration and the calling together of a national council. Already on July 25th, a proclamation had been issued inviting the Protestant ministers to the assembly at Poissy. It was to be a national council in everything but the name. So much concession was made to the Pope and the King of Spain. Accordingly, on September 9th, the village of Poissy, 3 miles west of Saint-Germain, celebrated as the birthplace of Saint Louis, was the scene of unusual splendour. The Protestants were represented at the colloquy, as it came to be called, by 12 ministers, including Beza, François de Morel, the president of the First National Synod, and Nicolas de Gaillard, the minister of the French Protestant Church in London, and by 20 laymen, 6 cardinals, 40 archbishops and bishops, 12 doctors of the Sorbonne, and as many canonists, represented the French Catholic Church. The King and the Queen Mother, the rest of the royal family, the princes of the blood, and the members of the Council of State completed the imposing assemblage. The chief event of the first day was Beza's speech, which both in matter and manner made a deep impression. The Cardinal of Lorraine replied to it on September 16th. Though his speech was contemptuously criticised by his theological opponents, it was skillfully adapted to his purpose of making a favourable impression on the unlearned majority of his audience. Both Coligny and Condé praised it. But even more than Beza's, it was the speech of an advocate, and it concluded with a fervid appeal to the young king to remain in the faith of his ancestors. On September 19th, Ippolito d'Este, the Cardinal of Ferrara, who enjoyed the revenues of 3 French archbishoprics, 1 bishopric, and 8 abbeys, arrived at Saint-Germain in the capacity of legate à latere from Pius IV, with instructions to use his influence to stop the conference. In his numerous suite was Lainez, the successor of Loyola, as general of the Jesuit order, whose college at Paris had been formally legalized by the assembly at Poissy 4 days before. Whether owing to the efforts of the legate or not, the last 2 meetings of the colloquy, which were held on September 24th and 26th with greatly diminished numbers, were wasted in angry and useless discussion. The speech of Lainez on the 26th was especially uncompromising. Catherine, however, did not despair. she arranged a conference between 5 of the Protestant ministers and 5 of the Catholic clergy who favoured reform. Among the Protestants was the famous Piotr martyr, who had arrived at Poissy on the evening of September 9th. The delegates met on September 30th and the following day. Having drawn up a formula relating to the sacrament of Holy Communion, they submitted it to the Assembly of Bishops, by whom it was straightway rejected, October 9th. From Catherine's point of view, the colloquy had, as she said, borne no fruit. It had failed to bring about the religious unity which seemed to her essential to the pacification of the kingdom. On Sunday, October 12th, there was a fresh tumult at Paris outside the gate of Saint-Antoine, and several Protestants were killed or wounded. Moreover, the outlook abroad was threatening. The Spanish ambassador, Thomas Pernot de Chantonnet, told Catherine in his usual bullying tone that his master was ready to come to the assistance of her Catholic subjects. But the Queen Regent put on a bold front and showed a determination to be mistress in her own house. The Guises now left the court October 20th and were shortly followed by the Constable and the Maréchal de Saint-André. The principal management of affairs passed into the hands of Coligny and the Chancellor. Never had the Protestants been so sanguine of success. Though the colloquy had failed to produce the result which Catherine and perhaps a few liberal bishops, like Montluc, had expected, from the Protestant point of view, it had been singularly successful. It had enabled the reformers to publish Urbi et Orbi, by the mouth of one of their ablest and most eloquent representatives, a clear statement of their doctrines. It is true that by the so-called Edict of Restitution, issued on October 20th, as an equivalent for the 16 millions voted by the clergy, the Protestants were ordered to restore all the churches of which they had taken possession. But almost at the same time, Beza persuaded the government to send letters to the provisional magistrates, enjoining them to allow the Protestants to meet in security and to interpret the edict in a lenient spirit, pending a more definite settlement. Even in Catholic Paris, the numbers attending the meetings reached 15,000. The demand for ministers was greater than Geneva could satisfy. On Michaelmas Day, Beza had celebrated, according to the Protestant rite, the marriage of a young Rohan with the niece of Madame d'Etampes. There were rumours that several bishops would shortly declare themselves Protestants. There were even hopes of the king. Meanwhile, the country was in a more disturbed state than ever. On November 16th, there was a massacre at Cahors. Every Sunday produced a disturbance at Paris, and the feast of St. John, December 27th, was signalised by one of more than ordinary violence round the church of Saint-Médard. Partly in consequence of these outbreaks, Catherine summoned a fresh conference to meet at Saint-Germain on January 3, 1562. On the 7th, the actual business began with a remarkable speech by the Chancellor, in which, far in advance of his time, he enunciated modern principles of religious toleration. The question before them, he said, was a political, not a religious one. A man may be a citizen without being a Christian. Those who had been summoned to the conference, 30 presidents and councillors chosen from the 8 parliaments and 20 members of the Privy Council, including the princes of the blood, then gave their opinions in order. The King of Navarre's speech showed that he had virtually abandoned the Protestant cause. This step, to which his position rather than his character gave importance, had for some time been skilfully manoeuvred by the Cardinal of Ferrara, who had dangled before the king various suggestions of compensation for the territory of Spanish Navarre, of which his wife's ancestor had been deprived by Ferdinand the Catholic. In the final voting, the party of repression coalesced with the Middle Party, which thus obtained a small majority, and it was in the sense of their views that an edict was drawn up, January 17th. By this edict, known as the Edict of January, which was declared to be provisional pending the decision of a General Council, the Protestants were ordered to give up all the churches and other ecclesiastical buildings in their possession, and were forbidden to assemble in any building, or to assemble at all within the walls of any city. With these limitations, the right of assemblage free of molestation was granted to them. Thus, Protestantism, for the first time in France, obtained legal recognition. The Protestants were far from satisfied, but, acting on the advice of their leaders, they accepted the compromise. The Catholics were less submissive. It was not till after a long and obstinate resistance that the Parliament of Paris registered the edict on March 6th. By that date, the issue to which events had been inevitably tending had already declared itself. The religious war had begun. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Helvetic Reformation, by the Reverend J.P. Whitney, Part 1. The Helvetic Reformation, like the German, was the outcome of both the national history and the Renaissance. The history of Switzerland had been a record of free communities in town or country, more than holding their own under changing local dynasties and weakening imperial power. Gradually, a sense of national unity emerges, but earlier local connections are long retained. The Teutonic communities of Uri, Schwyz, and Unterwalden separately gain their independence in ways common enough elsewhere, and then become the centre of the later Confederation. The lands around them are divided into two strongly marked parts: a Burgundian west, looking towards France, Burgundy and Savoy, converted by Gallic or Roman missionaries, divided among many dynasties, and a Swabian or Alemannic east, richer in civilization and democratic cities, converted by Irish missionaries, looking by the run of its valleys and the lie of its plains towards Germany. This division lasts through the Frankish Empire and through the Middle Ages, and is the most essential feature in Swiss history. The growth of the early Habsburg power, following the extinction of the House of Zähringen, 1218, at first threatened the freedom of the Swiss. The connection of the Habsburg house with the empire gave it an imperial claim to jurisdiction, in addition to the varied local claims it already possessed, though at the same time it absorbed its energy in other and more important fields. The tendencies to union shown by the German leagues operated also among the Swiss communities, and in the end gave rise to the perpetual league of the three forest cantons, Schwyz, Uri, and Unterwalden, August 1291, with simple provisions for maintaining their primitive liberty and regulating their mutual relations. The league concluded at Brunnen on December 13, 1315, after the great battle of Morgarten, added nothing essential, although it bound the members more closely together against a usurping lord. The accidents of Habsburg history and the varied grouping of the neighbouring powers kept this early league alive and even caused it to grow. Victories against the Habsburgs and afterwards against Burgundy confirmed its strength and increased its reputation. Soon cities with dependent villages under them, Luzern, Zurich, and Bern, joined the Confederates and introduced divergent interests and policies. Around central Switzerland, with its 13 cantons, those already mentioned, with Glarus, Zug, Freiburg, Solothurn, Basel, Schaffhausen, and Appenzell, there arose other leagues, the League of God's House among the subjects of the See of Chur, the Graubünden or Grisen, and the League of the 10 Jurisdictions, differing in constitution and with histories of their own. In varying relations to the Confederation stood also dependent states, the Valais, the town and abbey of St. Gallen, and others. The federal government not only gathered fresh members, but made conquests of its own. The Aargau, 1415, partly ruled between Bern and Zurich, partly in the free bailiwicks, ruled jointly by the 6 cantons, Zurich, Luzern, Schwyz, Unterwalden, Zug, and Glarus. The Thurgau similarly ruled, but with special relations to Zurich. The government of these common lands was a difficult matter, as there was no federal organization beyond the Diet, to which the cantons sent delegates. The free bailiwicks were administered by a bailiff, Landvogt, appointed for 2 years by each of the 6 cantons in turn. This defective system demanded perfect unity among the confederates before it could work, and the chance of discord was greater because these subject lands lay between Zurich and Bern and closed the path northwards from the forest cantons. To the south, moreover, conquests had been made towards Italy, and thus the confederates were brought into touch with Italian as well as with German and more western politics. Among the confederates, Zurich, which joined them May 1351, held a peculiar place. Favoured by Austria, and as an imperial city, Zurich had followed a distinct policy of its own, which had at times led to war, for instance 1442-50. What Bern, with its distinct aims and more aristocratic constitution, was to the west, Zurich, with its important guilds and widespread trade, was to the east. The confederacy was again divided by the diversity of interests between rural and urban cantons. Moreover, city factions, as at Luzern, Zurich, and Bern, had looked to the confederacy for help, and conversely civic disturbances could shake the Confederate League. The conquest from Austria and the entanglement in the wars of France and Burgundy and in those of Italy involved the confederacy in external relations out of all proportion to its constitutional growth. The problem of federal organization was handed down unsolved by the Middle Ages, together with conditions that made it difficult of solution. Huldrych Zwingli was born on New Year's Day 1484 at Wildhaus in the valley of Toggenburg. This district, after the extinction of its dynasty, 1436, had been an object of strife between Zurich and Schwyz, but in the end it had passed by purchase to the Abbey of St. Gallen. The inhabitants of Wildhaus had gained the rights of electing their village bailiff and choosing their own village priest. Zwingli's father held the former and his uncle Bartholomew the latter office. When this uncle, 1487, became rural dean and rector of Wesen on the lake of Wallenstadt, the young boy, already destined for clerical life, went with him. His family was thus respected and versed in civil and ecclesiastical matters. On the mother's side, too, one uncle was abbot of Fischingen, and another relative abbot of Old St. John's, near Wesen. In 1494, Zwingli was sent to Basel to be under Gregory Bünzli, and in 1498 to Bern, where his teacher was Heinrich Wölffen, Lupus, then the most famous humanist in Switzerland. He was moved from Bern lest the Dominicans should secure him as a novice, and he is next found at Vienna, where his classical bent was strengthened. In 1502 he returned to Basel, where in 1504 he graduated as bachelor. The university was not then at its best, but the city was still a centre of Swiss life and of the trade in books. He became a teacher at St. Martin's School, and thus his mind was early trained in the habit of instruction. In 1506 he was called to the charge of Glarus, an important town with 3 outlying hamlets, and was ordained priest at Constance. The impulses forming his character had been simple: the democratic spirit of a self-governing village with traditions of its struggles. In 1490 he must have seen the abbot of St. Gallen appear with a small army to reduce his subjects to obedience. The training of the parish priest, with a sense of responsibility, discharged, as he even then significantly held, mainly by preaching, the life of the village with its many activities of a smaller kind. But stronger than all these was his humanistic training, which at Glarus he had time to follow out. Traces of the current classical taste are seen in him to the end. One of these was his belief in the divine inspiration of Cato and other ancients with their high ideal of patriotism. Hence too came his deep interest in the salvation of the great ancients who lived before Christ. But he was a humanist who never sought a patron. Before he came to Glarus, he had been under the influence of Thomas Wittenbach, 1505-6, a lecturer at Basel, from whom he had learnt the evils of indulgences and the authority of the Bible. These crude ideas of reform were not, however, confined to Wittenbach, and it was only in order to minimize his debt to Luther that Zwingli mentions this earlier indebtedness. But he had made closer acquaintance with church abuses, for Heinrich Göldi, a Swiss of the Papal Guard and a trafficker in benefices, had bought the reversion of Glarus, and Zwingli had to pay him a pension of 100 gulden before entering upon his charge. In classics, Erasmus was his guide. Good letters and sound theology were to go together. The spirit of the German Renaissance was to inspire theology, but of deep personal religion Zwingli at this stage was ignorant. That he never went to rest at night without having read a little in his master's works, as he said in a letter to the master himself, may not have been strictly true, but the dominant influence of Erasmus upon Zwingli, never overcome although combined with other influences, admits of no doubt. He may also have learnt from Erasmus something in the way of negation, such as contempt for relics, something too he may have learnt from Pico della Mirandola, for whose sake he was once called a heretic at Basel, but from anti-papal tendencies he was quite free. From this young humanist, paradoxically combining a deep sense of responsibility with notable laxity in his moral life, no program of reform was as yet to be looked for. His was a mind that moved gradually towards its fuller plans and needed a fitting field wherein to work. In 1513 he had again taken up the study of Greek, in which a little later Bombasius became his teacher, and he went to the New Testament itself rather than to any commentaries. The Fathers, however, attracted him, and it was at Glarus that he read Jerome, to whom Erasmus could not fail to send him, Augustine, Origen, Cyril, and Chrysostom. Of all these, Augustine was his favourite, a fact to be noted in discussing his theology, but he considered the Greek fathers to be more excellent in their Christology than were the Latin. Hebrew, possibly begun before, was studied later at Zurich in 1519 or 1520, but needed a renewed effort in 1522. He ever insisted upon the need of a learned clergy and studied Holy Writ as he had learnt to study the classical writers, a method which lent freshness to his teaching but laid him open to a charge of irreverence. Through his devotion to Erasmus and his friendship with Heinrich Lorotti of Glarus, Glarenus, Zwingli gained an entry into the world of letters which inherited the cosmopolitanism of the medieval universities and which was now beginning to group itself around presses such as Froben's at Basel and Froschauer's at Zurich, 1519. This was of importance not only for his growing reputation but also as bringing him into touch with wider interests. In his later years of diplomacy, the habit of correspondence and the varied associations thus formed proved of use. Equally important, too, was the skill with which he drew around him younger men, some to find their goal in humanism, some in religious reform. In their afterlife and in their studies, mainly at Vienna, he followed them from afar and regularly wrote to them. Thus, before he founded a school, he had the scholars ready, and his name was a power among the younger men. During these years at Glarus, he became entangled in that system of wars and pensions which was the glory and the shame of his fatherland. The Italian wars brought not only much wealth to Switzerland, but also an increase of territory. To keep the Swiss as allies, Louis XII had, 1503, surrendered Bellinzona to them, when Massimiliano Sforza was made Duke of Milan. 1512, they received from him the Valmaggia, Locarno, and Lugano, while the Rhaetian League, the Grisons, gained the Palatine. The Swiss Diets were besieged by agents of the powers. A French party was to be found in every town, and a papalist anti-French party was created by Matthias Schöner, Cardinal of Sion, in the service of Julius II. Zwingli's interest in politics was great. Politics and patriotism inspired his earliest German poems, the Labyrinth and the Fable of the Ox and the Beasts. His position in Glarus made him a valuable ally for the papal party in a parish where the French were strong. It was therefore natural, although afterwards made a charge against him, that he should accept from the Pope a pension of 50 florins, 1512 or 1513, and he was also, August 29, 1518, appointed acolyte chaplain. So far was he from being anti-papal that the papacy was the one power with which he held it right, even dutiful, to form alliances. Twice he seems to have gone to Italy as chaplain with the Glarus contingent, According to Bullinger, he was present at Novara, June 6, 1513, and at Marignano, September 13 and 14, 1515. On the latter occasion, his persuasion kept the Glarus men faithful to their service when others deserted to the French. Afterwards, he indicates this as the period when he formed his well-known views upon the evils of mercenary service. The life of a mercenary, in camp or city, destroyed the simplicity endeared to Zwingli by the earlier Confederate history and classic models. In 1515, the Papal alliance came to an end. The terrible experience of Marignano on the one hand and the acquisition of territory on the other had made the Confederates desirous of peace, and, November 29, 1516, a permanent peace was made with France. Zwingli's opposition to this change of policy made his position at Glarus untenable, and he became people's priest or vicar at Einsiedeln, April 14, 1516, placing a vicar at Glarus. Einsiedeln, owing to its renown as a place of pilgrimage, combined the quiet of a monastic house with the traffic of a place of passage. Here he carried further his classical studies and increased his reputation as a preacher. He carefully trained himself in oratory by a study of the best classic models. The personalities of the three great leaders, Erasmus, Luther, to whom Zwingli considered he was prior in his teaching, and Zwingli, were very different. Luther, with his monastic training, cared little for Catholic organization, but he had a fervid personal experience and a strong love for doctrine. Erasmus combined piety and theological learning with much freedom of speech, tempered by regard for authority and a historic sense. Zwingli had from the first no regard for authority, which indeed presented itself at times in a guise hard to respect. He belonged to a country peculiarly weak in its ecclesiastical organization and abounding in clerical abuses. But he had a deep regard for learning and a love of freedom, personal and intellectual. He had no vivid perceptions of dogma recording the struggles of the soul, but he learnt from his varied parochial experience to realize keenly the relations between a pastor and his people. He had no deep philosophic basis for his opinions, and he was no framer of theories. He needed the touch of actual life to bring his powers to work, and he needed a field that suited him before he could form a definite policy. So far he was a keen Swiss patriot, with that love of the past that had formed the legend of Tell, a humanist and a reformer of the type of Erasmus, if indeed he was a reformer at all. If he was correct in his own view of his mental history, he took up an anti-papal stand from the first, and not, as Luther did, pressed by the course of argument. The papacy must fall, he said to Capito in 1517, but the humanists had inherited something of scholastic freedom in discussion, and to call the papal authority in question was no new thing in 1517. There was little significance in this expression of opinion from one who held a papal pension and had done his best to secure help for the papacy in what many of its friends condemned, its Italian wars and temporal policy. After refusing one post at Winterthur, he received the offer of another, that of people's priest at the Great Minster of Zurich. His reputation as a preacher was in his favour. The new provost of the chapter, Felix Frey, had humanistic sympathies, and the political views which had made him enemies at Glarus were not against him here, for similar views had friends at Zurich. Foreign pensions had been forbidden by the Pensionbrief of 1503 and met with warm opposition in the chapter. The French alliance also was of less importance here. His appointment was preceded by much negotiation. There were rivals, and a story was brought up to his discredit that he could neither in the main deny, nor yet adequately defend. Indeed, the tone of his defence showed a lack of moral sense. Finally, the influence of his friends, especially of Myconius, Oswald Gieshüssler, schoolmaster at the Minster School, gained him the election, December 11, 1518, 17 out of a chapter of 24 voting for him. The office of people's priest or vicar at the Minster, thus gained, he kept until 1522. Later he received a prebend after he had resigned his papal pension. Zwingli had thus come to the proper field of his religious and political work. His development had so far been independent, not influenced even by Luther, and yet the movement begun by Zwingli owes much of its importance to that initiated by the German reformer. Their likeness was the product of the time. Their differences were not only doctrinal. Luther was no humanist, nor did his work lie in a Swiss city or in the Swiss Confederation. The special type of Protestantism presented to the world by Zwingli was due to his field of work being a city commonwealth with a peculiar history, political and ecclesiastical. But the ideas which he started were the results of his humanism and of his previous work. First among his ideas comes that of his prophetical office. He had gained his experience of life as a parish priest. His heart had gone into learning and education. These factors combined to form his vision of a prophet pastor. From the Old Testament he took the notion of a prophet teaching morality, and not shrinking from politics where they had to be touched. But he added to this the ideal of instruction. He thus brought to his new work the loftiest conceptions of spiritual authority and responsibility. But his view left no room for other authority or for ecclesiastical superiors. The prophet was to do his work in the community, not the community of the congregation regarded as part of a wider church, but the political community in which he lived. Preaching, for which his life and training fitted him, was to be the means of teaching. It was well adapted for influencing a democracy, and was characteristic of his system, where the pulpit superseded the altar, and where the intellectual element was large. The relation of the prophet to his community was tinged by the influence of the Old Testament, and affected by the conditions of Swiss life. It was the prophet's work to teach, to inspire the magistracy, but it was theirs to carry out the policy. Thus he and they had to work together. This left large ecclesiastical powers to the community, and such the city had already claimed for herself. It gave wide scope to the personal influence of the pastor, both over the political assemblies and over the burgesses themselves. The acquisition of that influence, and the full use of it, was therefore essential to Zwingli's success. Zurich had grown up around the great Minster, and the Minster of Our Lady, foundations of Charles the Great and Ludwig the German, respectively. The site was well adapted for trade, and between the competing jurisdictions of the abbess, the provost of the Great Minster, and the bailiff of the emperor, a peculiarly free development was possible. There had been many contests between the city and its clergy. Arnold of Brescia, whose visit left traces, had sojourned there, 1140 to 1145. The liability of the clergy to pay taxes had been discussed and enforced. As a rule, the monasteries were not only assessed for taxation but subject to visitation by the state, and one of the few federal documents that went into detail laid down the subjection of ecclesiastics to all ordinary jurisdiction, the Pfaffenbrief of 1370. Swiss history, apart from legend, had been so far singularly poor in individual types. The most striking exception was that of Hans Waldmann, who had left a conspicuous mark on the constitution of Zurich. In 1483 he became burgomaster, and for some years stood out as the leading statesman in Switzerland. Foreign powers gave him gifts and negotiated with him as with a prince. Though he was opposed by the aristocrats, he succeeded in carrying out a constitutional reform, excellent for the city but stringent and oppressive for the surrounding villages. Up to this time, the Konstaffel, the original citizens, knights, merchants, and men of independent means, had been the leading element in the constitution. Rudolf Brunn, 1336, had placed the guilds of handworkers, 13 in number, afterwards 12, alongside the Konstaffel. Their masters became members of the smaller council along with other councillors elected variously. At the head of the constitution stood the burgomaster, and for special purposes the great council of 200, exactly 212, was called together. Waldmann, whose sympathies were with the guilds, gave them more power in the constitution and reduced the direct representation of the Konstaffel in the smaller council from 12 to 6. These civic regulations were confirmed even by his enemies after his execution, but discontent was caused by his strict enactments about trade and agriculture, which weakened the country for the good of the city. The ill will thus caused led to the riots preceding his death and left their mark behind. In the end, the villagers gained through the mediation of other states an organization, Gemeinde, of their own, through which they could act and consult with Zurich. Weidmann claimed for the city the right to legislate for the church and to regulate the life and demeanour of ecclesiastics, and thus gave an impulse to the ecclesiastical independence of Zurich, already considerable. A document dating from 1510, often wrongly termed a concordat, summed up the ecclesiastical powers claimed by Zurich and permitted to her by the Pope, anxious for such a useful ally. The diocesan divisions of Switzerland corresponded to no national limits and were included in different provinces, Constance and Chur under Mainz, Basel and Lausanne under Besançon, and Sion under Tarentaise, until freed by Leo X from its dependence. The Bishop of Constance, in whose diocese Zurich lay, was not well placed to assert his authority in this powerful city, and had seen many of his rights as to jurisdiction and appointments superseded. When Zwingli went to Zurich, he therefore found a city democratic in its institutions, more so, for instance, than Bern, where a capable orator and a man of affairs would be able to come to the front speedily. Its history had made its relations with the papacy and the bishop mere matters of policy. The Church had, as against the State, little independence of its own, and there was no traditional dislike of change. For such a community he was well fitted. The political questions to which he had given most thought were those upon which opinion at Zurich was already divided. His power of speech, carefully trained and developed, could easily gain him power in a city with some 7,000 burghers, and by his expositions on market days he was able also to gain influence over the country people. Zwingli found also in the press a helpful ally. The printer Froschauer was one of his closest adherents. His writings, which bear the mark of extempore utterance rather than of careful preparation, were often intended for the press and spread through its channels of trade. Letters could be sent and received through the same means, for the printer's house was a centre of news and communication. Froschauer, for instance, had a branch of establishment at Frankfurt, and could circulate Zwingli's writings easily and carry his letters for him. The effect of Zwingli's works, hastily written for the most part, rarely classic in form or of permanent value for thought, was often immediate and great. He was a religious pamphleteer of learning, vigour, and experience. In his private life there are few dates of importance. He was attacked by the plague, September 1519, to meet which he had courageously returned from a holiday, but there are no reasons for regarding this illness as a religious crisis in his life. His marriage with Anne Reinhard, widow of Hans Meyer of Konau, son of a distinguished family, took place April 2, 1524, after a dubious connection of some 2 years, and was hailed by some of his friends as a tardy, though welcome act of courage. By the end of 1525 his reformation at Zurich was in effect completed, and from that time onwards his activity was either political or directed against Anabaptist enemies. In February 1519, the Franciscan Bernardine Samson, who had previously encountered Zwingli at Einsiedeln, reached Zurich to preach his indulgence. Zwingli opposed him at once and with success. The Bishop of Constance forbade the clergy of the diocese to admit Samson into their churches. The Council of Zurich forbade his entry into the city. But Zwingli and Luther met with very different treatment. Samson was ordered by the Pope himself not to vex the authorities of Zurich, and rather than do so to depart. No breach between the papacy and Zwingli resulted. A monk who wished to print abuse of him was checked by both legate and bishop. The first sign of anti-papal feeling upon his part comes after the imperial election, January to June 1519. The papal policy in that matter was too shifty to command itself to Zwingli's honest and outspoken nature, and moreover he wished the Swiss to stand aloof. But the Lutheran drama had by this time come to a crisis, and following the advice of friends, Beatus Rhenanus among them, Zwingli had interested himself in Luther's fate. After the Leipzig disputation he hailed him as David and Hercules, and exerted himself to delay the publication of the papal bull against him. At this time, too, he read Husser's work on the Church, which is practically a new edition of Wycliffe's De Ecclesia, and contains many of the doctrines, such as those touching the papal power and the civil right to control the Church, afterwards taught by Zwingli. The question how far Zwingli was indebted to Luther has been much discussed. Like Luther, he had been called a heretic after his opposition to Samson. To him, as to others, the name Lutheran was carelessly given. His private biblical annotations show new doctrinal tendencies after 1522, when he had undoubtedly read Luther's works, but the assumption that he owed his views to Luther always roused his indignation, and a common Pauline element fully explains the likeness of their opinions, slight as it is. Zwingli tried to clear himself from the charge of imitation and claimed for himself originality. In doing so, he was justified, though his treatment of the charge shows some petulance and self-satisfaction. But it is too much to say that the bold stand made by Luther and the whole set of problems he raised had no effect upon Zwingli's mind, and did nothing to direct his energy into new channels. Their original impulses, however, were very different, and their several treatment of indulgences illustrates the difference. To Luther, the question presented itself as a mistaken doctrine which struck at the root of religion. To Zwingli, it was more a practical abuse, an encroachment of the Church upon the individual life. The divergence of Zwingli from Erasmus and its occasion are also instructive. Hutten, in his energy and contempt for tradition, his license and disregard of morality, had little in common with Erasmus on the one hand, or with Luther on the other, although his love of learning and width of outlook joined him to both. Before his death, however, in August 1523, a quarrel with Erasmus brought out the fundamental opposition between them. Zwingli, linked to Erasmus by early indebtedness and a scholar's reverence, had yet more in common with Hutten, and when the dying outcast, disowned by the calmer souls, reached Zurich, Zwingli befriended him. He did this not from mere human sympathy, but also from the feeling of a common cause against the old society and the old traditions. But his action caused a breach between him and Erasmus, and with Glarenus also, the shadow of Erasmus. This marks a certain separation of Zwingli from the aims of the humanist circles in which he had hitherto lived, for Basel and Einsiedeln, unlike Luzern, were both centres of learning. In his sermons, Zwingli, who was both outspoken and effective, attacked monasticism and the doctrines of purgatory and the invocation of saints, but the first conflict took place when he attacked the principle of tithes. In a Latin sermon preached before the chapter, he maintained that tithes had no foundation in the divine law and should be voluntary. The provost urged him in vain to recant and not to furnish alms for the laity to use against the clergy, early in 1520. The same year, a simplification of the breviary for the minster was prepared and introduced, June 27, 1520, a charge arising out of Zwingli's earlier liturgical studies and showing that the majority of the chapter was on his side. Religious parties were already forming themselves around him. He met with opposition, both from the conservatives in the chapter, including Konrad Hoffmann, who had supported his election, and from the monks. The excitement raised was shown by a decree of 1520 ordering priests in town and country to preach conformably to the Gospels and epistles and according to the guidance of the Holy Spirit and the Bible, but to keep silence upon human innovations. This decree, proceeding not from the bishop but from the civil rulers and taking the Bible as a standard, exhibited two characteristics of the Zwinglian position. The political events of these years were decisive for Zwingli and for Zurich. The French, at a diet held at Luzern, May 5, 1521, strove to get support from the Confederates. Pensions had already done much harm to social and political life. The mercenary soldiers, whether abroad selling their lives for gold or at home spending it in riot, were an injury to the state. The ostentatious display of wealth made by the French envoys, both in the imperial election and now in their search for an alliance, emphasized the dangers of mercenary service. Zwingli, together with the Burgomeister Marcus Reust, opposed the French alliance. The Diet, however, made a treaty with Francis I by which he might enlist troops up to 16,000 under leaders of his own choice. The Bernese statesman Albrecht von Stein came to Zurich to secure its approval, for the city with its villages could raise an army of 10,000. But, stimulated by sermons of passionate patriotism from Zwingli, reminding them again and again of their hard-bought freedom and traditional simplicity, the Zurich Council rejected the French alliance. The Council of the 200 answered to the Diet that they would keep to their old leagues and would have nothing to do with princes, pensions, and foreign alliances, and the pension decree, which forbade the receipt of any alien gifts, was to be sworn to by all the citizens twice a year. But the loss of wealth, the separation from the other cantons, and the comparative stagnation of neutral life soon caused discontent in the Corinth of Switzerland, and Zwingli had to bear many reproaches. About this time, He resigned his papal pension from conscientious scruples, but soon after received a canonry in the minster from a prebend of 70 gulden. This benefice gave him the franchise, and from this time his political importance grew. He was now the centre of a growing group: Berthold Haller at Bern, Vadian von Bad, the gifted burgomaster of St. Gallen, and others. The humanistic brotherhood was passing into a reforming society and was soon to be used as a diplomatic power. Zwingli's defection from the papacy was now only a matter of time. An incident often assigned as its cause was even more important for Zurich than for him. The Pope asked for a force to be used only for the defence of his states, not against the French or other Swiss. Zurich, which sent him half his bodyguard, was the place where he sought it. Zwingli, who had once before supported a papal application, now opposed it. But a force of 6,000 set out, September 16, 1521, and was in the end sent to Milan. The council indignantly recalled it, but some of the soldiers followed Cardinal Schinner and narrowly escaped a conflict with the Swiss mercenaries of France. To make things worse, their pay was withheld even after their return. The council, supported by popular feeling, now forbade all foreign service, January 11, 1522. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Cambridge Modern History Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Helvetic Reformation, by the Reverend J.P. Whitney, Part 2. This same year, the question of Lenten observance began the Zwinglian Reformation. Some of Zwingli's followers did not share his willingness to wait for the action of the magistracy. The printer, Froschauer, and others ate meat publicly in the presence of Leo Judd and Zwingli himself. They could justify themselves by his teaching that nothing not commanded by Scripture was binding upon Christians, and he undertook their defence. His sermon on the choice or freedom of food was preached now, March 30, 1522, and afterwards printed, as were many of his sermons delivered about this time. He advocated freedom for the individual, upon whom lay the responsibility to act without scandal. The civic authorities made a compromise. No distinction was drawn, they said, by the New Testament between kinds of food, but for the sake of peace the old rule should be kept until changed by authority, and the people's priests were to check the people from any breach of this ruling. The disregard of custom and authority shown by the decree and the act leading to it could not be overlooked, and the Bishop of Constance sent a commission consisting of his suffragan, Melchior Whately, and 2 others to settle the matter. The commissioners laid their views before the priests and the smaller council, and commanded them to observe existing customs, April 7, 1522. Before the Great Council, Zwingli answered the suffragans' arguments, and the debate really turned upon church authority and custom as against individual freedom. At its close, the council repeated its old decree, pending a settlement by the Bishop of Constance, which they begged him to make according to the law of Christ. This was a practical abrogation of episcopal power, for the bishop's standing was clear. The Zwinglian Reformation, therefore, begins as an ecclesiastical revolution founded on action rather than doctrine, by which a city freed itself from outward control and organized itself afresh. His learned friend, Johann Faber, the Vicar-General of Constance, afterwards an Aulic councillor and a leading ecclesiastic, had just returned from a visit to Rome, May 1522, and thenceforth made the opposition against Zwingli. So early as 1519, the latter had marked him as one from whom, although a humanist, the gospel had little to hope. Zwingli's literary work at the time recalls that of Wycliffe in the years before his death. The Archteles, a full statement of his position, was written in haste and appeared now, August 22, 1522. On reading it, Erasmus begged him to be more cautious and to act with others. Oecolampadius also urged restraint. The same year, July 2, 10 priests joined Zwingli in a petition to the bishop to allow clerical marriage, wherein the wish for innovation was as distinct as the picture of existing morals was dark. There can be no doubt that the priests in Switzerland, owing partly to the disorganization of episcopal rule and partly to the isolation of their parishes, had a low standard of life. Of this there is ample evidence from both episcopal and reforming documents. A like request, made to the Federal Diet, July 13, was accompanied by a repudiation of the names Lutheran and Hussites. These requests had no result beyond making clear the position of those who preferred them. At Zurich, repeated troubles with the monks and disturbances during Zwingli's sermons made it necessary for the burgomaster to restore order. His decree, this time coupled with no appeal to the bishop, was that the pure word of God must be preached, and the scholastics, a term loosely used for teachers held to be old-fashioned, left alone. A chapter, August 15, of the Country Clergyman came to the same decision. Thus backed by civic and clerical authority, Zwingli held himself free. The Bible, as interpreted by the responsible bishop, so he terms all pastors, and indeed in one place all humanists, was to be the sole guide of faith. City and country, pastors and magistrates were combined into a stronghold of reform. The system thus begun may be described on the one side as individualistic and on the other as civic. The appeal to the scriptures alone was individualistic, due to humanism without prepossession. The civic element was due to the circumstances of Zurich. In a federal republic accustomed to diets, a public disputation, suggested in Archdeles, seemed a likely way to settle controversies. It recalled at once university exercises and general councils. It was at once learned and democratic. Such an assembly was called at the end of the year and met in Zurich, January 29, 1523. The invitation to this disputation shows the Great Council for the first time definitely on Zwingli's side, and each subsequent stage of the Swiss Reformation was marked by a similar encounter. Zwingli had resigned his parochial charge, but had been allowed by the council the use of the pulpit. In the disputation, he and his doctrine were the central points of debate. To regulate the disputation, he had drawn up 67 theses. The fundamental conception of the doctrine here set forth was that of the Church as a democratic body of all Christians, each in open communication with God independently of externals or means of grace, guided by the study of Scripture and the illumination of God's Spirit. To this conception, the republicanism of letters and of Switzerland had each contributed something. Starting from this assumption, the theses placed the gospel alone as the basis of truth and the secular authority as the governor of the organization. They deny the power of pope and hierarchy, the sacrifice in the Mass, the invocation of saints, purgatory, times of fasting, and clerical celibacy. About 600 were present at the disputation, including representatives of the bishop, with Faber among them. Schaffhausen, however, was the only canton which sent deputies. Faber urged the postponement of a decision until the expected General Council met, but Zwingli's reply was that the Word of God was the sole authority, and competent scholars could interpret it, so that there was no need of a council's decision. When the audience met after dinner, the Burgomaster Reust, who presided, declared in the name of the council that Zwingli had not been convicted of heresy, and therefore ordered that he should go on preaching the Holy Gospel with the Holy Spirit's help. Zurich was thus committed to Zwingli, and the importance of the decision was shown by Faber's printing his own account of what took place as a correction of the Zurich account. The first disputation marks Zwingli's control of the city as established, and their joint, complete, and open rupture with the past. Zwingli was now sure of his ground and could proceed more rapidly. His literary activity was accompanied by practical changes. Leo Judd had translated the baptismal office into German and used it, August 10, 1523. A committee was appointed to deal with the minister chapter, for which a new constitution was issued, September 29, 1523. Fees for baptism and burial were abolished. Holders of minster offices were to discharge their duties to the utmost of their health and strength. As they died off, Their places were to be left unfulfilled unless chaplains were needed, and the income was to be applied to other purposes. The chapter's fall was not undeserved, for, though there were some excellent members, it had become a refuge for men of good family and poor education. The Bible was to be read by the Minster clergy publicly an hour a day in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, with explanations. Free lectures and fit lodgings were provided for candidates for the ministry, so that they need no longer go abroad. The public lectures were the origin of the later prophesying. In this scheme of teaching, Zwingli had able helpers in Leo Judd, people's priest at All Saints, 1523, and Myconius, now, 1524, at the Minster School. Zwingli remained faithful to the principles of Erasmus and never fell into the easy error of underestimating education as compared with spiritual zeal. The educational scheme was completed for Zurich itself after the dissolution of the monasteries, which followed in December 1524. What remained of the chapter's income when education had been provided for went to the poor and the aged. In his poor laws, as in all his social legislation, Zwingli showed a clear and almost modern appreciation of needs and methods, notably in his discouragement of mendicancy and use of careful inquiry. The literary side of Zwingli's work in this stage was the Auslegung und Begründung des Schlussreden, an unsystematic explanation of the theses for the disputation. The work, which was preceded by a letter to the council and people of Glarus, was a full and in parts lengthy exposition of the theses written in German. It was a farrago of all the opinions which are controverted today. The explanations of the theses upon the papacy and the Mass are especially long, which is noteworthy as Zwingli had as yet not attacked the Mass in practice. This work, written night and day amid the expectation of his friends, and incidentally discussing his relations with Luther, may be held up to contain the full programme of the Helvetic Reformation, July 14, 1523. Not only did he dislike to be called Lutheran, but on some points, such as purgatory, confession, and invocation of saints, he differs from Luther. Against the monks he inveighs strongly. All monasteries ought to be turned into hospitals. The Reformation in Switzerland made most way where there were many monasteries, and least where there were none. The difference that arose between the larger houses and their tenants made the latter more eager to embrace Protestantism, and the secularization of the monasteries, here laid down as desirable, was a very practical part of the Swiss Reformation. The peasants in some parts undoubtedly looked for profit from the dissolution. Zwingli also explains his method of dealing with doctrine. The invocation of saints he had let remain until the populace should have learnt to do without it and worship Christ alone. Confirmation and extreme unction he would retain as rites, not as sacraments, but auricular confession, pictures, and music should be banished from churches. Zwingli held that it was his part to teach, but that to make changes belonged to the civic authority. But his teaching had led some of his followers to act without waiting for the civic rulers. Pictures and images were torn down both in town and country. After much discussion, the question came before the Great Council, which suspended judgment until a second disputation should be held. This took place on October 26, 1523. The bishops and the other cantons were invited, but the bishops did not come. 800 persons, 350 of them ecclesiastics, were present. This time St. Gallen as well as Schaffhausen was represented. Luzern and Obwalden angrily refused the invitation. The first day's debate was upon images and pictures, which Zwingli held forbidden in all cases. Some urged delay, but the final decision was that idols and pictures should be removed, but without a breach of the peace. Those who had already broken the peace were to be pardoned as a rule, but a leader, Nicolas Hottinger, was afterwards banished for 2 years. On the second day the Mass was discussed. Zwingli had prepared theses according to which the Mass was no sacrifice, and had been surrounded by abuses. But the appearance in the disputation of the Anabaptists, an organized radical party basing their views upon his teaching, and yet going beyond him in action, hampered him greatly and made the magistracy cautious. At the disputation, Zwingli noted in a formal way that the ecclesiastical authorities had done nothing. This was true, although the Bishop of Constance had in a dignified note asserted his constitutional position. He could not appear, and he begged them to exercise restraint. But the civil authorities were now, in Zwingli's view and in their own, called upon to act. A commission of 8 members of the 2 councils and 6 ecclesiastics was named to discuss what steps should be taken. Until a settlement, the clergy were to be instructed by an epistle which Zwingli was asked to write. Preachers were also sent out. Wolfgang Jona, abbot of Kappel, who had lately called the younger Bullinger to his help, together with others, visited the canton. Zwingli himself went in the direction of the Thurgau. The second disputation, wherein discussion turns solely on the interpretation of the Scriptures, marks a fresh stage in the Reformation, even apart from the appearance of the Anabaptists. The short introduction to Christian doctrine, eine kurze christliche Einleitung, is its literary monument. The Reformation was now no longer a purely civic affair. From the first, the Catholic cantons had been indisposed to treat it as such. Among people of simple minds and with an unformed federal system, religious innovation and religious discord put a heavy strain both upon federal action and other bonds of union. The Federal Diet at Baden, September 30, 1523, had threatened all innovators with punishment, and Luzern in particular had shown by its action the strength of its feelings. The Reformation had thus already divided the Confederation, and no diet had been held at Zurich since March 1522. The union of the cantons before this time had, however, been so loose that it is easy to overestimate the retrograde effects of the Reformation. The introduction, written in 14 days, was circulated in November 1523 and was intended for the clergy, not the public. It started from an explanation of the relations between the law and the gospel, passing on to an application to present needs, the question of images, and that of the Mass. Throughout the canton, priests here and there ceased to say Mass. When Konrad Hoffmann and the Catholics of the chapter complained, the council, advised by the parish priests, forbade them to speak or act against what had been settled, under pain of loss of their benefices and banishment. At Whitsuntide a full settlement should be made, January 1524. A further appeal from the Catholic cantons to abstain from innovations, February 25, 1524, only called forth the answer that they would observe the Federal League, but could not yield in matters of conscience, March 21. For Christmas Day 1523, Zwingli had announced an administration in both kinds at the cathedral and the substitution of a sermon for the daily Mass. The council, however, decreed that until Whitsuntide, Old Mass and new administration should continue side by side. Images and crucifixes, the use of which had been quietly checked for some time, were on no account to be carried about. The exact form of the substitute for the Mass was to be settled at a fresh disputation, December 19, 1523. When Whitsuntide came, May 15, 1524, the council resolved to act on its own authority without waiting for the bishop. The committee appointed in 1523 suggested the removal of pictures and images by legally named authorities at the wish of each community, and Zwingli urged the replacing of the early Mass by a sermon and the Lord's Supper. The committee, however, did not altogether follow him as to the Mass. This was left in use, but the images were removed. The tardy intervention of the bishop, defending the Mass and images, was disregarded. This decision was adopted by both councils, and sent round to the bailiffs in the country for execution, June to July. The majority of a village, however, could decide to keep or remove images as they pleased. Removal was to be carried out by the pastor and responsible men. The use of organs, the passing bell, and extreme unction were also abolished. A reply to the bishop was composed by Zwingli, who was now all-powerful and approved by the council. The section on the Mass is Zwingli's first complete statement of his views, which he was now developing. He carried on a controversy, partly as to this subject, with Jerome Emser of Leipzig, who had attacked Luther for his alteration of the canon. In his Antibolon, August 18, in answer to this opponent, in an apology addressed to Diebold Gerolzek, October 9, 1523, in his De Canona Missae Epicarices, 1523, in his Subsidium Sive Coronis de Eucharistia, 1525, and in his De vera et falsa religione, 1525, Zwingli dealt with this central point. Negatively, he repudiated all sacramental efficacy and reduced the rite to a mere sign, nuda signa. Positively, he laid great stress, notably in his reply to Emser, upon its aspect as a feast and a corporate act. It was therefore social, not merely individual in its importance. The Mass at Zurich was abolished in April 1525, but the religious houses had been previously suppressed. The monks who did not return to the world were placed together in the Franciscan monastery, the convent of the Minster of Our Lady, December 4, 1524, and the chapter of the Great Minster, December 20, gave up their possessions to the city, and the monasteries throughout the canton followed. The incomes were devoted to education or the poor. A gymnasium, for instance, was endowed with the funds of the Great Minster, and Zwingli himself became rector of the Carolinum, April 14, 1525, as the United Scholastic Foundations were called. His scheme of graduated studies leading up to the ministry was adequate and well thought out. By a development of the plan of biblical instruction begun in 1523, the prophesyings or expositions took the place of the choir services, while the linguistic instruction was extended, July 19, 1525. When a synodal organization, September 23, 1527, and church courts, Stillstände, for discipline and marriage cases were set up, May 10, 1525, the Reformation upon its constructive as well as its destructive side was completed. As a purely civic organization, even in its details, it was systematic and orderly. A register of baptisms, for instance, was begun in 1526 for the city and afterwards extended to the canton. Of the elaborate system thus established, Zwingli was the bishop and the soul. It seems strange to find the council at this date, August 19, 1524, writing to the Pope that they were unable to stop the course of change even had they wished, owing to the strength of popular opinion. The Pope's reply was conciliatory, and prolonged negotiations took place, 1525-26. The city trying to obtain the arrears of its military pay, and Clement VII seeking to keep the city firm in its old alliance. In no respect were the positions of Luther and of Zwingli more contrasted than in the treatment they received from the papacy, and the cause of this was the papal hope of help from Zurich. The civic position of Zwingli was now significant. Theoretically, he might consider the congregation the ecclesiastical power, but in practice the community acted. He had realized his conception of the prophet guiding the community. Nay, more, he was, as Salat said, burgomaster, secretary, and council in one. First the great council, the democratic body, had been one, then the smaller council, and finally events gave Zwingli even further power. Markus Reust and Felix Schmidt, the experienced burgomasters, had died, 1524. Joachim am Grüt, Zwingli's opponent in the debates upon the Mass, 1525, had been dismissed from his office of city clerk, end of 1525. Zwingli was the sole leader left. At a threatening crisis, November 20, 1524, the burgomaster and the chief guildmaster received authority to settle pressing business privately with the help of trusty men. This is the first appearance of the Privy Council in and through which Zwingli afterwards worked, and to which foreign affairs were mainly entrusted. The experience of the Peasants' War, 1524-25, inclined Zwingli to a body less democratic than a large assembly, and his policy often required secrecy. Through this body, the Heimliche Rat, or the Privy Six, which became permanent in 1529, Zwingli exerted his influence. The council itself was purged by the exclusion of those opposed to him, December 9, 1528, who were found chiefly among the nobles. The numbers representing the Konstaffel in the two councils were reduced from 6 to 3 and from 18 to 12 respectively, 1529. Thus beyond the Protestant democracy and the two councils stood the commanding personality of Zwingli, working through and upon each of them, but above them all through the Privy Six. Zwingli had been so gently treated by the Pope, and his career had been so fortunate, that his conflict with the Anabaptists might well seem to him the hardest struggle undergone by him. The leaders of that party had been among those who, by eating flesh in Lent, began the breach with episcopacy. They and their followers pulled down crucifixes before the state had legalized such acts, but they could appeal to Zwingli's teaching. They first appear as a distinct party in the Second Disputation, October 1523. Konrad Grebel, son of Jakob Grebel, executed November 1526 for treason, and Felix Manz, both men of influential families and with private grudges against Zwingli, were leaders of this radical party in the city. Outside the city were other local centres, Zolliken, Wütken and Hüng. The dislike of tithes, so loudly expressed in the peasants' revolt, was shared by many Anabaptists, and at Grüningen, a centre where this economic side of the Anabaptist movement showed itself, it united with that of the peasants. Zwingli himself was averse from levying the small tithes upon vegetables and fruit. He held further that tithes had merely legal but not scriptural warrant. The council, however, disagreed with him, and tithes were maintained. At first the movement was indigenous, but late in 1524 Münzer came to Waldshut, northwest of Zurich, and Karlstadt to Zurich itself. Some German Anabaptists from St. Gallen also worked in Zurich territory. These influences from outside intensified the movement and organized it. But it was more a radical than a doctrinal movement, and hence Zwingli, jealous for the unity of his new organization, and yet largely in sympathy with their views, appealed to the Anabaptists in vain not to found a separate body. When they did so, a public disputation with them, the first of several, was arranged, January 17 and 18, 1525, and it was followed by a decree that all unbaptized children must be baptized within a week, or their parents would be banished. Some of the leaders were imprisoned, and with these Zwingli held private and repeated discussions. Inasmuch as this new society rejected the authority of magistrates and pastors alike, the council, by severe punishment, tried to suppress the movement. Manz was put to death by drowning, January 7, 1527, and the foreign leaders were banished, most of them to meet violent deaths later and elsewhere. In spite of Zwingli's severity against them, due to his resentment as a rejected leader whom they had come to hate as the false prophet, their small congregations continued to exist. Their energy afterwards found vent in needed criticism of clerical life, and the Synod of Easter, 1528, had for one of its objects a tightening of clerical discipline which might meet the objections and gain over the objectors. After the final removal of the Mass, the radicals turned to social matters, and especially at Grüningen attacked the tithes. An agitation against tithes and the monasteries had to a great extent common objects with the Zwinglians. The houses of Ruti and Bubikon were attacked by rioters, and a popular assembly at Tuss, June 5, 1525, caused great fear. The defeat of the peasants' revolt in Germany made the Allied movement easier to deal with in Switzerland, and Zwingli's negotiations, together with public disputations, resulted in a settlement. Tithes remained, but personal servitude, where the ownership of the state was concerned, was done away with. The villagers of the lake communes were henceforth regarded as citizens of the town. The general result here, as in Germany, was to arouse a dread of change, and outside Zurich, Zwingli's teaching was greatly blamed as an exciting cause. Incidentally, the vain attempt of Ulrich of Württemberg to regain his duchy by the help of the peasants and Swiss mercenaries had made the governments at Ensisheim and Innsbruck suspicious of Switzerland. The grievances of the peasants, intensified by the effect of the Reformation upon the public lands, remained unredressed, and, a century later, led to the Peasants' War, 1653. Few chapters in the history of federalism are more instructive than this failure on the part of a democratic federation to govern its conquests or to respect their liberties. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Helvetic Reformation, by the Reverend J. P. Whitney, Part 3. The Reformation had brought a new cause of division into the Confederacy. Religious disunion, save in the occasional form of heresy, was an unlooked-for thing, and the federal authorities scarcely knew how to treat it. The forest cantons were keen enemies of change. They regarded the Zurich innovations as threatening to themselves. On the other hand, Zurich naturally regarded herself as free to make what changes she wished. This difficulty would have strained federal relations, especially where much of the church government had been already taken over by the civil power, but it might have been overcome. When Zurich, disregarding the principle of government by the majority of the cantons, pushed religious change into the subject lands, the difficulty was increased. The frequent division of the higher and lower jurisdiction between the confederates and a single canton gave rise to the further question, under which jurisdiction came religious offences. The majority of the cantons governing the subject lands were Catholic. Zurich, in many places, held the lower jurisdiction. As early as November 1522, the Federal Diet ordered the bailiffs in the subject lands to bring before them the priests who spoke against the faith, thus claiming religious offences for the higher jurisdiction. But these beginnings of discord in the Federation were bound up with the beginnings of a local Reformation upon Catholic lines. The Bishop of Constance, like his brother bishop Christopher von Utenheim of Basel, had tried to improve his diocese, as his pastoral letter of 1517 shows. With these efforts, there was widespread sympathy, and when the three bishops of Basel, Lausanne, and Constance complained to the Diet at Lucerne, January 26, 1524, of the disturbed state of things in their diocese, the Diet not only, as already noted, sent an embassy to Zurich urging caution, but proposed to undertake a reformation on the lines of unity, admitting that abuses ought to be redressed. Exactions, traffic in benefices, indulgences were condemned. The Diet would consult with Zurich as to the best means of shaking off the yoke which the injustice of popes, cardinals, and prelates had laid upon the Swiss people. But this reformation was to be undertaken by the state, and the Federal Diet was to be the ruling authority. Nothing could better prove the ecclesiastical anarchy into which Switzerland had fallen, and the chance that a reforming papacy would have had of preserving unity and yet securing progress. Lucerne, where these proposals came, was afterwards a centre of the Counter-Reformation. They were rejected by Zurich, but resulted in the disputation at Baden, May to June 1526. Zwingli, however, it was easy to see, cared little for unity or peace compared with the carrying out of his own far-reaching plans. At Beckenried, April 8, 1524, the five cantons, Luzern, Uri, Schwyz, Unterwalden, and Zug, formed a separate league to suppress all Hussite, Lutheran, or Zwinglian errors. A further remonstrance was made to Zurich by all the cantons except Schaffhausen and Appenzell, and the intention of not sitting in Diet along with Zurich was declared July 16, 1524. The Mass, pictures, images, and fasting were pronounced binding upon all Swiss. Zurich, on the other hand, declared religion to be a purely cantonal matter. This was a question hard to settle, with no precedents to refer to. Zurich, however, put itself in the wrong by its action in the Thurgau, where it held the lower jurisdiction exercised through its bailiffs. Preachers, for the most part connected with Zwingli, had worked their way there, such as Oechsli, an old Einsiedeln friend of his, at Burg. When Oechsli was seized by the federal officer who exercised the higher jurisdiction, his friends and parishioners gathered to rescue him, July 17, 1524. Afterwards, in a riotous mob, they proceeded to the Carthusian monastery of Illingen and set it on fire. At Stammheim and Stein, images were destroyed. The seizure of the leaders, 3 of whom were executed at Baden, embittered Zurich, but the other cantons, in their turn, blamed its encouragement of the preachers. 6 cantons, Luzern, Uri, Unterwalden, Schwyz, Zug, and Freiburg, now threatened to break the league, but Bern was inclined to support the independence of the cantons, upon the principle cujus regio, ejus religio. At a diet at Zug, it was proposed to raise the country districts against Zurich on account of her destruction of images, but to this step Bern and Solothurn objected. Zurich had, however, made sure of the loyalty of her subjects in the religious changes, just as she referred to them the French alliance and the demands of the peasants. But the cantons were now divided into hostile factions, and outside lay Austria, embittered by the help sent from Zurich to a rising at Waldshut and Swiss support of Duke Ulrich. At the end of 1524, Zwingli, always fertile in suggestions and skilful in expression, came forward with a remarkable plan. Zurich was to strengthen herself in military equipment. Her reputation for military strength was great. She was to seek alliances with France and Savoy, to promise St. Gallen and the Thurgau the property of the monasteries in their territory as a price for their support, and to raise Tyrol against Austria. It is clear that Zwingli's range was extending. It was now that he entered into relations with Duke Ulrich. He now also took the religious movement in his old home, Toggenburg, under his care, and the Reformation was soon fully underway, 1524 to 1525. The disaster of Pavia, February 24, 1525, wrought some change in federal feeling. The loss of 5,000 Swiss, followed by the retreat of the remainder, made the French alliance less popular. People freely cursed the French, pensions and subsidies. Thus, Zwingli's old policy of doing away with mercenary service was recommended, but he had now departed from his former dislike of alliances. An alliance with France was soon one of his dearest hopes. His work at Zurich was safe. To make Protestantism in the common lands equally safe, and afterwards to gain freedom for his preachers in the Catholic cantons, were now the objects of his policy. To carry such a policy into effect, foreign alliances were needed. But nearer than France lay southern Germany, the cities of which were in many ways more like Zurich than was Bern, and here his doctrines made rapid way. These cities were naturally inclined to an organization of religion that was at once civic and democratic. Strasbourg, with its many subject villages, was a mediator by position and interest. The new diplomatists were the preachers, with something of Zwingli's influence in their respective cities, and many of them in constant correspondence with him. The decentralizing of influences, which had once centered in Rome or in the greater ecclesiastical courts, the substitution of pastors and dogmatic leaders for cardinals and legates, these are leading features of Reformation politics. Thus the main interest of Zwingli's letters in the following years is political and diplomatic. His object was to give Zurich a great dominion, such as she had sought and lost in the old Zurich War, to make her the Vorort, no longer of eastern Switzerland only, but of a new confederacy reaching into the empire and holding at bay the emperor, of whom he wished to see the world well rid. But this dominion was to be based upon a common religion. As the forces of religious change drew together, so did the forces of conservatism. Archduke Ferdinand had gathered the leading Catholic states, June 1526, at Ratisbon, and to them, as to the Diet at Lucerne, the suppression of heresy seemed the most urgent duty. The minor ecclesiastical reforms secured from the legate Campeggio fell far short of the Swiss plan of reform. Faber had been at this conference. In this year, 1526, he became an imperial councillor, and now he began to organize the Catholic party in Switzerland. For this purpose, a disputation was suggested at Baden, January 15, 1526. John Mayer of Eck, a many-sided and able man, was eager to meet Zwingli. But the latter at first declined to meet him anywhere save at Zurich, and afterwards, when Zwingli was ready to go to St. Gallen or Schaffhausen, the Zurich council refused him leave for the journey. When the meeting took place at Baden, May 21 to June 18, 1526, he was therefore not present, and Oecolampadius from Basel had to take his place. But the most elaborate arrangements were made for sending him daily reports and receiving his advice. Eck, with his theses, played the part that Zwingli had played at Zurich, and, in the opinion of the majority, 82 to 20, played it well. The reputation of the victory greatly strengthened the Catholic party. But Zurich was now no longer the sole centre of reform. At Schaffhausen, Hofmeister at Biel, Wittenbach, Zwingli's old teacher at Basel, were preaching freely. In Basel, Capito's work, 1512 to 1520, was more than carried on by Oecolampadius, now, February 1525, minister at St. Martin's. Bern, the most important of all the cities, was in religion, as in politics, inclined to a policy of its own. Political power was here in the hands of the aristocracy, the guilds being politically unimportant. Berthold Haller and Sebastian Mayer, by their preaching, shared the work of the painter-dramatist Nicolas Manuel to whom some ascribe the direction of Bernese policy until his death in 1530. Free preaching, if in accord with God's word, was allowed, but innovations were forbidden. Pictures, fasting, and other points disputed elsewhere were left untouched, but heretical books were prohibited, June 15, 1523, November 22, 1524. The magistracy, however, claimed the right to punish priests disregarding these decrees. The monasteries were placed under civic control and clerical incomes were regulated. But the power of the preachers grew, and at Easter 1527 both the Great and the Small Council had Protestant majorities. A decree maintaining the old worship for the present with a speedy prospect of change was passed, but some priests here as elsewhere anticipated the change. Political interests moved Bern in the same direction. Although disturbed by the Peasants' War, Bern was still unwilling to put pressure upon Zurich, and towards the end of 1526, through fear of Austria, drew nearer to her. Bern, Zurich, Basel, Glarus, and Appenzell did not share the desire of the Catholic cantons to base their federal union upon a common belief, but wished to found it only upon common interests. The Bernese authorities decided, like Zurich, to hold a disputation to which the bishops and delegates from the cantons were invited. Zwingli came with the Burgomaster Diethelm Rost. Here, January 6, 1528, 10 theses drawn up by Zwingli, Halle, and Roll were debated. They treated of the Mass as a sacrifice, of pictures, and of purgatory. The validity of church ordinances, except when grounded upon God's word, was denied. Thesis 4, that the body and blood of Christ are substantially and corporally received in the Eucharist, cannot be proved from the Scripture, caused much discussion. The disputations ended as Zwingli wished. The Mass was replaced by sermons, images were soon removed, and even the minster organ was broken up. February 17, 1528. In some respects, however, Bern did not follow Zurich. When the latter supported by force the Reformation in the Thurgau, Bern parted company, and her constant fear of Savoy led her to look more to the west and less to the east than did Zurich. The Bernese Reformation was less doctrinal than the Zurich, but the secularization of the monasteries was a great feature in its case also, 1527. The funds so derived were devoted partly to the state, partly to replacing foreign pensions, which were now definitely renounced, February 1528. The Bernese Oberlanders, however, had hoped to share the property of the monasteries at Interlaken, and when this was seized for the government, the inhabitants of the Haslital rose in rebellion. Some citizens of Unterwalden, believing the statement of these peasants that the Reformation was forced upon them, crossed the Brünig to their help, and it cost Bern much trouble to put down the movement so supported. This incident, for which Bern claimed compensation, was a cause of much ill will. About a year later, February 1529, the Reformation was carried through at Basel, but not without tumults, which drove Erasmus away to Leuven, the centre of the Counter-Reformation. Mühlhausen, Schaffhausen, where the movement was democratic, St. Gallen, and the Free Bailiwicks, especially Bremgarten, followed in the same direction, while Appenzell, the outer roads allowing freedom of belief, 1524, and Glarus were divided. The Graubünden, where opposition to the bishop had long existed, allowed liberty of preaching in 1526. But Zwingli's outlook included Germany as well as Switzerland. His doctrines, opposed to those of Luther, were here working their way inwards, and therefore the relations between emperor and princes greatly affected him. Constance, always hostile to the emperor, and Lindau controlled the Lake of Constance. In the former, Protestant views, taught by the Swabian reformer Ambrose Blarer, a friend of Melanchthon, and Zurich had such hold that the bishop, 1526, moved to Meersburg, and the chapter to Überlingen. The Federal Diet, November 4, 1527, refused to admit Constance as a member, but on Christmas Day the Council of Zurich decided to conclude with Constance a religious and political league, called Das Christliche Bürgerrecht. The treaty was modelled upon that which had admitted Basel to the Confederates, June 9, 1501. It contained provisions for mutual help, mainly defensive. It allowed of extension, and indeed the conquest of lands for Constance is spoken of, a seeming reference to the Thurgau. But the peculiarity of the new treaty lay in its being based upon theological unity, a principle which was to have a long and disastrous future in diplomacy. to Strasbourg, where the preachers Capito, Bucer, and Hedio were already his friends. Zwingli sent, August 1527, an envoy to discuss its admission to the new league. The admission of Bern, discussed at the Bern Disputation, was merely a question of time. It followed Constance, June 25, 1528. The Reformation in the common lands was now a pressing question, and a clause in the treaty provided that preachers there should be protected and no subject punished for his belief. If the majority anywhere decided for reform, they were to be left free to carry it out. The first place to which this applied was the Toggenburg, Zwingli's old home. Other cities quickly followed: St. Gallen, November 3, Biel, January 28, 1529, Mühlhausen, February 17, Basel, March 3, and after a long interval, Schaffhausen, October 15, which had a somewhat varied religious history. Strasbourg, after many proposals and discussions due to Bern's unwillingness to pass beyond Switzerland, finally entered the League, January 5, 1530, when the danger from Austria seemed great and Zwingli's activity, stimulated by Philip of Hesse, was almost feverish. The edifice was to be crowned by the admission of Hesse, but only Zurich, Basel, and Strasbourg would consent to so risky an alliance, and in the various treaties concluded with these cities, the claims of the Swiss Confederation were reserved. There were proposals for a larger league to include Augsburg, Nuremberg, and Ulm, but the anomaly of such a formation was evident, and it could not be successfully carried into execution. The inclusion of Ulrich of Württemberg in the Christian Civic League, as proposed by Philip, was happily not brought about. The result of the diplomatic activity in which Zwingli had engaged under the influence of Philip of Hesse thus fell far short of its purpose. To this new league, which made the confederation impossible, the Catholic states replied by the Christian Union. Austria had causes of complaint in the Waldshut incident and in the monastic secularizations. The monasteries of Stein am Rhein and Königsfelden, the former being under Austrian protection and the latter an Austrian foundation, had been secularized, 1524. Ferdinand protested, and reprisals followed on both sides. For its Italian policy, Austria had need of Swiss support. It was hopeless, said one Austrian envoy, to hold Milan unless Switzerland were with the emperor. At the Diet of Baden, May 28, 1528, Dr. Jakob Sturzel, an envoy from Ferdinand, whose policy here agreed with the emperor's, proposed to the 5 Catholic cantons, Luzern, Schwyz, Uri, Unterweiden, and Zug, a league with Austria, partly for defence and common religious ends. War was threatened, for while the imperial government was eager to attack Constance, Zurich and possibly Bern were equally bound to defend it and also to chastise Unterweiden for violating Bernese territory. It is impossible to follow in detail Austria's policy towards Switzerland. Distinctions between the policies of Charles and Ferdinand, between the councils at Ensisheim and Innsbruck, are easily traceable. And the chief advisers were not at one. Mark Sittich of Ems, the Vogt of Bregenz and Vorarlberg, and Count Rudolf von Sulz, head of the Innsbruck Council, were for war. They were further urged on by the Bishop of Constance and the Abbot of St. Gallen, who had private wrongs to redress. But the Habsburg lack of funds and the impossibility of putting fresh taxes upon impoverished lands made against war. The desirability of regaining the old lands of the Habsburgs was always present to their advisers, yet little could be done to compass it. On the other side, the dread of such an attack from Pharaoh was always in the mind of Zwingli, and sometimes found violent expression. But with the lapse of time he learnt that the emperor could not always act as he would. After lengthy negotiations, the proposals for the Christian Union were drafted in a diet at Feldkirch, February 14, 1529, and fully agreed to at Waldshut, April 22, 1529. The old faith was to be preserved, and as in 1525, a reformation on Catholic lines was to be carried out with the advice of the spiritual rulers. The members of the Union were bound to secure for each other the right of punishing heretics. A clause of doubtful interpretation about conquests showed that the possibility of such had been considered. This union, which made a solid wall of Catholicism between South Germany and Switzerland, was, like the Civic League, a breaking up of the old confederation. It also looked for an extension beyond Switzerland. At the Diet of Speyer, 1529, Ferdinand discussed with Bavaria and the Bishop of Salzburg their entry into the Catholic League. Savoy was spoken of as likely to join it. The Valais also had, May 1528, contracted a league for 10 years with Savoy. Even the Swabian League, it was said, might become a member. Bern and Zurich would then be enclosed by enemies. The Diet of Speyer, February 21, 1529, issued a severe decree against sects denying the sacrament of the flesh and blood of Christ. A distinction which the Protestants had not as yet formally made for themselves was made by others. 9 of the 14 cities that signed the protest presented on this occasion were Zwinglien. Strasbourg, which was in disgrace at the Diet for having just abolished the Mass, drew closer to Zurich from both political and theological motives. The distinction between Lutherans and Zwinglians on the subject of the Eucharist became now of political as well as dogmatic importance. Events were tending towards war in Switzerland. Bern and Zurich had agreed, November 16 to 18, 1528, both to compel Unterweiden to pay the indemnity for invading Bernese territory, and also to protect the Reformed faith in the common lands, while the several communities were to be left free to decide for the Reformed or Catholic side. At a meeting of the Thurgau Landsgemeinde at Weinfelden, December 9, 1528, envoys of both the Catholic and Reformed cantons attended. The latter promised help to those upon their side and asked their help in return. The majority of the Thurgau communities decided for reform. Meanwhile, the difficulties of a divided government in the common territories had become increasingly acute. Moreover, to the west, Geneva was attacked by Savoy, to which the Valais, now, end of 1528, allied to the 5 cantons, was attached, and the Christian Union supported Savoy. As these alliances tended to war, Schaffhausen, Appenzell, and the Graubünden offered mediation. But as their terms did not include freedom of preaching, Zurich, firm on this point, would not listen to them. Of the 5 cantons, Unterweiden was now the bitterest, but Luzern and Zurich, the rival leaders, had made up their mind for war, May 26 to 28. Bern, anxious to preserve unity, would not promise Zurich help for an offensive war. The demands of Zurich were indeed excessive, the surrender of the rights of the cantons to the administration of the Abbey of St. Gallen, to which Zurich, Luzern, Schwyz and Glarus sent a protecting bailiff in turn every 2 years, the withdrawal from the Austrian alliance, and the surrender of the Luzern satirist, Thomas Murner. Riotous proceedings at St. Gallen were a further cause of war. In 1528 it was Zurich's turn to appoint the bailiff, who both attended to secular business and protected the abbey. Zwingli meant to use the opportunity to further his cause. The abbot Franz Geisberger was dying. Zwingli and the Privy Council bade, January 28, 1529, the Zurich official, Jakob Frey, seize the monastic property upon his death, secularize it, and introduce the gospel. But the townsmen broke into the abbey, February 23rd, before the death of Geisberger, March 23. The monks elected as abbot Kilian Koifi, who fled to Bregenz and thence resisted the plunder of his abbey lands. Since the abbey was under the protection of the empire as well as of the 4 cantons, and of these Luzern, Schwyz supported Koifi, the illegal action of Zurich and of the townsmen could not but lead to war. Nor did this incident stand alone. The delicate constitutional question of the free bailiwicks added to the intensity of feeling. Nearly all the villagers in the district had declared, May 1529, that they would follow Zurich, which was openly encouraging their violent changes. In all but religion they would obey their lords, the Catholic majority of the cantons. These lords, however, hesitated to use force, but embassies regained for Catholicism some parishes. A new bailiff sent by Unterweiden was to take office in May 1529, and at first Zurich resolved to prevent his entry. Bern did its uttermost to keep the peace, but Zurich was embittered, while the 5 cantons had enough cause to reject Bern's mediation. Zurich declared war, June 8, and carried out a plan of campaign which Zwingli had drawn up. Leaving small detachments at Muri and elsewhere, near the Bernese troops at Bremgarten, for Bern, which disliked offensive war, was yet willing to defend the common lands and Zurich if attacked. The main body moved to Kappel, 10 miles from Zurich. Zwingli's plan was to move suddenly against the enemy, to force them to give up the Austrian alliance and their rule in the common lands, to renounce pensions and to allow free preaching in their own territory. The 5 cantons, hoping to the last for Austrian help, were badly prepared. The troops of Luzern had gone to the free bailiwicks, but those of the other 4 cantons moved from Zug towards Zurich. Hans Oebli, the Landemann of Glarus, hurried up to mediate, and as he was a friend of reform, his voice, in spite of Zwingli's plea for war, prevailed. The rank and file of neither army wished for war, and so, by the help of other cantons, peace was negotiated by ambassadors, first at Aarau and then at Steinhausen in Zug. The decision lay by custom with the armies themselves. Zwingli wished to force the abolition of pensions upon his opponents, but even at Zurich some were against this, and Bern, through Nicolas Manuel, refused to enforce it. Finally, June 24, 1529, peace was made at Kappel. Neither party was to attack the other for its faith. In the common lands, the religious offenders should not be punished. The majority were to decide for or against the Mass, and on other questions. Only men of honour and moderation should be sent there as bailiffs. The Austrian alliance was renounced, and its very documents were cut into shreds and burnt. The 5 cantons were to pay a war indemnity according to the decision of arbitrators, and if it remained unpaid, Zurich and Bern might close their markets to the 5 cantons. Finally, the abolition of pensions and mercenary service was recommended to the 5 cantons. The removal of the Austrian alliance seemed to secure the advantage to Zurich, which still kept Hesse and its chance of France. One clause was afterwards differently construed to mean that, as faith cannot be planted by force, no coercion should be used against the 5 cantons or their people in matters touching their faith. The Zwinglians thought that free preaching extended to the 5 cantons as well as to the common lands, and on the other hand, the 5 cantons naturally held themselves free to act as they pleased in their own territory. Thus the peace which placed Zurich at the height of her power contained in itself the seeds of future war. As a politician, if not as a theologian, Zwingli was justified in his preference for force. As early as August he thought another campaign inevitable. In the same year the question of the Eucharist became of crucial importance for the Protestants. In his writings of 1522, Zwingli entered into no criticism of the accepted view. The interpretation in our Lord's saying, "This is my body," of the word "is" as signifies, was possibly suggested to him by Cornelius van Hoorn after 1521 in a circular letter carried about to theologians by Hennerode. The expression of his opinion was hastened, if not caused, by Karlstadt's extreme utterances, containing, as Zwingli thought, a kernel of truth hidden by errors, and it first took shape in a letter to Matthäus Alber of Reutlingen, November 16, 1524. The Eucharist was regarded as purely symbolical, but as a pledge of Christian profession, and he emphasized, as his controversy with the Anabaptists shows, the corporate aspect in the Eucharist. Zwingli's teaching, often presented as a mere negation of Luther's, was no less a negation of the doctrine of the Church. In spite of varying views as to the exact nature of the presence, its reality had always been admitted. Wycliffe's denial of transubstantiation and Luther's assertion of consubstantiation, although affecting the relation of the presence to the elements, had not called in question that reality or the supernatural grace of this sacrament itself. Zwingli, fastening upon the direct relation between God and the individual apart from outward acts, and starting from the human side, made this sacrament purely symbolical, and brought it down from the supernatural to the human plane. In this he was followed by the later sacramentarians, and was at one with the Socinians and more radical sects. He thus became the revolutionary theologian of the Reformation. While the Lutherans were sensitive to charges of a departure from the old Catholic faith, the Zwinglians were conscious of their own bold innovations in doctrine and organization. For instance, they did not hold ordination essential. Their divergence from the Catholic Church went far deeper than objections to the papacy or to current abuses, and thus the vision of a council to promote union had no attraction or possibility for them. Hence the growth of their influence tended to perpetuate disunion. The South German cities were led to favour Zwingli's views, not only from democratic sympathy with the Swiss, but from dislike of Luther's political allies, the princes. Nuremberg was an exception. In 1525, Zwingli's books were forbidden there as books of the devil. But by April 1527, most of the Augsburg preachers were on his side. At Ulm, Konrad Sam was a pillar of strength to him. Ulrich von Württemberg, influenced by Oecolampadius and then by Zwingli's sermons, 1524 to 1525, became a strong Zwinglian, and in Hesse influenced the Landgrave in his turn. At Mainz, Hehman, who came from Basel, 1523, corresponded with Zwingli. Frankfurt, through Froschauer's connection, became a literary centre of the pure doctrine. Strasbourg, inspired by Zwingli, sent out its own teachers, and Zwinglianism, spreading down the Rhine, met a similar current of doctrine originating with Van Hoen in Holland. It reached even Friesland, where Karlstadt had worked, and Luther, unable to understand such a rapid growth, ascribed it to the devil. Hahner, a theologian who differed from Luther in maintaining a purely spiritual eating and drinking of the Saviour's flesh and blood, and from Zwingli in maintaining a supernatural communication of grace, had suggested to the Landgrave Philip the possibility of a conference clearing up all differences. This advice, given at Speyer in 1529, where unity among the Protestants was desirable for both political and religious reasons, led to the Marburg Conference, September 1529. The character and issue of this conference have been described elsewhere. The central subject was the change wrought by consecration in the elements. Zwingli purposely restricted the discussion to leave hope for unity. He had a practical mind, accustomed more than Luther's to the give and take of equal discussion. So long as unity was based upon ecclesiastical organization, there had been scope for difference of opinion within one church. But now, when organic unity was lost, exact agreement of theological opinion and the names of certain leaders were made the essentials of the unity which it sought to secure. Luther was the obstacle, as insisting that union of any kind should depend upon absolute agreement. But it is hard to see how Luther could have come into union with Zwingli without joining in his political schemes, since the demand for a union between them was primarily political. The failure to achieve theological unity ruined the great plan for a league which Zwingli and Philip of Hesse had conceived. Jakob Meyer of Basel had spoken of some considerable plan to be discussed at Marburg. Zwingli's correspondence with the Landgrave and his visit to Strasbourg had suggested many things to him. His request for an official delegate from the Zurich Council did not aim at theology alone. Unfortunately, the invitation to Bern was not sent until September 10, when it was too late. Religious differences made it clear that Saxony and Switzerland could not be included in the same league. However, Philip was ready to do without Saxony, and he was also ready to seek help from France, an expedient which loyalty to the empire made distasteful to Saxony. The proposal of such a plan came from Philip. The exact details were afterwards filled in by Zwingli, inspired from Strasbourg. Not only France but Venice was to be drawn into the league, and the instructions to Colleen, the envoy there, were drawn up by Zwingli himself, as were many other state papers. The activity and the expenditure of the French agents, Boisregal and Maigret, in Switzerland were great. The most Christian king had no scruple about negotiations with heretics, who indeed were better than Turks. In March 1531 he was ready to help Zurich secretly. But his great object was to keep the balance even in Switzerland. A war was not in his interest. On the other hand, the fear of arousing France paralyzed the emperor's action. Hence, while foreign influences pushed Switzerland to the verge of war, they also served to keep it back from war itself. End of section 35. Section 36 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10, The Helvetic Reformation, by the Reverend J.P. Whitney, Part 4. Diplomacy took up much of Zwingli's time, but his pen was as active as ever. He wrote commentaries upon Isaiah and Jeremiah, a number of important letters and controversial tracts. His power at Zurich and the spirit of the city were at their height. In a complaint to Luzern about Thomas Murner, whose Heretics' Calendar seemed dangerous and offensive to an age oversensitive to ridicule, the council said, February 14, 1529, that they were free and subject to no emperor or lord. They, like France, Venice, and other states, ordered spiritual persons and properties as they thought well. Zwingli's enemies, too, were under his feet. After December 7, 1528, only the barest civic rights without the chance of office were left to non-reformers. Attendance at Mass, even outside the city, was punished by fine. To eat fish instead of flesh on Friday was an offence. But a reaction might at any time set in. It was indeed the fear of such a reaction that led Zwingli to make his Reformation as thorough as possible. In this period, it becomes impossible to separate Swiss politics from German. The restoration of Duke Ulrich of Württemberg, which Zurich was more disposed than Bern to help, was an unfailing subject of negotiation. With this Saul, who, could he but be restored, seemed likely to be a Paul to the Reformation, Zwingli had a connection of long standing, and through him he became friendly with that able politician, the Landgrave Philip of Hesse. Zwingli's Hessian correspondence in cipher begins with the Second Diet of Speyer, when the Landgrave, April 22, 1529, first wrote about the Marburg Conference, and it ends 11 days before Zwingli's death. The two correspondents formed vast schemes, for the Landgrave, like Zwingli himself, was no rigid conservative. As early as 1524, Zwingli had formed a plan for an extensive league, but the Anabaptist troubles led him to lay it aside. Now, under the Landgrave's influence, he returned to it. After the conference, the proposal of a Christian agreement came from Hesse. It aimed at securing mutual protection and converts to the Word of God. The Schmalkaldic League, April 1531, owed something to this conception, but the idea of a league uniting Swiss and German Protestants failed through resistance from the Elector of Saxony, faithful to the Empire and firm in his Lutheran creed. The reward Zwingli gained for deserting his old principle of keeping aloof from foreign complications was small. His widest plans miscarried. No greater success rewarded Bucer in his attempts at mediation between the Lutheran and Zwinglian camps. The Creed of Strasbourg, Constance, Memmingen, and Lindau, drawn up by Bucer and Capito, presented to the Emperor July 11, 1530, and known as the Tetrapolitana, was considered and rejected by Basel and Zurich at the Evangelic Diet of Basel, November 16, 1530. It affirmed that the true body and blood of Christ were given truly to eat and drink for the nourishment of souls. Positively, it made as close an approach to the Lutheran view as was possible, while by omission of any statement as to the elements, it avoided contradicting that view. In other articles, the authority of the Scriptures, not mentioned in the Augsburg Confession, and the rejection of images are set forth. Zwingli's own confession was embodied in the Fidei Ratio ad Carolum Imperatorem, presented to the Emperor, July 3, 1530. The earlier sections expounded the Nicene faith. The sixth section emphasized Wycliffe's theory of the invisible church composed of elect believers. The sixth and eighth asserted the sacraments to be merely signs and affirmed Zwingli's teaching in terms likely to anger Catholics and Lutherans alike. Later sections depreciated ceremonies, denounced images as unscriptural, magnified the office of preacher, and discussed the relations of church and state at length. The Anabaptists were often incidentally condemned, and the assertion of his own views was clear and unflinching. No wish to conciliate others, no fear of a breach with the past is apparent. Even when Strasbourg, December 1530, joined the Schmalkaldic League, Zwingli's desire for political union did not overcome his conscientious adherence to his own views. He was thus the obstacle in the negotiations at this stage, March to July 1531, when the Elector of Saxony had yielded so far as to admit the adherence of the Tetrapolitana to the Schmalkaldic League. While he was willing to leave something vague, he could not accept definitions which he held to be untrue. Moreover, the Lutherans desired a general council, while Zwingli had completely broken with tradition and his organization left no room for councils. Apart from doctrine, Zwinglianism, on its political side, was now, 1530 to 1531, a greater danger to the empire than was Lutheranism. Ferdinand wrote to the emperor, after the Battle of Kappel, that Switzerland was the head of German Protestantism, and to conquer it was the true way of mastering Germany and re-establishing religious peace. The papal legate at Brussels wrote to Clement VII, May 1531, Zurich est désormais la tête et la capitale de la secte luthérienne. But her power was declining. It was only a small gain that Ulm, July 1531, moved by the definite refusal of Electoral Saxony to alter its position, became more Zwinglian, or that Bern, whose support was essential to Zurich, rejected the Tetrapolitana. In Zurich itself, Zwingli's influence was lessening. The unrestrained power of the Privy Council had grown distasteful. The disaffected nobility was regaining power. On the question of an embassy to France, February 1531, the opposition showed itself stronger than his followers. The trade of the city had been injured by political unrest. Strict sumptuary laws and moral control led to discontent among the artisans and tradesmen, who regretted the monasteries. The sermons lost some of their old attraction. So keenly did Zwingli feel this change that he formally asked leave to resign his preachership and go to work elsewhere, July 26. But he was too closely bound up with the town, and at the prayer of a deputation made up of 2 burgomasters and 3 chief guildmasters, he kept his office, and for the last months of his life he retained, though precariously, something of his former influence. Inside the Confederation, war was again drawing nearer. The Catholic cantons had still their own grievances and were embittered by defeat. They still, although against hope, looked to Austria for help. Zwingli, angry at the insults to which he was subjected, was decidedly for war. The knot can only be loosed by firmness. In this state of affairs, the War of Musso kindled the flame. The Castellan of Musso, Di Medigino, since 1525 a troublesome neighbour of the Graubünden, had, March 1531, murdered a Graubünden envoy returning from Milan and invaded the Palatine. The League appealed to the Swiss, and especially to Zurich. Zwingli believed that the emperor stood behind the Castellan, and that movements of troops in Austria foreshadowed an attack upon Zurich, an event which German politics made not unlikely. The emperor did not indeed himself support the Castellan, but he was inclined to approve the war since it kept the dangerous Swiss employed, and he was not unwilling that Musso should be helped without expense to himself, lest, if left without help, the Castellan should turn to France. The Swiss Diet was divided by the Graubünden request. The 5 cantons refused help, the Protestants promised it. Zwingli, again in the Privy Council and in closest touch with the French ambassador, Maigret, seized the opportunity to revive his far-reaching plan of alliance. Political means were used for religious objects. An assembly of the Zwinglian allies, May 15, at Zurich, determined that the 5 cantons must be forced to allow free way to preaching. An embargo upon trade by land, to check the passage of wine, wheat, salt, and iron, was to be set up against the 5 cantons. It was an unhappy method of compulsion, although it had a precedent in 1438, and had been contemplated in the first peace of Kappel. The chief responsibility belongs to Bern, who suggested it as an alternative to the war proposed by Zurich. Things drifted nearer to war in spite of representations from France and from other cantons. Scarcity of food distressed and angered the Catholics. Zurich would only remove the embargo if free preaching were allowed. The forest cantons this time made the first move, and from Zug marched towards Zurich, October 4-9. When news of this reached Zurich, a small band, which in the end reached 1,200 under George Goldy, set out, October 9. A larger band of 1,500 men, fairly well equipped, started 2 days later, and Zwingli accompanied them. But there was a lack of enthusiasm and even of preparation. In Bern, the people blamed Zwingli for this Parsons' War. The action of Bern indeed was ambiguous, partly owing to trouble near home and partly from aversion to the war. Her contingent was not ready until the crisis had passed, but there is no need to look for open treachery when a house is divided against itself. The advance guard under Gödeli, which was only to keep on the defensive, began the battle at Kappel on October 11. They neglected to charge the enemy when changing their attack, and their position was turned. When the main body under Rudolf Lavater reached the Albis, the position fixed by the council, the day was practically lost. Its attack upon the 8,000 forest men failed. Zwingli was among the slain, and his body was treated disgracefully as that of a traitor. His stepson, Gerold Meyer, Diebold von Geroldzog, Abbot Jona of Kappel, and others of his friends perished with him. The remaining Zurich troops and allies came up, October 24, with the Catholic troops on the Gubel near Zug, and were defeated in an engagement more serious than the first. Zurich lay open to its enemies. The emperor might now have intervened with effect. But through the mediation of the French ambassadors and the other cantons, peace was made, November 23. The conditions of the first peace of Kappel were now reversed. It was to the credit of the victors that they did not press their success too far. Even now Zurich was not disposed for peace, but the country villages, which had lost by the embargo, here, as at Bern, were strongly for it. By the second peace of Kappel, the territory of Zurich was kept intact. In the common lands, existing beliefs were left alone, but Catholic minorities, where there were such, received protection. Government by the majority of the cantons was affirmed. The management of its own religious matters was left to each canton. Zwingli's scheme to force the Catholic cantons to give free play to the Reformation in the common lands and in their own territory had failed. But the principle of federal control over religion was not asserted. The Christian Civic Alliance and the Treaty of 1529 were annulled. Basel, Schaffhausen, St. Gallen, and Mühlhausen paid indemnities of 1,000 to 4,000 crowns. Zurich and the town of St. Gallen were to compensate and restore the Abbey of St. Gallen. The reformed communities in the Free Bailiwicks, Thurgau and Toggenburg, where the abbot regained his power, were allowed to keep their faith. Catholic but not reformed minorities were protected. Monks and nuns might return to their houses. Solothurn restored its old worship to escape the payment of an indemnity. Bern, which had to forego the compensation from Unterweiden, and Zurich were left discontented and almost bankrupt. Zurich was forced, December 1531, to grant the Kappel Charter, by which its rural districts gained a right to be consulted upon all important questions, and to give or refuse their consent for any future war. Such was the outcome of Zwingli's ambitious scheme, whereby Bern and Zurich were to be the pillars of a great Protestant power in Switzerland, extending its influence far afield. The peace perpetuated division among the reformers and separated Switzerland from Germany. Glarus became Catholic once more, Bern grew more Lutheran. In the common lands, the Aargau suffered more reaction, the Thurgau least. Zurich is henceforth externally of less importance. The future of Swiss Protestantism lay with Bern and Geneva, the latter not yet a confederate, but in league with Bern and Freiburg, February 1528. And furthermore, the Counter-Reformation, or the Catholic reaction, neither name aptly describes the movement or its origin, found a ready home in Switzerland. Catholicism began to gain ground here soon after the Second Treaty of Kappel, without having to wait for any of the stimulating movements felt elsewhere. The scheme of Catholic reform proposed in 1524 to 1525 and the disasters of Zwinglianism were effective local causes. Outside powers were unwilling to let the war die out. Philip of Hesse, always ready and hopeful, tried to rouse it to new life. Basel was arming, but the South German towns urged peace. The Pope called upon the Emperor to make an end and put down the heresy at once, and even sent to the 5 cantons, aliquantum pecuniae. Ferdinand would have done the same, but was overruled by his advisers. The Austrian statesman hoped to use the war for the emperor's good, but to do so without expense, and the emperor feared by any decisive step to rouse the French to war. The French, on their part, gained greatly by the peace. Thus the settlement remained undisputed, and the South German towns drew nearer to the princes, now that Zurich could give them no help. In Zurich itself, the religious movement continued. Bullinger, Zwingli's son-in-law and successor, banished from Bremgarten by the peace, carried on his work, but it was now solely theological and internal. The Privy Council was discredited, as Bullinger explained to Myconius. Its existence meant foreign entanglements, and Zurich, weakened by the new power given to the country districts, became less and less able to pursue an adventurous foreign policy among the great states of Europe. But the strife of doctrine remained behind, always significant for the history of thought, at times for politics as well. Bucer's task of mediation grew harder and its end more remote. Conferences with Melanchthon had no result, because it was impossible to devise a formula such as would satisfy Luther and still recognize the conflicting doctrines adapted to minds of different types. At Wittenberg, May 22 to 27, 1536, a well-attended conference produced a conciliatory document, the Wittenberg Concord. According to it, the body and blood of Christ were truly and substantially present in the Eucharist, shown and received. Bucer, by a distinction not widely accepted, contended that the impious did not, while the merely unworthy did, receive them. To this view, Strasbourg, Augsburg, Ulm, Constance, and other cities agreed. But Luther hesitated to sign the Concord because he heard that the Swiss had agreed to it, and feared it must therefore be bad. On the other hand, in the previous January, the Swiss theologians had met at Basel, and there drawn up the first Helvetic confession. It was conciliatory in tone, and went beyond the purely symbolic view, the Nuda Signa of Zwingli. But its framers were not at Wittenberg, and Bucer, the medium of intercourse, did not adequately represent one side to the other. Another conference of the Swiss reformers at Basel drafted a new document, showing a wish for unity, and at the same time making it clear why the Wittenberg Concord could not possibly be accepted. Luther's reply, 1537, was guarded and distrustful, so that its circulation in Switzerland did not help the cause which Bucer and Melanchthon had at heart. A conference at Zurich, April 28, 1538, showed the politicians as eager for unity as the theologians for distinction. Finally, Zurich, September 28, 1538, resolved to keep her old view with no modifications. If doctrine was to be the basis of unity, the adjustment of the limits of difference required nice discussion. Luther's violence of language and Zwingli's mingling of politics and theology had complicated that discussion. Henceforth, old positions eagerly guarded and attacked, associations and repugnances valued above their real importance, were further obstacles to union. But it was hard to give any strong religious reasons why unity as distinct from charity should be sought. Political reasons there were in plenty, but their admission made the discussions theologically lifeless. Calvin may have learned much of organization from Zurich, but in theological importance he overshadows not only Zwingli, but all other Swiss reformers. As to the Eucharist, while Zwinglian in his exegesis, he was more spiritual in his conceptions, emphasizing the grace conferred while not connecting it with the elements, a change which has also been detected in Bullinger and later Zwinglians. But they agreed in rejecting Luther's doctrine. Like Bucer, Calvin worked for unity and, unlike Zwingli, did not spread his political energies over too large a field. He was thus able to concentrate and deepen influences set in motion by Zwingli. But even Calvin's labours for unity had a political end. If to observers from the outside German and French Protestants could appear united, the French king, ally of the one, could not well persecute the other. Calvin and Bullinger drew up, 1549, the Consensus Tigurinus, strongly anti-Lutheran in tone, perversa et impia superstitio et ipsum Christum sub elementis incultere. Up to this time there had been a division among the Swiss leaders. Bullinger had given up all hope of unity with the Lutherans. At Bern, with its Lutheran inclinations, that hope was still alive. But with the Consensus, Protestant Switzerland was united. Basel, with traditions of synods of its own, Bern, with a distrust of all synods as leading to strife, did not welcome it greatly, but yet adopted it, 1551. So did Schaffhausen, St. Gallen, Biel, and Mühlhausen. Thus, in the end, dogmatic and political unity, which had so often helped or thwarted each other, claimed a common territory in reformed Switzerland. And the reaction following upon Zwingli's strict control brought a growth of toleration. In Germany, meanwhile, the teaching of Zwingli became nominally less important than that of Calvin, and the division between Reformed and Lutheran, so fatal to German Protestantism, belongs in its later stages more to the history of Calvinism than of Zwinglianism. But Zwingli, in his treatment of the Eucharist, had raised a fundamental issue, and his views on this head, like his treatment of public worship, have had a wider influence than their recognition in confessions and liturgies would indicate. Thus, Zwinglianism became the name of a school of thought rather than of a religious body. Zwingli's plans would have given the Confederation unity and cohesion at the expense of his opponents. But the Reformation postponed the solution of the unsolved problem of Swiss unity, and the Counter-Reformation made the difficulties greater. Cardinal Carlo Borromeo, Archbishop of Milan, took a deep interest in Switzerland. He founded a Swiss college at Milan, introduced into the land the Jesuits, 1574 to 1581, and the Capuchins, 1581 to 1588, and procured a permanent nunciature at Luzern. After his death, Luzern under Ludwig Pfeiffer formed a league with Uri, Schwyz, Unterweiden, Zug, Solothurn and Freiburg to maintain offensively and defensively the Catholic faith, 1586. This was known as the Borromean League. Thus the division into two camps was crystallized and the old federal constitution was almost dissolved. Diets, save those of the opposed cantons held separately, became rare. The disputes about the common lands went on, and with foreign influences intensified the differences due to faith. In the 30 Years' War, the Protestants expressly and the Catholics tacitly adopted neutrality, but could not hold entirely aloof. The country's importance to its neighbours lay in its provision of soldiers for hire, and for this reason they endured its independence. The neutrality adopted was not that advocated yet departed from by Zwingli. It resulted from the religious divisions due to him, combined with the foreign service he condemned. The Reformation in Switzerland shows how largely the forms in which religious ideas express themselves are moulded by political forces. It was also, more than elsewhere, the centre of the national history. It was Zwingli who, by his religious influence and his political mistakes, was the cause of this. Politically, his dearest schemes miscarried. Ecclesiastically, his type of organization and worship endured. Doctrinally, he was overshadowed by others. But the permanent division of the cantons was due to him, not merely to the doctrines he taught, but, on the one hand, to the power with which he impressed them upon Zurich, and on the other, to the energy and violence with which, regardless of federal liberties, he strove to force them upon the other cantons. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, Calvin and the Reformed Church, by the Reverend A.M. Fairbairn. Part 1. The Reformation emerges as an inevitable result from the interaction and opposition of many and complex forces. The spirit of the time, even when intending to be its enemy, proved its friend. The Renaissance, which had raised the ancient classical world from its grave, was not in itself opposed to the Catholic Church, but in the reason it educated and the historical temper it formed, in the literature it recovered, in the languages it loved, in the imagination it cultivated, and the new sense of the beautiful it created. There were forces of subtle hostility to the system which had been built upon the ruins of classical antiquity. Erasmus used his wit to mock the vulgar scholasticism of Luther, but Erasmus more than any man made Protestantism necessary and the papacy impossible, especially to the grave and reverent peoples of the North. The navigators, who by finding new continents enlarged our notions both of the earth and man, seemed but to add fresh provinces to Rome, but, by moving the center of social and intellectual gravity from the shores of the Mediterranean to those of the Atlantic, they inflicted on her a fatal wound. Moreover, by the easy acquisition of the wealth which lower races had accumulated, there was begotten in the Latin peoples so fierce and intolerant an avarice that their highest ambitions appeared ignoble, in contrast with the magnanimity and the enterprise of the Teutonic nations that became Protestant. And just as the history of man's past lengthened and the earth around him broadened, and with it his horizon, so the nature beneath him and the heavens above began by telling him their secrets to throw over him their spell. With the new knowledge of nature came new hopes, which looked more to the energies that were creating the future than to the authorities that had fashioned the past. Faith in man, and not simply as king or noble, as pope or priest, was reborn, and he appeared as the maker of history and the doer of the deeds that distinguish time. The most famous of the humanists were either themselves poor or sons of poor men, though they might affect, especially in Italy, the courts of kings and the palaces of the great, who had patronage as well as power in their hands. The most eminent of the explorers was a Genoese sailor. The best-known conqueror was an officer's bastard. The author of the New Astronomy was a clerk who never became a priest. The foremost scholar of the day was a child born out of wedlock. The most acute political thinker was a plain Florentine citizen, and the most potent English statesman was the son of a rustic tradesman. And this strenuous individualism found its counterpart in religion. The rights of man in religion were declared. The individual asserted his competence to know and to obey the truth by which he was to be judged. But the Reformation, at least in its earlier phase, bore also upon its face the image of the man whose genius gave it actual being. Luther had become a reformer rather by necessity of nature than by choice of will. His peasant descent may have given him a conservative obstinacy, which was concentrated and intensified by his narrow scholastic education. No man ever clung with more tender intensity to the customs and beliefs that could be saved from the wreckage of the past. But he did his work as a reformer the more thoroughly because he did it from nature rather than from choice. It is doubtful if in the whole of history any man ever showed more of the insight that changes audacity into courage. By the publication of his theses, he proclaimed a doctrine of grace that broke up the system which Europe had for centuries believed and obeyed. By burning the papal bull, he defied an authority which no person or people had been able to resist and yet live. By his address to the nobles of the German nation, he appealed from ecclesiastical passion and prejudice to secular honor and honesty. By his appearance and conduct at the Diet of Worms, he showed that he could act as he had spoken. By his translation of the Bible, he spread before the eyes of every religious man the law by which he was bound. And by his marriage he declared the sanctity of the home and the ties which attached man to woman. But, though Luther was by nature strong and heroic, he was yet so intellectually timid that he could not bear suspense of judgment, even where such suspense was an obvious duty. And so the system he created was alike in what it sacrificed and what it spared, a splendid example of dialectical adaptation to personal experience. He was, indeed, so typical a German that his church suited the German people, but for the same reason it could not live outside Teutonic institutions and the Teutonic mind. He had no constitutional tendency to skepticism, for his convictions did not so much follow or obey as underlie and guide the processes of his logic. Hence he was a man equally powerful in promoting and in resisting change. He stood up against forces that would have overwhelmed a weaker or a smaller man, but as a conservative, by nature he professed beliefs that a man of a more consistent intellect would have dismissed, and cherished customs which a more radical reformer would have surrendered. And he was not conscious of any incompatibility among the things he retained, or of any coherence between what he gave up and what he spared. Thus he opposed to the authority of the Pope the authority of Holy Scriptures, but the apostle who seemed to ignore or deny his most fundamental belief, he was ready to denounce as if he were the Pope. He appealed to the German people to uphold against Rome a gospel which declared all men to be equal before God, but when the peasants drew from his first principle an inference which justified their revolt, he sided with the princes. From his doctrine of justification by faith, he argued against the papal chair and its claims, but his theory of the Eucharistic sacrament was more full of mysteries that taxed the reason than any of the articles which he regarded as specifically popish. He held freedom to be the right of every Christian man, and confessed himself bound to accept every consequence which came by legitimate reasoning from the truth he acknowledged. But he refused the right hand of brotherhood to reformers whose love of freedom, integrity of character, purity of motive, and zeal in the faith were equal to his own. The longer the Protestant Church lived, the more the Reformer's inconsistencies and the inadequacy of his Reformation became evident, and so a double result followed. On the one side, the ancient church pressed with growing severity upon the revolt and its leaders, and, on the other side, the more eager of the rebellious spirits went forward in search of simpler, yet more secure positions. Rome did not, indeed, understand at once what had happened, but she understood enough to see how Luther and the communities he had founded could best be dealt with. An ancient church, which has governed man for centuries, instructed him, organized and administered his worship, consecrated him from his birth, and comforted him in his death, has always an enormous reserve of energy. Man is a being with an infinite capacity for reverence, and it is where he most reveres that he is most conservative and least inclined to change. And consequences soon followed from the Reformation, which threatened to limit its scope to the purification of Catholicism, to the restoration of its decayed energies, and to furnishing it with the opportunity of vindicating by policy and argument, by speech and action, its name and its claims. Heresies soon arose in the Protestant as they had arisen in the early Church. The collision of the new thought with the old associations provoked discussion. Discussion begat differences. Differences became acute antitheses, which were hardened into permanence by the very means taken to soften or overcome them. Anabaptism supplied Catholicism with fruitful illustrations of the dangers incident to freedom of thought. The Peasants' War was made to point a moral which appealed to the jealousy of nobles and the ambitions of kings. The rise of sectaries and the multiplication of sects were employed to set off the excellence of a uniform faith and infallible church. The abolition of priesthood and hierarchy was used to unchurch the heretic and deny to his societies both divine authority and sacramental grace. Revival and reaction followed so fast on the heels of reform that, had the Lutheran Church stood alone, neither the eloquence of its founder, nor the sagacity and steadfastness of the Saxon electors, nor the vigor of Landgrave Philip could have saved it. But Luther did not exhaust the tendencies that worked for reform. They were impersonated also in Zwingli. As the one was by disposition and discipline a schoolman who loved the saints and the sacraments of the Church, the other was a humanist who appreciated the thinkers of antiquity and the reason in whose name they spoke. Luther never escaped from the feelings of the monk and the associations of the cloister, but Zwingli studied his New Testament with a fine sense of the sanity of its thought, the combined purity and practicability of its ideals, and the majesty of its spirit, and his ambition was to realize a religion after its model, free from the traditions and superstitions of men. It was this that made him so tolerant of Luther, and Luther so intolerant of him. The differences of opinion might have been transcended, but the differences of character were insuperable. The two men stood for distinct ideals and different realities, and as they differed, so did their peoples. Differences of political order, geographical situation, and climate could not but reappear in character and in belief as well as in the forms under which these were coordinated and expressed. Ecclesiastical order will ever reflect the civil polity prevailing in the region where it is evolved. Thus the Roman Church was built upon the ruins of the Roman Empire. The Eastern Patriarchates were organized according to the methods and the offices of Byzantine rule, and the ecclesiastical institutions of the 16th century were shaped by the political capacities and usages of the peoples among whom and for whom they were created. Thus the Church adapted to a German kingdom was not suited to the temper and ways of an ancient republic, nor was a system fitted to a despotic state congenial to the genius of a free people. Hence there emerged a twofold difference between the reformations accomplished by Luther and by Zwingli, one personal, which mainly affected the faith or creed of the Church, another social or civil, which mainly affected its polity. Luther, a schoolman, while a reformer created out of his learning and experience a faith suited to his personal needs. But Zwingli, a reformer, because a humanist, came to religion through the literature which embodied the mind of Christ and the Church of the Apostles. Hence the Lutheran Reformation is less radical and complete than the Zwinglian, while its faith is more traditional and less historical and rational. But the differences due to the political order and the civil usage were, if not deeper, yet more divisive. Luther effected his change under an empire and within a kingdom by the help of princes and nobles, but Zwingli effected his under a republic by the aid of citizens with whom he had to argue as with consciously freeborn men. Both might organize their respective churches by means of the civil power and a dependence on it, but the civil powers were not the same, the reigning forces being in the one case the law and the princely will, and in the other case the reason and the free choice of men, trained in self-government by the usages of centuries. The Lutheran Church was thus more monarchical, the Zwinglian more republican in constitution. The one was constructed by princes, the other organized by the genius and built by the hands of a free people. The Reformation, then, could not possibly be expressed in a single homogeneous form. Organization was a necessity if the liberty achieved by the movement was to be preserved, but it is a much harder thing to establish an order agreeable to liberty than an order suitable to bondage. When a revolution once begins, authorities, personal or political, may retard or deflect it, but they cannot stop or turn it back, and no revolution leaves man exactly where it found him. The wheel may accomplish its full round, but it never returns to the point whence it started. If, then, man could not go back but must preserve what he had gained, he needed a system that would serve his new mind as Catholicism had served his old. Out of Luther's Reformation came the church which bears his name, out of Zwingli's the church which is specially termed the Reformed. This church was born in Switzerland, but named in France, and the name signified that while it was a church Protestant and evangelical like the Lutheran, it was yet ancient and continuous like the Roman, able to change its form or accidents without losing its essence. Being Swiss by birth, it was republican in polity and democratic in spirit, a church freely chosen by a free people and capable of living amid free institutions. But France, in adopting and naming it, made it less national and more cosmopolitan, helping it to realize a character at once more comprehensive and aggressive. Now, the causes of this action may be described as at once general and particular, or national and personal. Of the more general, or national, causes 3 may here be specified. French Protestantism was more a lay than a clerical revolt. The men who led and who formed it were without the mental habits or the associations of the priest. At first, indeed, it was termed, just as if it had been imported from Germany, the Lutheran heresy. But the most notable of the early French martyrs, Louis de Bequin, was a pupil of Erasmus rather than of Luther. The men who made the psalms which the French Protestants loved to sing were not of the priestly order, while their 2 most illustrious teachers were both jurists and scholars. It was then but characteristic that the Reformed Church of France should more emphasize moral character and temper than custom or formulated beliefs, and that John Calvin, who was its most creative personality, should not think like a schoolman or appeal to the Imitatio Christi, as Luther had appealed to the Theologia Germanica. Its genius was to sacrifice everything which Scripture did not directly sanction and justify, while the genius of the Lutheran Church was to spare everything that Scripture did not expressly forbid. And these differences were felt and resented by the Lutherans long before they were perceived or appreciated by the Catholics. For one of the most tragic things of history is the jealousy which made the Lutherans so fear the Reformed Church that they would, at one time, rather have seen Rome than Geneva victorious. Again, the Reformed Church in France had to live in the face of a persecution so severe and a legislation so repressive as to be without parallel in the annals of any civilized country. Certainly, in the case of the early Church, the martyrdoms were numerically fewer, while its sufferings were less continuous, and its period of persecution not so unbroken and protracted. The Roman amphitheatre was, compared with the Place Maubert, a home of mild humanity. The gay and careless intolerance of Francis I had nothing to learn from pagan hate, while the Inquisition was a fiercer and more pitiless foe than heathenism could have bred. The first martyrdoms took place in 1523 at Meaux and at Paris. By 1526 they had become common. An eyewitness tells us that in 6 months, 1534-5, in Paris alone, 27 persons were burned to death, and in 1568, as if to show how the thirst for blood had grown, 2 Huguenot writers assure us that, during the short peace in 3 months, more than 10,000 people were slain, a statement which the testimony of the Venetian ambassador abundantly confirms. In 1581, a book dedicated to Henry III places the number who had fallen within the few preceding years for the religion at 200,000, and it goes on to enumerate the victims provided by the larger churches. These figures may be exaggerated, but the exaggerations, which are those of contemporaries, will seem extravagant only to those who have never looked into the records of congregations and classes. In any case, the figures witness to the fierceness of the fires that scorched the Reformed Church in France, and explain, if they do not justify, its passion of religious hate, while they drew to it the pity and awakened for it the admiration of all its sister and daughter communities. To define policy and shape character in their own and other lands for their own and later ages has ever been the prerogative of the persecuted. And this prerogative the Huguenot has exercised as a splendid revenge. He had no opportunity of becoming a loyal citizen. The state would not allow him. L'Hôpital laid down the principle that there could be no civil unity where there was religious dissension, and that the city which allowed its citizens to disagree in their theological beliefs could know no peace. While he urged the sectaries to cultivate charity and cease to use the mot diabolique which they flung at each other, and to employ instead the truest and most characteristic of names, Christian, yet his thought translated into law rendered, so far as the Huguenot was concerned, duty to the state and duty to conscience incompatible, and the tragic struggle in which the Huguenot was engaged made him a heroic and a potent figure. What the French Revolution did later for the European peoples, the Huguenot did for Protestantism. He made his faith illustrious, his example became infectious, and the churches of other lands loved to emulate the Reformed Church of France. And this effect was at once intensified and heightened by the expulsive power of the anti-Protestant legislation. It drove men out of France without expelling their love of France. They only loved her the more that she had made them fugitives for conscience' sake. Men like John Calvin and Theodore Beza did not cease to be sons of France, though they became citizens of Geneva, and they used their foreign citizenship to serve their motherland more effectually than they could have done in any of her own cities. The Protestants failed in France, yet it is doubtful whether, without their failure there, the Reformed Church could have prospered. The events that so tended to define its creed and demeanor helped it to fight its battles the more bravely. Finally, the Reformed Church, as organized by the French mind, belongs essentially to the second Protestant generation, and its distinctive note was an enlarged historical knowledge and a clarified historical sense. The feeling for religion was in the second generation not less strong than in the first, but it knew better the problem to be solved and had become more conscious of the many and complex factors required for its solution. The new literature had almost nothing to do with determining the minds and motives of the earlier reformers, but determined almost exclusively those of the latter. With the exception of Melanchthon, no Lutheran of the front rank came from the humanists, but all the creative minds of the Reformed Church were children of the Renaissance. The problem, as they saw it, was historical and literary as well as religious. The Old Testament, which Reuchlin had recovered, and the New Testament, which Erasmus had published and interpreted, enabled them to study both the religion which Christ had found and the religion which he had made. The apostolic writings showed how the men who knew him, or who knew those who knew him, understood and tried to realize his mind. Their own experience had set them face to face with the church and system which claimed to express the mind of the apostles and to represent the apostolical society. They were not curious and scientific inquirers who wished to discover how the one had become the other, or how the twin laws of continuity and change had fulfilled themselves in history. They were convinced and sincere religious men who studied first the scriptures to find the idea of Christ, and then their own times to see whether it had been and how it could be realized. There was thus an objectivity in the Reformed ideal which was absent from the Lutheran, a greater thoroughness, a more comprehensive spirit, a more conscious and coherent endeavor to repeat and reflect the apostolic age. The Reformed Church was not built to meet the exigencies of an expanding personal experience, but articulated throughout according to a consciously conceived idea. It bore indeed even more than the Lutheran the impress of a single mind, and then that mind was as typical of France and the second Protestant generation as Luther was typical of Germany and the first, and it had come by a very different process and way to the convictions which drove it into action. Calvin, like Zwingli, was a humanist before he became a reformer, and what he was at first, he never ceased to be. On the intellectual side, as a scholar and thinker, his affinities were with Erasmus, though, on the religious side, they were rather with Luther. Indeed, Calvin can hardly be better described than by saying that his mind was the mind of Erasmus, though his faith and conscience were those of Luther. He had the clear reason and the open vision of the one, but the religious fire and moral passion of the other. The conscience made the intellect constructive, the intellect made the conscience imperious, at once individual, architectonic, and collective. In Calvin, the historical sense of the humanist and the spiritual passion of the reformer are united. He knows the sacred literature which his reason has analyzed, while his imagination has seen the apostolic church as an ideal which his conscience feels bound to realize. There was rigorous logic in all he did. Dialectic governed him, from the humanism which furnished his premises to the religion which built up his conclusions. This is the man whom we must learn to know, if we would understand the Reformed Church, what it did and what it became in his hands. The personal cause, then, which most of all contributed to the creation of the Reformed Church, as history knows it, is John Calvin, and him we must here attempt to understand from 2 points of view. First, that of descent and education. Secondly, that of place and sphere in which he did his work. Calvin was born on July 10, 1509, at Noyon, in Picardy. It was the year when King Henry VIII, when Colleen was meditating the reformation of a school which was to bear the name of the apostle whom he loved, when Erasmus, learned and famous, was in Rome, holding high argument with the Cardinal de' Medici, when Luther attained the dignity of Sententiarius and had been called to Wittenberg, and when Melanchthon, though only a boy of 13, matriculated at Heidelberg. Calvin's ancestors had been bargemen on the Oise, but his father, Gerard Calvin, had forsaken the ancestral craft and had some time before 1481 migrated from Pont-l'Evêque to Noyon, where he had prospered and had in due course become notaire apostolique, procureur, fiscal de compte, scribe en cour d'église, secrétaire de l'évêché, et promoteur de chapitre. He married Jeanne Lefranc, the daughter of a well-to-do and retired innkeeper, described by a Catholic historian as a most beautiful woman, and by a local tradition as remarkably devout. Beza says that the family was honorable and of moderate means, and he adds that the father was a man of good understanding and counsel, and therefore much in request among the neighboring nobility. To this couple were born 4 sons, 2 daughters, John being the second son. The father, who intended the boy for the church, had the successful man's belief in a liberal education, and obtained for him, just as the modern father seeks a scholarship or exhibition, first the revenues of a chapel in the cathedral, and some years later those of a neighboring curacy. Among the local gentry was the distinguished family of Montmur. One of them, Charles de Hengast, was from 1501 to 1525 Bishop of Noyon, and his nephew Jean held the same episcopate from the succeeding 52 years. This Jean quarrelled lustily with the chapter, which disliked his manners, his dress, his beard, and possibly also the tolerance of heresy, which made him suspect dans sa foi et odieux à l'Église et l'État. It is probable that his friendship with this episcopal race helped Gerard to rise and also hasten his fall. Whatever the cause, whether financial embarrassments, personal attachments, dubious orthodoxy, or all 3 combined, his later years were more troubled than his earlier, and he died in 1531 under ban of the church. There is no evidence of any latent Protestantism, either in him or in his family at this time, though 4 years later John had become the hope of the stern and unbending reformers, and within 5 years the eldest son Charles had died as une âme damnée, for he refused on his deathbed to receive the sacraments of the church. Calvin's education began in the bosom of the Montmor family, not indeed as a matter of charity, but, as Beza tells us, as the charges of his father, and though Calvin never forgot that he was un de plebe homoousios, yet he was always grateful for the early associations which gave to his mind and bearing a characteristic distinction. In 1523 he was sent to Paris, where he entered as a student of arts the College de la Marche, whence he passed, for his later and more special studies, to the College de Montaigu. The University of Paris was old and famous, but its then state was not equal to its age or its fame. Erasmus describes how the students were mobbed and hunted on the streets, the sort of houses, no better than lupinaria, which they frequented or lodged in, the filthy language they heard or used, the still filthier deeds they were expected to do or suffer. Rabelais, Panurge, came to Paris skilled in a host of tongues, but Malfaisant, Pepeur, Beauvieux, Batteur, de Pavé, Rebleur, averse to no form of mischief or prudency. James Drydander, brother of Francis, one of Calvin's innumerable correspondents, describes the Preceptorculi and the Magisteli of the university as amazing the students by the impudence and ineptitude with which they explained authors whom they did not understand. And how did the boy of 14 conduct himself in this, to him, strange atmosphere? We need not trust the admiring or depreciative narratives of later men, but we may judge the lad by the friends he made. Foremost among these stands the 4 Copts. The father, Guillaume Cop, the king's physician, correspondent of Roclin, and friend of Erasmus, who praised him as of medicine the Vindex et Antistes, and as Mozartum Culture, and the sons Jean, who became a canon of the church, Nicholas, who in 1530 became a professor of philosophy, and in 1533 delivered as rector of the university an address which made both him and Calvin famous, and the youngest of the brothers, Michele, who followed Calvin to Geneva and became a Protestant pastor. Besides the Copts, there stands another Erasmian, Guillaume Boudet, of whom Calvin in his earliest work spoke as primum re literae decus et colomen, quiris beneficio palmam eruditionis hodie sibi vindicat nostra Gallia. One of the regents of the College de la Marche was Mathurin Cordier, an enthusiastic teacher who loved learning and learners, and whose keen eyes saw the rich promise hidden in his new scholar. The relations of master and pupil were almost ideal. Calvin never ceased to regard Cordier with affection, dedicating to him in profound but reserved gratitude one of his commentaries. Cordier ever respected Calvin and showed his respect by becoming, like him, a Protestant, and following him to Geneva, where he died, though 32 years Calvin senior, in the same year as his condemned pupil. And here, perhaps, we may most fitly glance at the commonest of all the charges brought against Calvin. He is said to have been, even then, austere, severe, harsh, intolerant, inaccessible to the softer emotions, well entitled to bear the name which the playful companions of his youth gave him, the accusative. But how stands the facts? There is no scholar of his time more distinguished by his willingness to serve friends, or his power to attach and bind them to himself by bands of steel. Of the de Montmers, with whom he was educated, almost all, in spite of high ecclesiastical connections and hopes, became Protestants, while to his old fellow pupil, Claude, he dedicated the firstfruits of his literary genius. The Copts and Cordier have already been noticed, and, though Boudet did not himself cease to be a Catholic, yet his wife and family all became Protestants, 5 of them on his death in 1549, seeking refuge in Geneva. Another early teacher, whom Calvin deeply revered, expressing his reverence in one of his most characteristic dedications, was the Lutheran Melchior Wolmar, to whom he owed his introduction to the Greek language and literature. But if one would understand the young Calvin, one must study him as revealed in his letters to friends and companions like Francois Conan, whom he describes as the wisest and most learned of men, whom he trusts above all others, and whose advice he rejoices to follow, or Francois Daniel, whom Calvin salutes as amis incomparabilis, or as frater et amis integerame, or Nicolas de Chemin, whom he rallies on his literary ambitions and addresses as mia vida cherier. The man is here revealed as nature made him, and before he had to struggle against grim death for what was dearer to him than life, affectionate and delicate, not in body, but in spirit. In 1528, Calvin's father, perhaps illuminated by the disputes in his cathedral chapter, discovered that the law was a surer road to wealth and honor than the church, and decided that his son should leave theology for jurisprudence. The son, nothing loath, obeyed, and left Paris for Orleans, possibly as he descended the steps of the College de Montaigu, brushing shoulders with a Spanish freshman named Ignatius Loyola. In Orleans, Calvin studied law under Pierre de l'Estoile, who is described as jurisconsultorum gallorum facile princeps, and as eclipsing in classical knowledge Rochlin, Aleander, and Erasmus. In Greek under Wolmar, in whose house he met for the first time Theodore Beza, then a boy about 10 years of age. After a year in Orleans, he went to Bourges, attracted by the fame of the Italian jurist Alciati, whose ungainliness of body and speech and vanity of mind his students loved to satirize, and even by occasional rebellion to chasten. In 1531, Gerard Calvin died, and his son, in 1532, published his first work, a commentary on Seneca's De Clementia. His purpose had been construed by the light of his later career, and some have seen in the book a veiled defense of the Huguenot martyrs, others a cryptic censure of Francis I, and yet others a prophetic disassociation of himself from Stoicism. But there is no mystery in the matter. The work is that of a scholar who has no special interest in either theology or the Bible. This may be statistically illustrated. Calvin cites 22 Greek authors and 55 Latin, the quotations being most abundant and from many books, but in his whole treatise there are only 3 biblical texts expressly cited, and those from the Vulgate. The man is cultivated and learned, writes elegant Latin, is a good judge of Latinity, criticizes, like any modern, the mind and style, the knowledge and philosophy, the manner, the purpose, and the ethical ideas of Synesia, but the passion for religion has not as yet penetrated as it did later into his very bones. Erasmus is in Calvin's eyes the ornament of letters, though his large edition of Seneca is not all it ought to have been. But even Erasmus could not at 23 have produced a work so finished in its scholarship, so real in its learning, or so wide in its outlook. What gives the book significance is the nature that shines through it. The humanist is a man with a passion for conduct, moral, veracious, strenuous, who has loved labor and bestowed it without grudging on the classical writer with whom he has most affinity. Of the twin pillars of Roman philosophy and eloquence, Cicero is for him an easy first, but Synesia is a clear second. Calvin is here at once a jurist and a scholar, but amid his grammatical literacy and historical discussions, every phrase and idea interpreted being illustrated from classical authorities, he speaks his mind with astounding courage concerning the qualities and faults of kings and judges, states and societies. He bids monarchs remember that their best guardians are not armies or treasuries, but the fidelity of friends and the love of subjects. Arrogance may be natural in a prince, but it does not therefore cease to be an evil. A sovereign may ravage like a wild beast, but his reign will be robbery and oppression, and the robber is ever the enemy of man. Cruelty makes a king execrable, and he will be loved only as he imitates the gentleness of God. And so, clemency is true humanity. It is a heroic virtue, hard to practice, yet without it we cannot be men, and he uses it to qualify the Stoic ethics. Pity is not to him a disease of the soul, it is a sign and condition of health. No good man is without pity. The Athenians did well when they built an altar to this virtue. Cicero, and even Juvenal, teach us that it is a vice not to be able to weep, and the doctrine becomes in Calvin's hands social. Man pitiful to men will be sensible of their rights and his own duties. Conscience is necessary for us, but his good name is necessary to our neighbor, and we must not so follow our conscience as to injure his good name. We ought so to follow nature that others may see the reason in the nature that we follow. He can be humorous and laughs at the ridiculous ceremonies which accompanied the apotheosis of Caesar, or at the soothsayers who prophesied without smiling, but he is usually serious and grave, criticizing Synesia for speaking of fortune instead of God, and the Stoics for doctrines which make human nature good, yet isolate the good man from mankind. The ethics of the Stoics he loved, but not their metaphysics. Their moral individualism and their forensic morality he admired, but the defects of their social and collective ideals he deplored and condemned. The humanist is alive with moral and political enthusiasm, but the reformer is not yet born. End of section 37. Read by David Ronald. Section 38 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11, Calvin and the Reformed Church, by the Reverend A.M. Fairbairn, Part 2. The events of the next few months are obscure, but we know enough to see how forces, internal and external, were working towards change. In the second half of 1532 and the earlier half of 1533, Calvin was in Orleans, studying, teaching, practicing the law, and acting in the university as proctor for the Picard nation. Then he went to Noyon, and in October he was once more in Paris. The capital was agitated. Francis was absent, and his sister, Margaret of Navarre, held her court there, favoring the new doctrines, encouraging the preachers, the chief among them being her own almoner, Gerard Roussel. 2 letters of Calvin to Francis Daniel belong to this date and place, and in them we find a changed note. One speaks of the troublous times, and the other narrates 2 events. First, it describes a play pungent with gall and vinegar, which the students had performed in the College of Navarre to satirize the Queen. And secondly, the action of certain factious theologians who had prohibited Margaret's Mirror of a Sinful Soul. She had complained to the king, and he had intervened. The matter came before the university, and Nicholas Cop, the rector, had spoken strongly against the arrogant doctors and in defense of the Queen, mother of all the virtues and of all good learning. Leclerc, a parish priest, the author of the mischief, defended his performance as a task to which he had been formally appointed, praising the king, the queen as woman and as author, contrasting her book with such an obscene production as Pantagruel, and finally saying that the book had been published without the approval of the faculty and was set aside only as liable to suspicion. 2 or 3 days later, on November 1st, 1533, came the famous rectoral address which Calvin wrote, and Cop revised and delivered, and which shows how far the humanist had traveled since April 4th, 1532, the date of the Declementia. He is now alive to the religious question, though he has not carried it to its logical and practical conclusion. 2 fresh influences have evidently come into his life, the New Testament of Erasmus and certain sermons by Luther. The exordium of the address reproduces, almost literally, some sentences from Erasmus's Paraclesis, including those which unfold his idea of the Philosophia Christiana, while the body of it repeats Luther's exposition of the Beatitudes and his distinction between law and gospel, with the involved doctrines of grace and faith. Yet, Ave Gratia Plena is retained in the exordium, and at the end, the peacemakers are praised, who follow the example of Christ and contend not with the sword, but with the word of truth. This address enables us to seize Calvin in the very act and article of change. He has come under a double influence. Erasmus has compelled him to compare the ideal of Christ with the church of his own day, and Luther has given him a notion of grace which has convinced his reason and taken possession of his imagination. He has thus ceased to be a humanist and a papist, but has not yet become a reformer, and a reformer was precisely what his conscience, his country, and his reason compelled him to become. Francis was flagrantly immoral, but a fanatic in religion, and mercy was not a virtue congenial to either church or state. Calvin had seen the Protestants from within. He knew their honesty, their honor, the purity of their motives, and the integrity of their lives, and he judged, as a jurist would, that a man who had all the virtues of citizenship ought not to be oppressed and treated as unfit for civil office, or even as a criminal by the state. This is no conjecture, for it is confirmed by the testimony he bears to the influence exercised over him by the martyred Etienne de la Forge. He thus saw that a changed mind meant a changed religion, and a changed religion a change of abode. Cop had to flee from Paris, and so had Calvin. In the May of 1534, he went to Noyon, laid down his offices, was imprisoned, liberated, and while there, he seems to have finally renounced Catholicism. But he feared the forces of disorder which lurked in Protestantism and which seemed embodied in the Anabaptists. Hence, at Orleans, he composed a treatise against one of their favorite beliefs, the sleep of the soul between death and judgment. conscience, personal being was in itself too precious, and in the sight of God too sacred, to be allowed to suffer even a temporary lapse. But to serve the cause he loved was impossible, with the stake waiting for him, its fire scorching his face, and kindly friends endangered by his presence. And so, in the winter of 1534, he retired from France and settled at Basel. Aeneas Sylvius had once described Basel as a city which venerated images but cared little for science and had no wish to know letters, and when he became pope, he found there a university which effected a more marvelous change than he could have anticipated. Erasmus chose Basel as his residence from 1514 to 1529, and here his New Testament and his editions of the great Latin Fathers were printed by John Froben, who joined to the soul of an artist the enterprise of a merchant. When Froben died, Erasmus forsook Basel, but as the end drew near, he came back, just as Calvin was finishing his Institutio, to die in the city which had been the scene of his most arduous and faithful labors. And if the zeal for learning at Basel was strong, the zeal for religion was no less. As early as 1517, Capito had refused to celebrate the Mass and had preached in the spirit of Luther. Here, Oecolampadius had learned from humanism a sweet reasonableness that won the respect of Erasmus, yet ideas so radical that they placed him beside Zwingli at Marburg, and made him so preach against the images which the city used to venerate that the rabble hastened to insult and break them. Erasmus, who described the event in more than one letter, marveled in his satirical way that not a solitary saint lifted a blessed finger to work a protecting or retributory miracle that should stay or avenge the damage. Calvin did not reach the city, which Oecolampadius had changed till 3 years after his death, but the reformer found it guided by men who were just as congenial. Oswald Myconius, the chief pastor and preacher, who, even amid notable differences, continued ever a personal friend and admirer. Simon Grynaeus, a learned Grecian, with whom he then and later discussed, as he himself tells us, how best to study, to translate, and to interpret the Scriptures. Sebastian Munster, professor of Hebrew, just seeing through the press his Biblia Hebraica praised in public as Germanorium Estras a Strabo, and affectionately known in private as the Rabbi, a master at whose feet Calvin could sit without shame. Thomas Platter, once a poor and vagrant scholar, then professor of Greek, but now a printer from whose press the Institutio was soon to issue, though owing to financial straits not so soon as its anxious author would have liked. Besides the residents, famous visitors came to Basel. From Zurich, Henry Bollinger, who was there just at this time discussing the terms of the first Helvetic confession, and 21 years later reminded Calvin of their meeting, and Conrad Pelican, who saw the dying Erasmus and heard great things of a certain John Calvin, a Frenchman, who had dared to write plain and solid truth to the French king. Now a city where Protestantism reigned, where learning flourished, and where men so unlike as Erasmus and Farel, the fervid preacher of reform, could do their work unhindered, were certain to make a deep impression on a fugitive harassed and expatriated on account of religion, and the impression it made can be read in the Christianae Religionis Institutio, and especially in the prefatory letter to Francis I. The Institutio is Calvin's positive interpretation of the Christian religion. The letter is learned, eloquent, elegant, dignified, the address of a subject to his sovereign, yet of a subject who knows that his place in the state is as legal, though not as authoritative, as the sovereign's. It throbs with a noble indignation against injustice and with a noble enthusiasm for freedom and truth. It is one of the great epistles of the world, a splendid apology for the oppressed, an arraignment of the oppressors. It does not implore toleration as a concession, but claims freedom as a right. Its author is a young man of but 26, yet he speaks with the gravity of age. He tells the king that his first duty is to be just, that to punish unheard is but to inflict violence and perpetrate fraud. Those for whom he speaks are, though simple and godly men, yet charged with crimes that, were they true, ought to condemn them to 1,000 fires and gibbets. These charges the king is bound to investigate, for he is a minister of God, and if he fails to serve the God whose minister he is, then he is a robber and no king. The lowliness of the men has as its counterpart the majesty of their beliefs, for the sake of which ali nostrum vinculis constringuntur, ali virges cedantur, ali in ludibrium circumducuntur, ali proscribuntur, ali sevissimi torquentur, ali furga alabuntur, omne rerum Augustia premimur diris execrationibus devalvimur maledictus laceramur indignissimus modus tractamur. Then he asks, who are our accusers? And he turns on the priests like a new Erasmus, who does not, like the old, delight in satire for its own sake, or in a literature which scourges men by holding up the mirror to vice, but who feels the sublimity of virtue so deeply that witticisms at the expense of vice are abhorrent to him. He takes up the charges in detail. It is said that the doctrine is new, doubtful, and uncertain, unconfirmed by miracles, opposed to the fathers, and ancient custom, schismatical, and productive of schism, and that its fruits are sects, seditions, license. On no point is he so emphatic as the repudiation of the personal charges. The people he pleads for have never raised their voice in faction or sought to subvert law and order. They fear God sincerely and worship him in truth, praying even in exile for the royal person and house. The book which this address to the king introduces is a sketch or program of reform in religion. The first edition of the Institutio is distinguished from all later editions by the emphasis it lays not on dogma, but on morals, on worship, and on polity. Calvin conceives the gospel as a new law which ought to be embodied in a new life, individual and social. What came later to be known as Calvinism may be stated in an occasional sentence or implied in a paragraph, but it is not the substance or determinative idea of the book. The problem discussed has been set by the studies and the experience of the author. He has read the New Testament as a humanist, learned in the law, and he has been startled by the contrast between its ideal and the reality which confronts him. And he proceeds in a thoroughly judicial fashion, just as Tertullian before him, and as Grotius and Selden after him. Without a document, he can decide nothing. He needs a written law or actual custom, and his book falls into divisions which these suggest. Hence, his first chapter is concerned with duty, or conduct as prescribed by the 10 Commandments. His second with faith as contained in the apostolic symbol. His third with prayer as fixed by the words of Christ. His fourth with the sacrament as given in the Scriptures. His fifth with the false sacraments as defined by tradition and enforced by Catholic custom. And his sixth with Christian liberty, or the relation of the ecclesiastical and civil authorities. But though the book is, as compared with what it became later, limited in scope and contents, the last edition, which left the author's hand in 1559, had grown from a work in 6 chapters to one in 4 books and 80 chapters. Yet its constructive power, its critical force, its large outlook impressed the student. We have here none of Luther's scholasticism or of Melanchthon's deft manipulation of incompatible elements, but we have the first thoughts on religion of a mind trained by ancient literature to the criticism of life. In the second edition, published in 1539, his old admirations reassert themselves. Plato is there described as of all philosophers religiosissimus e maxim sobrius, and Aristotle, Themistius, Cicero, Seneca, and other classical writers are quoted in a way that finds a parallel in no theological book of that period. But in this first edition, he is too much in earnest and writes too directly to adorn his pages with classical references, though in his style, in his argument, in his deduction of all things from God, and in his correlation of our knowledge of God and of man, in his emphasis on morals, in his sense for conduct and love of freedom, the classical spirit is living and active. Thus, in his ideas of Christian liberty, we can trace the student of Cynesa, as in his appreciation of law and order we see the Roman jurist. He dislikes equally tyranny and license. Liberty is said to consist in three things: freedom from the law as a means of acceptance with God, the spontaneous obedience of the justified to the divine will, and freedom either to observe or neglect those external things which are in themselves indifferent. He specially insists on this last, since without it there will be no end to superstition, and the conscience will enter a long and inextricable labyrinth, whence escape will be difficult. The Church is the elect people of God, and must, if it is to do its work in the world, obey Him. But it can obey only as it has control over its own destinies and authority over its own members. It will not err in matters of opinion if it is guided by the Holy Spirit and judges according to the Scriptures. Magistrates are ordained of God and ought to be obeyed, even though wicked, but here a most significant exception is introduced. God is King of kings. When He opens His mouth, He alone is to be heard. It were worse than foolish to seek to please men by offending Him. We are subject to our rulers, but only in Him. If they command what He has forbidden, we must fear God and disobey the king. The Institutio bears the date Mensi Martio Anno 1536, but Calvin, without waiting till his book was on the market, made a hurried journey to Ferrara, whose Duchess Renée, a daughter of Louis XII, stood in active sympathy with the Reformers. The reasons for this brief visit are very obscure, but it may have been undertaken in the hope of mitigating, by the help of Renée, the severity of the persecutions in France. On his return, Calvin ventured, tradition says, to Noyon, probably for the sake of family affairs, but he certainly reached Paris, and, while in the second half of July making his way into Germany, he arrived at Geneva. An old friend, possibly Louis de Tilley, discovered him and told Farel, and Farel, in sore straits for a helper, besought him, and indeed, in the name of the Almighty, commanded him to stay. Calvin was reluctant, for he was reserved and shy, and conceived his vocation to be the scholars rather than the preachers, but the entreaties of Farel, half tearful, half minatory, prevailed, and thus Calvin's connection with Geneva began. With the ancient and medieval history of Geneva, we have here no concern. It will be enough if we briefly indicate those peculiarities of its constitution which gave Calvin his opportunity, and so much of its history as will explain the condition in which he found it. Ethnogeographically, Geneva was connected with both the Teutonic and the Latin races. By language, it was French. By religious interest and associations, Italian. By political instincts and affinities, Swiss. By commercial industrial genius, German. In the 13th century, its civil superior had been a Count of Burgundy. In the 15th century and early 16th, he had been long superseded by the Duke of Savoy, and the supersession was inevitable, for Geneva occupied a corner of the Savoyard country, and, as an old chronicler has it, the bells of the city were heard by more Savoyards than citizens. Its constitution, once hierarchical, feudal, and democratic, so balanced parties, whose interests were seldom compatible, as to put a premium on agitation and intrigue. These parties were the bishop, the vicedom, or civil overlord, and the citizens. The bishop was the sovereign of the city, elected originally by the clergy and laity jointly, later by the cathedral chapter, though customs significant of the older time continued to be observed. Thus the mere vote of the chapter did not constitute the bishop lord of the state. The election had further to be endorsed by the citizens, who accompanied the bishop in solemn procession to the cathedral, where before the altar and in the presence of clergy and people he swore on the open missal that he would preserve their laws, their liberties, and their privileges. As sovereign, he issued the coinage, imposed the customs, was general of the forces, and supreme judge in both civil and ecclesiastical causes. In criminal cases, he exercised the prerogative of mercy, and endorsed or remitted penalties. The cathedral chapter formed his council and represented him in his absence. It constituted a permanent aristocracy and sat as a sort of spiritual peerage in the city council. Certain castles and domains were assigned to the bishop in order that he might be as sovereign in appearance and in dignity as he was in law and in fact. The vicedom was captain of the church, commissioned to repress violence in the city and to defend it from external attacks, to act in the less important civil and criminal cases, and to carry out the penalties which the law pronounced. He was not reckoned a citizen, and stood sponsor for all the foreigners who enjoyed the hospitality of Geneva, while in theory the bishop's vassal, yet, as a matter of fact, and for reasons which neither he nor the city was allowed to forget, the office had become hereditary in the House of Savoy. But as the Duke could not himself reside, his duties were discharged by 2 lieutenants, whose functions were carefully defined and delimited. In a word, the civil overlord was the minister of his ecclesiastical superior, but the superior tended to become the puppet of the minister. Apart from both stood the citizens in an order of their own. The general council of the city, composed of the whole of the citizens, i.e., all the heads of families, met at the summons of the great bell twice each year to transact business affecting the community as such, to elect the 4 syndics and the treasurer, to conclude alliances, to proclaim laws, to fix the prices of wine and of grain. The syndics represented the municipal independence as against the sovereignty of the bishop and the power of the vicedom. To them, the greater criminal jurisdiction was entrusted, and they were responsible for good order within the city from sunset to sunrise. They were assisted by the smaller council, composed of 20 qualified citizens, and if any event too responsible for it to handle occurred, the council of 60 could be called, which was composed of the representatives of the several districts and the most experienced and respectable citizens. Later, and just before the Reformation, the Council of 200 was established in order that Geneva might be assimilated to the Swiss cantons whose help it invoked. A state so constituted and governed could hardly escape from the consciousness that it was a church, or feel otherwise than as if the ecclesiastic at its head made its acts and legislation ecclesiastical. The spiritual offices were made secular without the secular offices becoming spiritual. In other words, the clergy were assimilated to the laity, while the laity did not correspond to the clerical ideal. The priests, dressed and armed like the people, played and fought with them, behaved more like examples of worldliness than teachers of the gospel. In a word, sinned and lived like citizens of Geneva. The decay of clerical morals was not peculiar to Geneva, though it must be noted as a main factor of the situation there. Kampschult, here a reluctant witness, declares that the bishop had become a humiliation to the church and a degradation to the clergy, and he cites the case of the old priest who, when ordered to put away his mistress, replied that he was quite ready to obey, provided all his brethren were treated with the same severity. But the Constitution acted on the collective even more subtly than on the personal consciousness. The council legislated, disciplined, and excommunicated, as if the state were a church, or, what may be the same thing, as if there were no church in the state. The extent to which a man could sin and yet remain a citizen was a matter of statutory regulation. No citizen was allowed to keep more than one mistress, and every convicted adulterer was banished. The prostitutes had a quarter where they dwelt, special clothing where they wore, and a queen who was responsible for the good order of her community. The clergy were a kind of moral police, responsible for the citizens and to the city, and so their deterioration meant a moral decline. But a more obvious and, so far as our immediate point is concerned, a more serious consequence was this. Every ecclesiastical question tended to become civil, and every civil question to become ecclesiastical. A constitution has a way of working in a fashion either better or worse than, considered a priori, would have seemed possible. And this because the people are ever a greater factor of harmony or disorder than the laws they live under. Hence, so long as Geneva was inspired by one spirit, the anomalies of the Constitution did not breed discontent, but when new energies and new ambitions awoke, these anomalies became fruitful of disaster to the state. So long as the bishop and the people had common aims and interests, loyalty to both was easy, but the moment the interests of the bishop looked in an opposite direction from that of the people, the situation became difficult. For loyalty to the bishop as head of the state meant loyalty to the church of which he was head, but loyalty to the people as the chief constitute of the state became disloyalty to the bishop as head of both church and city. How this situation arose in Geneva, what is signified, and whither it tended subsequent events will show. The determining factors of the situation were thus two: the bishop and the duke. The bishop stood for an ideal which he was not always either able or willing to realize. The duke, who was his vice-lord, stood for an interest whose strength grew with its years, and created the energy needed for its own realization. The function of a bishop's vicar did not satisfy the House of Savoy. It wanted to be master in its own right, and sit in Geneva, facing the ultramontane kingdoms, as it sat in Turin and faced the cismontane principalities and cities. And so began the game of intrigue in which the house has always been a skilled performer, and the bishop was played off against the people, and the people against the bishop. But it is harder to capture a whole city than a single person. It is easier to annex an exalted office than to control a whole population. A multitude of impulsive souls, singly accessible to incalculable yet imperious ideas. So the house concentrated itself on the bishop, intrigued with the chapter which elected, intrigued with Rome which approved, prevailed with both, and got its creatures appointed, men who would do its will and forget their office and its duties. A chronicler says that duke and bishop, like Herod and Pilate, stood united against the city. The bishop, he means, is the bastard of Savoy, appointed 1513, a man of notoriously immoral conduct, and in everything the unscrupulous instrument of the ducal policy. He lived ignobly, but served his house as best he could, and in a moment of remorse on his deathbed in 1522, he admonished his successor, Pierre de la Baume, thus: "Do not, when thou art Bishop of Geneva, walk in my footsteps, but defend the privileges of the church and the freedom of the city." Pierre, of course, promised, and for a while remembered his promise, but soon forgot it, neglected Geneva, alienated its citizens, lived isolated among them, absented himself, and allowed the fruit to ripen which the House of Savoy hoped soon to pluck and eat. This policy was attended with mixed results, some of which may be described as foreseen and desired by the ducal house, others as unforeseen and undesired, yet inevitable. We may reckon in the former class the weakening of the episcopal authority, the isolation of the bishop, and his inability to stand alone, which meant his increased dependence on the strong arm of the duke, and in the latter class the effect upon the people and the uprising of fit and fearless leaders. Geneva might abut upon Savoyard territory, but its citizens were not Savoyards, and did not intend to become what they were not. Around them was Swiss freedom, before them the French soil and spirit. They breathed the air, partook of the temper, lived by the help of both, and they would be neither alienated from their kin nor cease to be masters of their own destinies. They were not dissatisfied with their church, nor with their city or its laws. They knew what they owed to the bishop, how defenseless they would have been without him, and what immunities his presence and influence had secured. But they would not, because of past favors, submit to present wrongs, especially to the wrong which the free-born man most resents, the loss of his freedom. Hence, Geneva read the situation with other eyes than the House of Savoy, and resolved not to change its religion, but to preserve its liberty. Its leaders were men like Philibert Bartholier, a genuine Genevan, self-indulgent, not free from vice, but brave, prudent, patriotic, by his death helping to redeem the city he loved. Bazin's son, Hugues, a statesman, pure and high-minded, incapable of meanness or cowardice, a devout Catholic, yet a strenuous Republican, whose policy was to check the Savoyard by a Swiss confederacy or a joint citizenship with the Swiss allies. Francois de Bonnevard, abbot of St. Victor, a humanist, with the gift of speech and of letters, a kind of provincial Erasmus, with a graphic pen and a faculty for witty epigram, yet with a courage that neither the fear nor the experience of a prison could damp. The patriots were known as Huguenots, Confederates, men who had bound themselves by an oath to stand together and serve the common cause. The Savoyard party were termed Mamelukes because, as Bonnevard tells us, they surrendered freedom and the public weal that they might submit to tyranny, as the Mamelukes denied Christ that they might follow Muhammad. The battle was fought with splendid tenacity. The patriots, as became loyal Catholics, first tried to coerce the bishop by appeals to Rome and Vienne, and failed. Left face to face with Savoy, they appealed to their Swiss neighbors. Bern and Freiburg proposed to them a joint citizenship, and long negotiated concerning it in vain. Bern hung back, for, progressive and Protestant, it did not desire that the defeat of the Duke should be to the advantage of the bishop, who at last himself took the decisive step. On August 20, 1530, Pierre de la Baume proclaimed the Genevans rebels, and called upon the Savoyard host to put down the rebellion. Bern and Freiburg took the field, and the emancipation of Geneva began. Yet it was only a beginning. The ecclesiastical question was involved in the political, though the political had till now concealed the religious. But the revolt against the bishop could not but become a revolt against the church. In other times it might have been the reverse, but not now. Reform was in the air. The preachers had long stormed at the gates of the city, and they had remained closed. But with Bern helping in the front, they could be kept fast no longer. They were open, and Guillaume Farel, fiery and eloquent in speech, and indomitable in spirit, preached in his fearless way. On February 8, 1534, the public opinion of Geneva pronounced for the Bernese joint citizenship, and therefore for the Reformation, and thus ended the reign of the bishop and the chances of the House of Savoy. On May 21, 1536, the citizens of Geneva swore that they would live according to the holy evangelical law and word of God, and 2 months later, Calvin's connection with the city began. Calvin's life from this point onwards falls into 3 parts. His first stay in Geneva from July 1536 to March 1538, his residence in Strasbourg from September 1538 to September 1541, and his second stay in Geneva from the last date till his death, May 27, 1564. In the first period, he, in company with Farel, made an attempt to organize the church and reform the mind and manners of Geneva, and failed. His exile, formally voted by the council, was the penalty of his failure. In the second period, he was professor of theology and French preacher at Strasbourg, a trusted divine and adviser, a delegate to the Protestant churches of Germany, which he learned to know better, making the acquaintance of Melanchthon and becoming more appreciative of Luther. At Strasbourg, some of his best literary work was done. His letter to Cardinal Sadoleto, in its way his most perfect production, his commentary on the Romans, a treatise on the Lord's Supper, the second Latin and the first French edition of his Institutio. In the third period, he introduced and completed his legislation at Geneva, taught, preached, and published there, watched the churches everywhere, and conducted the most extensive correspondence of his day. In these 28 years, he did a work which changed the face of Christendom. It had been a subject of perhaps equal reproach among his enemies and praised by his friends that, as Beza says, Calvin, in doctrine made scarcely any change. For a young man at 26 to reach his final conclusions in the realms of thought and belief, especially after a radical revolution of mind, would be matter of congratulation for his enemies rather than for his admirers. But the judgment rests on a double mistake, biographical and historical. As a matter of fact, few men may have changed less, but few also have developed more. Every crisis in his career taught him something, and so enhanced his capacity. His studies of Stoicism showed him the value of morals, and he learned how to emphasize the sterner ethical qualities as well as the humaner, and the more clement by the side of the higher public virtues. His early humanism made him a scholar and an exegete, a master of elegant Latinity, of lucid and incisive speech, of a graphic pen and historical imagination. His juristic studies gave him an idea of law, through which he interpreted the more abstract notions of theology, and a love of order which compelled him to organize his church. His imagination, playing upon the primitive Christian literature, helped him to see the religion Jesus instituted as Jesus himself saw it, while the forces visible around him, the superstitions, the regnant and unreproved vices, the people so quickly sinning and so easily forgiven, the relics so innumerable and so fictitious, the acts and articles of worship, and especially the sacraments defied and turned into substitutes for deity, induced him to judge the system that claimed to be the sole interpreter and representative of Christ as a crafty compound of falsehood and truth. His knowledge that the system had profited by men like Erasmus, whose wit made havoc of clerical sins and monkish superstition and Romish errors, and who yet conformed, or men like Gerard Roussel, who preached what he himself and they thought the gospel, and who yet consented to hold office in the Catholic Church, begat in him the belief that only by separation and negation could Reformation be accomplished. His friendship with the good and simple, those who had tried to realize this religion of Jesus, and his knowledge of the tyrannies, the miseries, the martyrdoms which they had in consequence endured, persuaded him that his duty as an honest man was to side with the oppressed, whom he admired against the oppressors, whose ways and policy he detested. His experiences as a teacher and preacher of the new faith, especially at Geneva, where he tells us he found at his first coming preachings and tumults, breaking and burning of images, but no reformation, showed him that individual men and even a whole society might profess the Reformed faith without being reformed in character. Out of these experiences came his master problem, namely, by what means could we best secure the expression of a changed faith in a changed life? Or, in other words, how could the church be made not simply an institution for the worship of God, but an agency for the making of men fit to worship him? His attempt to solve this problem constitutes his chief title to a place in the history of religion and civilization. It means that Calvin was greater as a legislator than as a theologian, that we have less cause to be grateful to him for the system called Calvinism than for the church that he organized. In other words, his polity is a more perfect expression of the man than his theology, though his theology was the point where he was most vulnerable, and where, therefore, he was most fiercely, not to say ferociously, attacked. The foes born in his own household, men like Castellio or Bolsec, took the divine decrees as the spot where they could strike most fatally at him and his preeminence. The Jesuits developed their doctrine in explicit antithesis to his, and the Lutherans, when they wished to discredit his views on the Lord's Supper, thought they could do it most effectively by criticizing the absolute predestination. The sects that rose within the Reformed Church, such as the Socinian and the Remonstrant, justified their schism as a protest against views which they described as equally dishonoring to God and belittling to man. But though Calvin's theology occasioned the hottest and bitterest controversies known to Christian history, yet it is here that his mind is least original and his ideas are most clearly derivative. Without Augustine, we should never have had Calvinism, which is but the principles of the anti-Pelagian treatises developed, systematized, and applied. There are indeed 2 points of difference between them. Augustine disguised his positions in a criticism of hated and feared sectaries, but Calvin stated his in their severe and colossal nakedness as the sole truth, which Scripture had revealed to men. Yet Augustine affirms and argues his doctrines with a breadth and a positive harshness which we do not find in Calvin. On the contrary, there is evidence that while the system held and awed Calvin's reason, it yet did not win his heart. That it was taught by the greatest father of the Church was a reason that appealed to him as a scholar. That this father found it in Paul was a more cogent reason still, for thus it appealed to him as a thinker whose ultimate authority was the Word of God. And on this point we have incidental evidence. In August 1539, Calvin wrote the preface to the second edition of his Institutio, where the doctrines of grace and sin occupy for the first time their determinative position in his system, and in October of the same year he published his commentary on Romans. It seems, therefore, as if the greater prominence that he now gave to the doctrines which we have come to think most characteristic of him was due to his closer study of Paul as interpreted by Augustine. And this system helped him to do 2 things: to explain his own as a normal human experience, and to face undismayed the strength and the terrors of an infallible church. These 2 positions are affirmed and coordinated in a splendid passage in the letter to Sadoleto, published also in 1539 in September, just between the Institutio and the commentary, which tells of his vocation by God and of his consequent right to speak in the name of him who had put his word in his mouth and written his law upon his conscience. God had called him and laid upon him a duty which he could not evade without defying God. But here emerges another point of distinction from Augustine. Calvin conceived that God spoke to him directly, without any intermediate person or institution. Augustine's theology was absolute, but his theory of the Church was conditional, and thus the one qualified the other. The God whom the thinker conceived was modified by the God of whom the priest was the representative and mouthpiece. It is the essence of the priestly idea to manipulate and administer the conditions on which God finds access to men, and men gain access to God. Hence, so long as Augustine's theology was embedded in a sacerdotal system, the system softened the theology, the thought was accommodated to the institution was not subdued to the likeness of the thought. But Calvin rejected the Church of Augustine, and took over his later intellectual system in all its naked severity. The sin of man confronted the grace of God. Man, sinful by nature, could do no right. God, infinite in majesty and in holiness, could do no wrong. Man was born in sin, his nature was corrupt, and as his nature was his actions must be. If then he was to be saved, God must save him, and, as God's will was gracious, saving was as natural to him as sinning was to man. Hence, we could contribute nothing towards our own salvation. God did it all. We had no merit, and he had all the glory. In a system so conceived, there was no room for the priest, his prayers, and sacrifices. his masses and absolutions, his shrines and relics and articles of worship, were but the impertinences of ephemeral and feeble man in the face of eternal potency. Calvin knew well the sublimity of the system which he expounded, but he could have wished it to be more pitiful. He did not love to think of the innumerable millions of the heathen with their infant children ordained to everlasting death. The decree that fixed the number alike of the saved and the lost was to him an awful decree, but he could not look towards the Alps without feeling how closely the sublime and the awful were allied. And if the sublimity of earth was terrible, how much more terrible must be the majesty of God? But if he is so august, must we not labor to attain the dignity of moral manhood, the only dignity which it becomes him to recognize? End of section 38. Read by David Ronald.